support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi, melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi, membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, Connectivity for a Better Life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second Mlbb Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series Mlbb Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the Mlbb esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung eSport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan terang sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E4T, Connectivity for a Better Life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second Mlbb Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series Mlbb Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the Mlbb esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, Is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second Mlbb Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series Mlbb Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the Mlbb esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. Iforte ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. Iforte, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second Mlbb Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series Mlbb Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the Mlbb esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now!
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
The playoff stage will begin now. MWI 2023 here, back again, ladies and gentlemen. And today it's going to be me, Goni, and as well as Velkhana. Velkhana, how are you feeling for today's matches?
Super excited, Goni. Super excited. We will be having a different kind of best of 3 series today. The series will be different. Yesterday we were having a group stage 1. Today we are coming to the playoff, which is going to be more intense rather than before. The strategy, they need to improve it. They need to elevate their own skills and showing and here to prove how strong they are inside of MWI 2023.
I mean, you're right, Velkhana. It is going to be different because it was a best of 1 yesterday, and today it's going to be a full of best of 3s in each matches. And of course, for our opening match, it is going to be the red Bigetron era taking on the Wolves, Grayback Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. Grayback Esports, they are having up and downs inside of yesterday's group stage. So they really need to do a lot. A lot of homework needs to be done in one day only inside of these playoffs. Because if they are not able to solve their problem, they won't be going for the next stage, which is going to be the offline stage later in Sumerkan Mall Bekasi on February 12, 2023. So hopefully they already prepared a lot of stuff. They already tried to do something well for Bigetron era. They also need to re-evaluate what is actually Grayback Esports doing. Because Grayback Esports actually were revenging their own matches before against Team Hawk. So maybe they are preparing something to go against Bigetron era that Bigetron era needs to be aware of, needs to be worried of.
I mean, if we're talking about, you talked about Grayback, right? Yeah, they need to somehow find their formula against Bigetron. Different story, Bigetron era, Group A, Day 1 MWI, a clean, sharp start there, 4-0 in their run for that group stage, showing dominance, showing that they are also a tournament favorite here. Again, representing Indonesia, Bigetron era. What they need to do is, of course, to stay calm, stay collected. They know what they need to do. Just play this mechanically, sharply, disciplinedly as well. Just rinse and repeat, right? They know perhaps Grayback, their heroes, their drops yesterday, their weaknesses, and of course they are going to find that weakness and capitalize that. And that is what I expect for today's opening match.
Yeah, because not only we will be having Bigetron era versus Grayback Esports, today we will be having 4 best of 3 series. This is the playoff. It's 8 teams at the moment, but by the end of the day, we will be having only 4 teams left for MWI 2023. So it's a very, very tight spot only for everyone that is fighting for today's match. So it's going to be super interesting and super intense as well. We will be having, so far we will still having 6 countries, right, representing inside of MWI 2023. We have the Vietnam, we still have the Singapore, Malaysian, Indonesian, Philippines, and also we have the Cambodian team, if I'm not mistaken, to compete for this one. But yeah, we will see the standing of the group stage right now, and maybe later we will be showing who against who that we will be fighting today.
So this is just a recap here. Again, Bigetron 4-0 from the side of Group B. GPX within 4-0 as well. Smart Omega and as well as Velkhana. Funny story, first standings is an Indonesian team. Second is also Philippines. So quite equal in that aspect, right? 3-1 as well. Cambodia, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Singapore. So still a lot of countries here representing their team.
Yeah, a lot of countries still participating for this one. And this is going to be today's playoff bracket. And it's going to be Bigetron era versus Grayback Esports, Indonesian versus Singaporean team here. Going to be fighting against each other in the best of 3 series. And later on, for the second match of the day, we will be having Velkhana from Philippines to go against Impunity, Starlets coming from Cambodia. And the rest of the 2 matches, it's going to be super intense as well, Gani.
It is going to be very interesting here, Velkhana. Looking at the brackets here, we are going to witness I guess, no same countries, but It is still 2 Indonesian, 2 Philippines here. So I feel like, especially looking at the brackets, we might see. Okay, perhaps we are going to witness it later, but today's schedule here, this is going to be the full schedule here.
Yeah. Bigetron Era versus Grayback Esports and also Race versus Impunity, just like what we talked before. And Smart Omega Empress going against MDH Phoenix. MDH Phoenix, one of the team that they really need to watch out. The improvement and also the way that they are elevating their moment is just so crazy. The momentum that they try to brag here is just beyond something, I guess. But Smart Omega is still one of the top opponent here inside of MWA 2023. But last match, it's going to be GPX Basreng from Indonesia going against Zero Esports Gaming from Malaysia.
Neighboring countries will battle it out as well here for our opening and as well as closing.
Right.
Very close countries indeed, but we are all, of course, Southeast Asian countries. But we'll see here. Let's talk about Bigetron and as well as Grayback, because I feel like here in this current match, Bigetron Era will be filled by Cine, Fumi Echo, Chell, Vival, and as well as Vivian. Vivian, as we all know, a very strong roamer, can play, knows the game very well, intelligent player, but let's not forget Fumi Echo on that EXP. Very, very strong villager.
The latest star, the MVP in the last current final that they were participating on, Fumi Echo, the strongest EXP laner for the ladies in Indonesia so far, is definitely a strong and intriguing opponent inside of the Land of Dawn. But this is going to be from the Grayback Esports. They're going to be using Snow XP's Shersika, Yume Kokeshi, Violet as the team lineup here. So they are not changing from their previous and the latest match that they were, the lineup they were using before. So they're still sticking for this one. But it means that Snowy here will be giving a lot of things inside of the mid lane, especially when we saw them using the Yift before.
I mean, we talked about Fumi Echo. I want to talk about Shersika, because Shersika, she wasn't in our first match for their side yesterday, but it seems like they are more confident in Shersika in that EXP. So it is going to be very interesting to see Shersika going up against Fumi Echo on that EXP lane. As you can see here, the role predictions very standard as well. Fumi Echo will go head to head against Shersika. The question is, will Shersika be able to withstand the prowess coming from the side of Fumi Echo?
We are not sure about that one yet. We still don't know the answer for this one for Shersika, definitely. But Keshi also going to be having a quite interesting opponent here, Vival, with the way that they are moving, what kind of heroes that they were picking. Because so far, if I can tell from the Grayback Esports, they are more comfortable into playing with Assassin's hero here with the Hayabusa and Saber that they were using yesterday. I think like they were having the same kind of way with Grayback Esports in terms of heroes here. But this is going to be team head-to-head data that we have from Bigetron Era along with Grayback Esports.
I gotta say, it's quite a landslide. Take a look at the win rate, of course, 100 to 20. KDA-wise as well, a very, very huge gap. First star rate, objective, all leaning towards Bigetron's side here. The question, Bigetron, can they, with this data, if stats don't lie, they should take the game. But Grayback, again, we mentioned yesterday, Grayback lost against Team Hack in their respective own tournament, but they managed to find the loophole and actually beat Team Hack. So perhaps Grayback, they might beat Bigetron today.
Ooh, it's still a possibility here, but the boss ban and also Moss Bay coming from both of the sides, so interesting. Like two times picking over the beat tricks in the hand of Team Grayback Esports is just like super interesting. They are picking the Ruby for most of the time, like two games along with the beat tricks as well. So I think like they were having comfortable pick that might be picked again for this match. But talent prediction, so far based on the data that we were having, also with the statistic that that was shown before, I still think that I will go with Bigetron Era with all of the performance and the win streak for 21 trophies so far.
I mean, that is quite fair I'm just gonna go straight forward to my prediction as well here. I feel like Bigetron era has an advantage, and I feel like in this particular match they will also capitalize and exploit their mechanics, their intelligence, their knowledge in this game against, I don't want to say a young team, but in a rather a new team from Singapore. Grayback, sure, a couple of players, they're quite veterans, but I feel like, again, with the experience here, Bigetron is gonna take the lead in our opening match.
Yeah, it's a high possibility. I mean, I cannot lie about the Fumi Echo's mechanic and everything else. I mean, if Fumi Echo is right now one of the star in Indonesia, I think like EXP lane, it's just like a very interesting part right here. But the keys to victory for Bigetron era, Gani.
We gotta note that they need to watch out for Grayback's pick because you said earlier that they picked up the Saber, they picked up the Hayabusa, so their playstyle is quite, I feel like, unpredictable. They might bring out an assassin playstyle, they might bring out a team fight composition playstyle as well. So in that regard, they really need to be careful. And of course, I do want to add, apart from Fumi Echo, they need to also maximize Vivian's potential, because this girl, Vivian on that roamer, her knowledge, her communication, she is a whole package in this current team, and they need to just exploit Vivian once and for all.
Yeah, but this is gonna be keys to victory for Grayback Esports. I think like they really need to shut down shells early before it's too late. They really need to maximize the potential to play quite early going against Bigetron era. I think like that's also the case here, because Bigetron era really love to play early. So Grayback, if they are able to pick an early game kind of situation, try to exploit their power, try to take care of the jungle coming from the side of Team Bigetron era, it's gonna be super nice. If they can invade the purple or even the orange in the early stage, it's gonna be super good. And also maximize the other potential over the lane that is they can try to put on, but we really need to be careful about the versatility that they can use, the flexibility coming from the side of Bigetron era, because all of the hero that they were picking, it can go everywhere, especially Cho, because Cho in Bigetron era can go to every lane, 5 of them.
Indeed, and take a look at the data here. Velkhana, Violet, and as well as Vivian, both roamers here. Both starts with V, like you, Velkhana, but it seems like Vivian and Violet will go head-to-head in that roamer position. I need to see more from Violet here. I like Violet's game style. I like her instinct. I like her opening up bushes, visions, but against Vivian, as we all know, she can play any hero in that roamer position.
Yeah, it's gonna be super interesting inside of the ban and pick phase. Again, they really need to be careful over the heroes that they will be picking for this one. If they are, the thing is, Grayback Esports right now getting the first pick. They will be having the surprise coming from Bigetron era side, which they really need to be careful of, because they were falling to the trap once before.
Yep.
Based on the strategy that they were trying to use. But Joy directly being banned here, because we know that actually from Bigetron era they really love to play Joy, and also we don't see Joy yet inside of MWI 2023, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. I mean, from Group B,
yeah,
no Joy here, but it seems like Bigetron with their second pick, or their red side here, they will ban out that glue here from the side of Grayback. Though they have the option to have more control in the drafts, realizing they have the blue side. So we'll see here, what hero are they going to prioritize, because yesterday they like to prioritize the Eve as well.
Yeah, they really like to prioritize the Eve, prioritize the Lolita along with Beatrix here, Valentina. Are they gonna be using the purple heroes such as Valentina, Eve, or Kari here that is still not banned yet? We still have the 1-1 Hayabusa that is still a possibility to be banned, but aside of that one, they might be tried to. The thing about Grayback, they always try to ban over the Kaja or even Lapu Lapu. They don't want it to be part inside of the land of Power.
Okay, a very interesting data there, Velkhana. As now, Grayback, even though they like the assassin, we saw a couple of assassin drafts coming from side of Grayback. It seems like they are going to say no to Hayabusa, and 1-1 has been banned out as well from the side of Bigetron. Carry is still out. Yves is still out. Will those be the heroes that are going to be banned from the side of Grayback and Bigetron?
I think if they want to get Yves here or Carry, they might just ban over the Kaja. So from the side of Bigetron, they really need to decide what kind of hero that they will try to ban here. So they are letting one power hero here in the hand of Grayback Esports, and they really need to prepare something in order to try to counter that situation. But again, with the presence coming from Valentina, I think like it's still a possibility here if Yves is picked directly being countered by the Valentina from the side of Bigetron era. But yeah, let's see. Kaja already being banned. We still have Carry, we still have Yves, we still have Lapu Lapu. A lot of heroes, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, are they going to go for the trade here? Bigetron era, they're taking their time here, it seems like, as they are in the hot seat. Now, let's see here what will be the options here. But let's talk a little bit about, again, the matchup between these two teams, right? Do you know, is this their first time meeting each other here?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is going to be the first time, right? So
inside of the MWI, yeah, it's a first time here from both of them because Group A and Group B meeting each other. The top one from Group A meeting the last on the group stage.
Yeah, on Group B. Yeah, okay. Yves banned out, so Grayback will take that carry most definitely here. Bigetron, they must have read this situation, the scenario. Lolita now shadow picked. Will they secure lock in that hero? And perhaps one hero, Fredrin, can be an option, but against carry, not that good. So yeah, Moskov makes sense here. Going for the late game hero against a carry, sure. Early game, hard to farm, but in the late game, Moskov is just unstoppable.
And the attack speed, they will be in the late game. They will be having the same kind of attack speed here coming from Moskov along with carry. The differences are coming from carry. It's going to be true damage. Well, for the Moskov, it's going to be critical damage. It depends on how is the build of the item that they will try to choose over this one. But the Lolita, I think like it's a really good setup coming from the side of Bigetron. With the Lolita, it can try to hold up all of the physical attack that is given by the side of carry, and also it means that forcing something from Grayback Esports to counter the presence coming from Lolita, actually.
Okay, let's see here. Fredrin and Lapu Lapu, two fighters locked in for the Wolves here. So a very clear game plan here, it seems like. With Fredrin, of course, you can pick off, you can gank, but during team fights, Fredrin can be so sustainable as well, can bait resources from the side of Bigetron. Remember, Moskov nowadays usually builds that Corrosion, Scythe, DHS, and Golden Staff build. So going also for that attack speed, similar build towards that carry. So again, both marksmen here, a very similar, I feel like, approach from both teams. We'll see who will get the farm first, but Bigetron will find and take that Terizla to the hands of Fumi Echo.
Yeah, but that Terizla actually, it's quite scary now coming from the side of Bigetron era. They have 2 CC that can be a free hit for the Moskov. But on the other hand, Grayback Esports, they also have these 2 hero that can actually give a CC and counter the team fight here from the side of Bigetron era with the Bravest Fighter, Justice Blade, along with taunting coming from the side of this Fredrin. I think like it's quite gonna be a long battle and a long team fight here. So they need to pick over the mage. The one that is still available so far is actually Lilia, along with Farsha for a bigger AoE. But if it's not that one, Valentina is still available, and it's actually very good for Grayback. Will that be opened by the side of Bigetron era?
That is going to have to wait here. Grayback in the hot seat. What will they limit here? It seems like they might limit their jungler, but no, they will limit the mages as well. So both teams here eliminating the options for that mid lane. It seems like you mentioned about the Valentina. Will Bigetron prioritize that hero? Looking at their composition, I mean, I mean, Valentina might work here because, again, providing a magical burst, taking Bravest Fighter potentially away from that Lapu Lapu as well, copying it might just help them during team fights.
Yeah, for Grayback, I think like Valentina is so much better for them. Well, for Bigetron, I wonder if they're going to be picking over the Guardian or maybe another hero right here, because I still feel like they are the option is still there, but if the Varsha or even the Valentina is no longer available, I don't think like Valentina is good for Bigetron, to be honest. What, without the Varsha? I'm thinking about Guardian. Or even if they want to pick over the Lunox, it's still gonna be very good because actually Bigetron with the Lunox gonna be countering the Lapu along with the Vredrain on their hand.
I mean, we saw Lunox on the gold lane even yesterday's Villa Jave, even though in this scenario it will definitely fill in that mid lane, but we saw what Lunox can do in the Land of Dawn, and that is disgusting. And let's see here, full bans all towards the mages here. Faramis Kadita from side of Grayback, and it's gonna be Savior and as well as Farsa from the side of Bigetron. So Bigetron here with the first move in the second phase, should they lock the mage here just to secure adding that mage? Oh, shadow picking Nana. Are they going to commit to this?
Is this gonna be the Nana pick coming from the side of Bigetron era with the Molina Bleach? Well, Molina's Mooch and the Magic Boomerang. You know what? Nana is so painful, but I never seen it in a tournament before, so I'm still hoping that they're gonna be picking over that one, but I don't think they will be revealing it first. The Cho, I think like Cho is pretty flexible here. They can still put it inside of jungle, but no, Lunox is more makes sense, much more makes sense here. Going against a Lapu Lapu or even going against Vredrain, but yeah, Sicilian is actually still available if they are asking for a late game situation, which is going to be very good with the Sanguine Claw along with the Bat Face here. But Lilia is going to be helping them more in the early team fight. Remember, from Bigetron side, they're definitely going to be aiming for that one in the early stages with the Lunox along with the Lolita. They will be aiming for the early fight. So Lilia is suitable for that.
I agree. I mean, to just negate that early game potential. But going back to the Lunox, I really like that pick. You mentioned how it just counters Lapu Lapu and as well as Fredrin. Remember, Divine Glaive and as well as perhaps potentially Holy Crystal. Imagine Lunox with those two items. Yeah, the tanky members from the side of Grayback will just definitely melt. And take a look at that. Fanny for our opening match. It makes sense, Jave, because little to no CC from the side of Grayback.
This is still morning and they choose to pick over the Vanny here to be played as the hero to go against Team Grayback Esports. Again, it can be two sides of knife here. It can be good for Bigetron era, but also can be bad for them. It's a high risk, high return, because if the Vanny unable to actually take an advantage on the early situation with the steel cable and cut through to the side of Grayback Esports, it's gonna be hard for this Vanny to be counterpack. Remember, I was mentioning keys to victory is actually try to invade their purple or orange buff. Imagine Vanny without the purple buff.
Oh, that's gonna be nasty here. But I like the balance from inside of Bigetron though. I mean, they have the Fanny that can give more space for the Moskov to farm, reach the 3 items power spike just to deal out damage more faster. So we'll see here. Execution wise, will it work? Or will Grayback has a response as we are going to the Land of Dawn for our opening match of the playoffs. It is going to be Bigetron era taking on Grayback Esports.
Yeah, still with us, Goni and Villages here for this first day on the playoffs MWI 2023. Based on the draft so far, Bigetron, they need to put a lot of early situation coming with the Vanny along with the Lunox. Look at the invasion that they tried to make towards Casey. I thought they are going to be the one who were invaded by the side of Grayback, but it's quite hard for Grayback. They really need this Lilia to move around with the Diggy to actually gain something, or maybe pressuring towards Bigetron era. But which lane is the main target? Is it going to be mid lane or what? Because so far Snow is being left out in the mid lane, being forced to even recall here by the presence coming from Chini and Vivian.
Which is not good. Remember, you're a Lilia, you want to play the early game. But take a look at top side. Chell dealing already a lot of damage on towards Yumeko and Violet here, forcing them to retreat. Vival on this Fanny here, perhaps trying to find a cheeky kill towards the composition of Grayback, but no commitments just yet here in the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, Cheney finishing off the Demon Shoes here with the mana regeneration, while KC securing the gold buff in the bottom lane, and the top lane is still pretty secure, but the rotation, this is the moment of rotation coming from the side of Bigetron era. Look at that one, actually Fumi Echo pushing back Shersika, and Vanny is coming, still Cable, Gani, Cutthroat, is that gonna happen?
Oh, no Cutthroat just yet here, still holding on towards that Shersika. Oh my god, the dive comes through, and first blood will fall to the hands of Bigetron era now. Bigetron with that lead, they might take this turtle, but Kessie now, she wants to open this turtle up. It seems like not enough manpower, or woman power rather, to really contest the turtle just yet.
Yep, look at the setup that the Bigetron tried to make here. They tried to push back everyone from Grayback Esports. They tried to put them back on the lane. So if they are aiming for the turtle, I still think that it's gonna be super good. But the difference is coming from the emblem is, the emblem is also really matter here. Kashi is focusing over the Demon Slayer, while FIFA, it's high and dry. Definitely people want to play more early, try to get a kill, try to do more fight, but Shersika in the bottom lane with the Chaos Assault coming from Chini. She is taken down just like that.
Yeah, no threat whatsoever. And take a look at Vival here. That killer instinct is just pulling through for her, as Kessie will be the next casualty here. 3-0. And take a look at Fumieko. We mentioned this earlier, Velaj, the highlighted lane. Can Shersika withstand the power from Fumieko? It seems like sure, with the assist by Cena. And again, 2v1 now. Shersika forcing to use that Bravest Fighter as a defense. Thundo, and as well as Taunt connecting. Fumieko popping that ult. Not enough mana here. The damage, will it be enough? Shersika in trouble in the backside, gets taken down, as now 2 members from the side of Grayback is down.
It's not Vival who shines in this early game. Look how aggressive Cini is. She is just invading everyone, giving so much damage. The Cosmic Vision, the Brilliance of Order, Chaos Assault. Look how much damage they were giving. Fumieko is just opening up the way here, opening up a setup for Cine to get a kill that she wants. The Brilliance of Order for aggressive movement, along with the Chaos Assault, getting the potential for Bigetron era. But Chao, she is just so free on her lane. She's getting everything that she wants, and even the gold gap right now, it's 4 minutes, but it's already 3 to 4,000 gold differences, and it's 30 seconds to the next turtle.
In hindsight, I thought the Fanny will cause problems in the early game. Sure, 1-1-1, but it seems like Cindy on that Lunox actually is causing more problems in the early game now. An invade and the purple buff. Violet gets taken down. Snowy might be next in the chopping block here as Case, but Vival might say otherwise. With the cables finding the kill, and take a look at that. 3 bodies of Grayback is in the Land of Dawn.
And 3 assists for Cini once again with the Starlight Pulse, with the Cosmic Vision and everything. She's cutting the minion wave, try to give some another pressure here to the side of Grayback Esports, and even Vivian. Look how is the rotation that Vivian made. She is not going with a Moskov, but she's going with Cini. The rotation keeps going like that, and Shell is just like very free with the movement that she's doing on the gold lane. I mean, like without an assist in that gold lane, and she can withstand that. 2 pressures coming from Diggy. It's Diggy.
Yeah, that is the problem here, LJ. Diggy, I feel like quite irrelevant in this game, but let's see here. Grayback, can they find a way to turn this game around? Snowy trying to clear the wave in the mid side as well, but take a look at top side. 1v1 hot action. Of course, the neutral objective will be collected by the side of Bigetron era. Take a look at Moskov. Oh, nasty damage already in minute number 5.
Oh my god, one last hit and Shell got it. It's basically solo kill right there, but no man on blast will be another thing here. Time Journey is being popped. Chinny is not going to be forcing things here. Vivian still trying to hold all of the things well for Vival. Vival still focusing over the objective gameplay here, taking care of the buff, trying to get over the turtle, but in the top lane, she is coming with the steel cable and Cutthroat, getting 2 kills. Double kills here for Bigetron era.
Well-timed execution by the assassin there, Vival. Taking 2 and another body to add to that. Fredrin gets taken down in the mid-side. Bigetron era, minute number 6. Already almost at a 10,000 gold lead. That's massive.
10,000. And
Almost.
1 kill only.
Exactly.
1 kill only that is given to the side of Bigetron. Grayback Esports still Cable jumping in with the cutthroat here. Mega kill for Vival. Suddenly it's a mega kill when we were seeing that Vival was getting 1, 1, and 1, right? And it's now another 4 kills in the hand of Bigetron era. It's still 7 minutes game, but they are already taking care 3 objective turrets here in the hand of Bigetron era.
I mean, take a look at Chell already collecting that golden staff here. So again, extra attack speed from that item. And take a look at Chell. She doesn't care. She just wants the objective. Fumieko now taking a lot of heat, forced to use that flicker to escape. Gets taken down though. Violet gets a trade here. 1-for-1. EXP for Roamer. Chell, can she find the kill? Not just yet. It seems like Grayback, they are behind, and no turrets collected here by the side of the Wolves.
Actually, it's a very good trade for the Grayback Esports. They were getting Fumi Echo, and they were on the deficit of gold. So killing 1 member from the side of Bigetron era is gaining a lot for the Grayback Esports. But to recover from this kind of situation, when they are behind of 9,000 gold, it means that they need to handle a lot of stuff, while the level gap is also being too much, like 3 levels gap between people and also the rest of players coming from the side of Grayback Esports. It's another pressure, and look how they are invading and taking the purple buff to the side of Grayback. And I think it's going to be given to the side of this Lunox perhaps, because I think like Shinny really need that one.
Indeed, and it seems like Sini will grab that purple buff as expected, as Lord now is already in the land of Dawn. Grayback Esports with this deficit. Seems like they can't do anything here, Vela J. Bigetron, they are just dominating all 3 lanes, all control, and of course with discipline.
The discipline, non-stop movement here, non-stop pressure. Even the alarm bomb doesn't mean the damage is not there yet. I think like from Grayback, they really need to have something in the hand of Snow, and also for the Yumiko. Yumiko finishing off the golden staff here, another attack speed that can help Yumiko to give damage to the side of Bigetron era. And for Keishi, I think like Keishi should not try to open up a war here. Let Bigetron era being baited to the side of Grayback. They really need to play on the high ground side, since they have Lapu-Lapu and also Lilia. I think like they still can handle the high ground situation.
Okay.
If there is no invasion coming from maybe Lunox or even Fanny.
I mean, we mentioned how Lunox can be deadly when she has that Holy Crystal. And take a look at Sini with that Holy Crystal collected. Flicker play. Fumieko also trying to find the Flicker play. Not good though. She gets taken down as Vival will find the kill on towards Kessie. With the Lord taken care of here. Will they commit? Take a look at Vival. Still playing with the cables there. Low HP. She will have to retreat.
That's the thing. They're still gonna be able to handle the high ground situation, even in exchange of Keishi. I feel like Keishi should not be able, should not force it too far to the side of Bigetron era. But they have no other opener, because it depends who is actually gonna be that one. It's gonna be Shersika or Keishi. So either that 2 will be definitely picked off. Well, for Violet here, despite that she's making over the tank build, but it's not going to be enough with all of the gap of level coming from Bigetron era. So they will need to try to farm, let them farm as much as possible. And Viva, this is going to be a very bad situation.
Okay, Kessie will be the first casualty here. Chaldo, take a look at the damage. Almost gets taken down, but now Sini finds the shutdown as well. 2-for-1 as of now. It seems like Bigetron, they are still pressuring top side. It's going to be the next agenda here. Shersika retreating. Vivian entering that base turret, entering that last base here, trying to find the right opening perhaps, but it is still Bigetron just playing this very disciplined.
Oh, do they have the Radiant Armor? Because the damage coming from Lunox is just extraordinary at this moment. And look at that one. From Bigetron era, they really want to force it. The Numanon's Blast is being opened, but there's no one from the side of Grayback Esports in the middle of that one. Well, Fumieko tried to open up a bit here, tried to open an initiation, but she was doing it for 2 times, and 2 times she was taken care of by the side of Grayback Esports. So I don't think like Bigetron Arrow will try to force it, but Violet actually receiving so much damage, and Fumieko will be choose down again, but still Cable coming from Feeball, and Chell in backline trying to deal a lot of damage while the time journey is being opened. But this is not a good sign from Grayback if they are getting picked up because of the movement coming from Shinny, and Keishi will be taken care of, and the base is the next target for Bigetron era in this first game.
Wow, what a display there from the side of Bigetron era. And it was a dominating game there. Grayback, they need to bounce back. Remember, this is not a best of 1, ladies and gentlemen. It's already a best of 3. So 1-0. The job is not done yet for both teams.
Yeah. But the invasion that is being made by the side of Bigetron era is just super scary. Like the movement coming from Vivian and also Chini. And how independent Shell can be in the side of the gold lane facing 2 heroes directly. I think like from the side of Grayback, they push it too far and try to get a lot of early situation when they were behind. And it's not a good deal to do that, especially with Vanny that can follow up very fast and finish them off. It's really a tough situation, actually.
I mean, in hindsight, right? Composition, little to no crowd control. Sure,
Yeah.
he has that reverse time. Sure, Fredrin can taunt Lapu Lapu, can stun with the bravest fighter. But it's not a sure stun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'm going to stun you.
It's
Can
not
be
targeted
missed.
stun.
It's not a targeted stun, and Bigetron era saw that, yeah, they have little to no crowd control. Let me just pick up the Fanny. I can just wreak havoc to their composition with the cables entering the back lines. And of course, Vival, a very calculated player as well. She just knows when to go in, when to go out. And as a whole, Bigetron era, they moved like a unit in our first game
Yeah.
for the series.
It is. Move like a unit, move very, very disciplined as well. They try to make no mistakes at all. They try to invade the jungle of the opponent in the early stage. Actually, a lot of things that make from the side of Grayback quite overwhelmed with the situation. We thought that Vanny gonna be invading most of the time, but it's not. It's actually Lolita plus Lunox, the slow evac from the Numanon Blast, and then the brilliance of order that is being used as an offensive method, along with the Darkening Chaos to finish off the kills there. So it's actually quite painful, and I don't think like everyone making over the Radiant Armor because it's not really cheap one for facing Shinny, but we will see the item build here for this first game. And yeah, we saw 2 Radiant Armor from the side of Violet and Keishi.
But it seems like it wasn't, it's a little bit too late. Sini
Yeah.
was just too powerful. 908, Sini. We saw Lunox on the gold lane yesterday, but it seems like in the mid lane, Sini is just unstoppable, like we mentioned earlier, with Holy Crystal, with Divine Glaive, and she built that. So magic power, magic penetration, that she has the Genius Wand. So yeah, this Lunox, disgusting. We can see here, it's so evident that the damage that she can give towards the composition is just too much.
It is too much. This is our MVP 908 with 81% kill participation and 808 match GPM. A lot of 8 for Sini today. Okay, but yeah, making over the Clock of Destiny directly to the penetration is actually gonna be earlier damage to the side of this Lunox. The penetration that is going through with the Genius One along with the Divine Glaive is undeniable, and with the Holy Crystal, it's 35% magic power increase, and also the Clock of Destiny for the lower cooldown reduction and also mana pool. So for this Lunox with the Burning Evac coming from Magic Worship, it's nasty. And the way she's using the Starlight Pulse along with the Cosmic Vision in the early stage just to poke the damage towards the opponent, is also like really good. I really like that one.
Also to add to that, do you know why she doesn't build the lightning truncheon? She
What?
instead build the genius wand because she notices that the opponent doesn't build Athena. So no Athena, no magic shield. With genius wand, that magic will penetrate more. That magic power will add more. And that is why she just instantly build that genius wand without like lightning truncheon. And she just goes crazy. So this is the crazy play 2v2 and Sini and Fumia.
Again, Snowy, we were expecting like Snowy to be able to do something for clearing the wave or at least giving the pressure to the side of team Bigetron era, but that is not the case. And even for the Chal, I think like Chal is just like so independent until everyone from this, the side of Bigetron era try to help her on the lane and try to get over the objective gameplay. They are not only seeking for kills. We can see that after they're getting it, they try to get the objective way by taking turrets over turrets. And after getting the Lord, I think like invading into the base to the side of Grayback Esports is just like a better condition.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, they just know, right? The logic, they just know when to commit on towards team fight, commit, picking off the opponent, and of course, they do not forget about the objectives here. Very textbook game plan and a gameplay, which was executed to perfection, it seems like. Bigetron era here with the first match, only 12 minutes around to end the first game.
Yeah, and they're directly going for the base, and that first game belongs to the Bigetron era. Remember, it's still best of 3 series, so Grayback Esports still can go and try to drag this game for game 3 as long as they are preparing for this one. They have like several minutes to actually re-evaluate that they will try to do. This is not a global ban and pick, so I think like a lot of possibility that they will use the repetitive hero that I think like more comfortable for the side of Grayback. If they are confident in certain hero, I think like picking over that one will be a good option.
Now I want to know, it was Grayback on the blue side, right? Early on for game 1. Will they switch sides or not? Because I feel like even from the positions of the team, it will determine how the draft will go. If it's going to be the same blue side, Grayback, they need to somehow find a new plan because they cannot again go for the same. They cannot go for the same route as they did for the first game. Meanwhile, if they switch sides, it's going to be very interesting to see the game plans from both sides. Bigetron should also change their plans here. Usually though, I mean, Bigetron knowing their identity, doesn't matter. Blue side, red side, they will try to wreak havoc in Line of Dawn.
And I think like from Grayback, based on the data that we have, that actually they are playing more assassins rather than fighter or that kind of thing. And I think like more confident with the assassins. Why don't try to compete assassin with assassin? Because I think like Vival, they were showing the potential of an assassin before, but later if they are on the second pick, I think like surprises can be made, just like what you've mentioned. Like we saw the Vanny as a surprises because of they're having the second pick. So later, if they're having a situation while Bigetron having the assassin and they are thinking that they can try to contest it, well, I think like it's still a very good idea. It depends on the situation later. Also, if you want to seek for all of the draft that they made so far, I think like from the side of Grayback Esports, they need someone who actually an initiator. Like the Diggy, it's more defensive kind of way coming from the side of Grayback. I think like initiation hero such as Kufra, maybe Ruby. Ruby was being picked before by Grayback, so I think like it's gonna be a really good idea coming from the side of Grayback.
I mean, to be fair though, right? From the drafts, they did not expect the Fanny pick, right?
Yeah.
So they thought, okay, let's just play safe here against Bigetron. We don't want to do something crazy, so let's just pick up the Diggy, provide cover, adding shield to our teammates. But that pick is actually the downfall for themselves because, okay, Bigetron era, this is a Fanny game. We can exploit that. No crowd control, Diggy can be taken down easily with Fanny, so on that note, let's jump to the Land of Dawn. Not yet for the drafts first. Grayback will still be on the blue side.
Yeah. I expect Bigetron era not to be giving another surprises. Hopefully, Viney directly being banned because they know the movement that is being made by Bigetron Era. But it means that another hero will be left open. It's either Glue 1-1 Yves, Joy, Hayabusa, or Kaja that can be left open. But I still feel like if you're banning over the Vanilla, Link is still going to be available for Vival. And Vival with the Link. Or they're going to be banning a lot of assassins here. It's still a high possibility. I mean, like opening up all of heroes so you can get 3 or 2 of them, it's also going to be very good for the side of Grayback.
That's an interesting scenario, right? I mean, for now, Grayback, it seems like they are just target banning the jungler here from side of Bigetron, but no, it will not be a commit on towards another potential assassin. It's going to be the Kaja instead here. So again, saying a lot of quote-unquote prio heroes are open. So what are you going to ban out? Because carry out here. But no, my god, Bigetron, they opt for a Pharaoh's ban here. So saying, Grayback, you can take your carry again, but we forgot about the Joy. I forgot about the Joy. The Joy will enter the land of Dawn after its absence yesterday.
But it means that the Yves, as a comfortable hero for Bigetron, is still gonna be there. And remember, Yves along with Lolita is a nasty combo that can be used inside of the land of Dawn itself. But they are not focusing on the Yves so far. They are shadow picking over the Vredin, which is also a very good hero that still can be used, and Axby also as a jungler here. But I think if it's a shadow pick in this kind of early stage, it still can go for the jungle from the side of Bigetron Era. But I'm still thinking that Yves is not allowed to be left open. But they just shadow pick Hilda at this moment.
Wow, Fredrin and Hilda. So they again left carry open wide here. These are 2 heroes that can be countered by that carry. Fredrin, Hilda, tanky units. Yeah, carry can just melt them down, and I'm sure Bigetron realized that. So it's just like a bait, right? You don't want to pick up the carry just yet. Let me pick up tanky heroes so you can pick up the carry. And yeah, like you mentioned, perhaps that Yves might come through. So it is going to be 3 tier 0. Wow.
No, they are more picking into the Lolita here. But I feel like the Hilda wants to play super aggressive. With that kind of process, I don't know, picking over Hilda in the early stage, it means that they want to play super aggressive. Is it gonna be Kadita being picked by Bigetron Era? Because I think like if it's Hilda, Fredrin with the Kadita presence coming from Bigetron Era, it's gonna be a lot of pick off happens. But Moskov again, to be sure, going against a carry with same attack speed here coming from Moskov, it's still secure here by Bigetron Era. Now we're coming for the second phase of banning. Are they going to be banning over the mid lane against mid lane? Because that is the case before. Or from the side of Grayback, okay, you haven't picked anything from your EXP, so I'm going to be banning over that.
Okay, let's see here. Again, a very interesting option or choice here from the side of Bigetron. They are really gambling here in the second game with that Hilda pick. We'll see here. Will it come to fruition or not? But Bigetron in second phase, they will opt for that mage. Like you said earlier, Velajave, what will be the approach from the side of Grayback here? Seems like they are now taking their time. But another purple hero will be banned out. Another mage as well. It's going to be the Valentina.
The Lunox is still there, and I think it's going to be super good for Grayback. Well, for Bigetron, I think like going against a Lolita, it's not a really good option if they are picking over the Lunox. But Savior, Yves, Valentina is already gone. What is the last hero that they will ban? And there you go, Lee. I think like this Fredin is still going to be going for the jungle so far, but I'm still not sure about that one. That's why they're still thinking that there's still a chance that Vival gonna be using the surprise moment later.
Yeah, I mean, 3 assassin bans here from the side of Grayback. Says a lot, right? Shadow picking Yusun Shin perhaps here. Again, like you said earlier, Fredrin is a flex pick, but no, Bigetron What will they commit? You mentioned also about Kadira earlier, so we'll see here with the pick-up flame style. Yeah, it will come through here. You said the Fredrin, Hilda, and as well as Kadira.
Yeah.
It's gonna be nasty, but oh my god, Lunox.
Yeah, Lunox will be a very good counter actually going against a Hilda along with Fredrin, but no. If you mention Hanzo is actually being countered by the presence coming from Hilda. Hilda is one of the heroes that can see where is the real body of the Hanzo when they're using the ninjutsu. But they're still picking over the Hanzo, going again with the Lunox, and there is a Hell card. Lancelot is also going to be very good, but Harley also one of the heroes that can see where's the real body of the Hanzo. They really want to counter the presence of this assassin. I like this one. I like this draft better actually, with assassin versus assassin kind of mood.
I feel like Grayback, they got nothing to lose right in this game, so they just want to go all in here. Remember though, Velkhana, Carry and Lunox, a hard counter towards that Fredrin and Hilda. So again, Bigetron, they still need to be careful here. Don't get overzealous if they want a clean 2-0, but it will be Benedetta secured for that last pick.
I cannot wait for this one. I really want to know what is actually going to be happening for the side of Bigetron era, along with the Grayback Esports with all of the heroes that they were having. Yes, I like the Assassin's pick coming from Grayback, but once again, Hanzo is actually being countered by the presence coming from Hilda along with the Kadita, two heroes that can seek, even Benedetta. Hero that can seek where is the real body of the Hanzo itself, so Hanzo really need to be careful. The setup needs to be done by Joy, and also Lolita Joy needs to do the job to actually disturb the presence from Bigetron era, putting and making them using a lot of resources to focus on Joy.
I mean, looking at the draft now, it's quite similar, meaning, again, crowd control-wise, Grayback only the Nunuan Blast, technically, right?
Yeah.
So perhaps Bigetron, they might take that edge as well, as we are going to the Land of Dawn for our second game of the match. Will it be Bigetron taking this clean sweep 2-0, or will Grayback force a Game 3 here in our first opening of the playoffs of the MWI 2023.
It's gonna be super interesting here, but Vivian again with the Hilda opening up a lot of ambush, opening up a lot of way, and they are focusing to take care of presence coming from Hanzo, but Yumiko in the bottom lane with the Oceans Oddity coming from the side of Sydney, just giving a lot of presence, a lot of force here. Well, Vivian just playing around, try to seek the attention coming from Grayback to focus on herself.
Oh my god. Vival will use that retribution to steal the jungle away from Cassie. Take a look at Vivian. We mentioned earlier that Vivian, of course, with that Hilda, will just create a lot of problems for the side of Grayback. Vival, though, with the final blow, will go to the back lines. Cassie will fall. Vival finds the first blood, as now war will still ensue here. Another member comes in. Vivian trying to escape. Gets stunned, though. And it seems like Bigetron era still winning that trade. Taking down Violets as well.
Taking two from the side of Team Grayback is for 3 even, because now Shell is trying. They were finishing off the gold shield turret along with 50% of the turret in the bottom lane. It means they're winning a lot in terms of gold in the bottom side. Well, for Snowy, I think like Snowy receiving quite a lot of damage. And look at that one! Draw waves coming from Destiny and getting a kill again from the side of Bigetron era. But this Shersika still dive around with that Rhythm of Dive, but not for so long. It's been taken care of in the hand of Bigetron era. It's 5-4-0. And Keishi even being invaded by the presence coming from Vival. The level gap is also very interesting in the first 2 minutes. It's 1 level gap coming from the jungle side.
Things are not looking good indeed here for the side of Grayback, as the first neutral objective will be secured by the side of Bigetron era. Outside though, Chell might be in trouble. 3v1. Will she escape? Pop that Inspire as well here. Still quite healthy, but take a look at Hilda at the backside, trying to find flank. Chell now committing onto Snowy. Viviana with a deal. damage dealt there, and Snowy gets taken down. Nasty re-engage.
5 stacks coming from the side of Vivian with 2 kills and also 3 assists here, and might be looking for the stack number 6. They're seeking for another kill or maybe assist. The corset side is done in the hand of Chal. It's 1-0-3, quite different with the previous game. While we see that previous game, Chal is more focused on the laning situation, but the Breath of Ocean, along with the Rock Waves, securing a kill again for Bigetron Era, along with the Clock of Destiny in the hand of Chini.
Oh, and 7 here. Grayback, they need to come up with something. Shursika trying to find the backside here. Will it come to fruition? Not enough damage. Sinida will be the target. Pop that rhythm as well here. Again, not enough damage to take down Cine just yet.
And Chal focusing on the stun right here, going for Yumeko. One last hit maybe, and there you go. That is kill for the hand of Chal, but Chal is going too deep to the side of Grayback Esports and being picked off while Vivian still trying to stick. Where's the real body of the Hanzo? And the Hanzo needs to get back from the ninjas of while there's Snowy in the bottom lane using the Chaos Assault to focus on Fumi Echo, and it's a dive coming from Vipal. Another kill here, 9 for 1 from Bigetron Era side.
Sharp execution there, bot side. Vival securing the kill. Snowy 0-4-0, not a fun game. And now Vivian again, a nuisance towards side of Grayback. Take a look at that damage on towards Violet. It was huge, but of course not enough to take her down just yet. Trusika now opening, face checking here, not a good sign. As Cine finds the Petrify, finds the kill as well. Bigetron, they are at this point just having fun.
Yeah, but she needs quite a lot of damage, and dive coming from KG, getting a shutdown while Vivian still playing inside of the ambush, still seeking for a way here. Where for the turtle, it's already been taken care of in the hand of this Vendetta from Vival, but Fumi Echo receiving too much damage, and the Madden Blast is actually connected to Vivian, but the kill goes on to the side of Grayback Esports by taking down Fumi Echo. It's actually little by little, Grayback Esports tried to scrapping the shutdown, the goal differences to the side of their side.
Yeah, I mean, they found their important kills here. 3 kills and a couple of shutdowns, I believe, and that is just, I feel like, a good start for Grayback to find a comeback. They need to be careful here because Chal, of course, is building up to a massive gold lead. Remember, Moskov, same build, Corrosion, DHS, and Golden Snap. Oh, take a look at the Ripper here. A lot of action, particularly Yumeko gets taken down. And next in the chopping block is going to be Violet here. 2 members down. Shursika finding the trade, but she gets taken down as well.
Yeah, but it's not done yet. Fumi Echo still looking for Snowy here, while Keishi going for a different direction. He will be chased by the presence coming from Chini. Will she use the Ocean Oddity to jump in with the Petrify and also with the Rock Waves? And there you go. Another kill to the side of Bigetron Era. It's 14-4. Yeah, a couple of shutdowns happened before, and it's on the head of Grayback Esports, but the differences is still in 5,000 gold differences. We can see from the replay how is actually the setup coming for. They were actually aiming for Vivian. I don't think it's a really good target coming from the side of Grayback to the side of Bigetron Era. They're more focused to that hero rather than having Chini or maybe even the child that is on the other side of the lane. And it's getting punished one by one. I mean, like, from the side of Bigetron Era, they just gather around to punish them.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Vival here with the final blow, forcing Lunox to use that flicker. Another thing I want to add is Kessie on the Hanzo is using high and dry. It's not too effective, it seems like. Now, they are trying to defend this mid-inner turret. Will they succeed here? Oh my god, the crowd control connects. Violet, low HP, gets taken down with Shursika as Vival will be the trade as 2 for 1 for the side of Bigetron still.
Yeah, they really want to secure over the kill, but it's quite a risky movement. Again, Vival getting picked off. It's another goal to the hand of Grayback Esports, and it's collecting something. They're collecting something. At least that they're getting the kill. They're trying to push down Bigetron Era. But the thing is, despite that they are getting the kill or maybe getting the shutdown, they are unable to play objectively. They are unable to get out from this cage that Bigetron Era made to the side of Grayback. they're forced to only farm from the wave of the minion that is coming from their side, and also maybe a little to the side of orange buff and also purple buff. But they are not allowed to go and cross the river. So it's pretty hard for Grayback to try to turn back the table.
It is going to be hard here. But Grayback here now trying to defend the mid baser. Take a look at the stun on towards Kadita. It was huge. Not enough damage, but I might be wrong. Cindy gets taken out. Oh, the stun was huge on towards Vival. Running for the hills now. Violet might find the kill. No, she gets taken down as Fumi Echo being the sandbag here. As Chell is just free hitting and finding kill everywhere.
Suddenly, with ultimate coming from Shells, he's securing another kill right there to the side of Grayback Esports. The wave is coming, is in the middle lane, but Keishi again tried to chase down Chell, but that is the advantage having the Moscow. Like, you dodge it pretty easily. A lot of dashes can happen by this Moscow. 6, 1, and 7 in the hand of this Moscow with a very constant attack speed here.
Yeah, I mean, again, she is building towards a Corrosion Golden Staff DHS build. It's going to be nasty. The attack speed, take a look at that. Bigetron, they are now ready for a fight. Chell dealing a lot of damage on towards Violet. Will it be enough? Final blow on towards the backside here. Not just finding the right target, but take a look at Yumeko actually feeding. Gets one, gets taken down as well though. Shursika might be next on the chopping block here, trying to escape. Will she make it out alive? The answer is yes.
Yeah, but
never
Jenny
mind.
coming from up front with the Ocean's Oddity, and Vivian just secured the kill here. Well, for the Hanzo, he's still on the base, but trying to clear the wave as much as possible. But Fumi Echo almost getting down, but the damage coming! And the pull-up from Bigetron era punishing Snowy once again.
Now, Bigetron, they might look for the end here as 2 members are taken down, but now it seems like they are looking for that Lord here. So it is going to be a reset, but Vivian here, sneaky. Vivian is trying to find perhaps a kill, opening up the map as well. Let's see, will the fight ensue? Vivaldo quite low. She needs to be careful here. Vivian taking a lot of damage. And in the backside, Chursika trying to find a kill. Not able to, as Moskov secures that kill. Fumieko will be the trade though.
But it's not over. Violet is also being taken care of. It's got to be a maniac here for the hand of Chell. And I think they're still looking for the Savage right here. But City got the kill, and it's a clear team wipe up here from the side of Bigetron era to Grayback Esports. I think with the catapult in the mid lane right now, they will try to end the game right now. Base is open, no one. Shershika is back, but I don't think Shershika able to stop the movement from Bigetron era, and it's 2-0 for Bigetron.
2-0, very, very clean both games. And Bigetron era finding the Maniac again. Yesterday it was GPX with the Savage. Bigetron. Oh, so close. Because Cine steals it away there. But man, what a game. Both games was a splendid display from both teams here. But it is going to be Bigetron winning the fight, winning the match, as the Wolves will be confirmed. They will be eliminated.
Yeah. They will be eliminated for this one, but Moskov Kadita, I think like these 2 heroes that is being picked by Bigetron is actually the one that making it quite hard for Grayback to do something regarding that one. The carry actually doing really and plenty of damage with the same kind of attack speed with Moskov. Different kind of items though. I think like it's 3,000 lower from the side of carry in terms of gold, but Hilda is also invading a lot to the side of Grayback Esports. Grayback Esports overwhelmed with all of the pressure, all of the movement from the side of Bigetron era. That is non-stop movement coming from the early to the end of the game. It's just like very surprises. I thought that they were picking over maybe Lancelot or maybe Hellcard, maybe another kind of assassin's kind of hero. Hanzo with the presence coming from the Hilda along with the the Hilda along with the Kadita is also already too risky.
It was a little bit it was a gamble.
Yeah,
again.
It is.
But I do feel like Bigetron also took a gamble with that Hilda first pick.
Yeah.
Was huge.
Letting go a lot of hero, right?
Letting go carry. and respond. And of course, Grayback responds with a Lunox pick as well. That is just a hard counter, but it seems like Bigetron era, they managed to have control of the early game, which of course made Carry and Lunox hard to farm. When they don't get the items, they will not deal damage. And of course, Bigetron, they understood that assignment. They executed to perfection as well. And it was, again, a very dominant showing in that match.
Yeah, it is a complete dominance showing from Bigetron era. Grayback Esports, nice try. Good luck for the next tournament or anything that you will do. Please still try to do better next. But we will see the item build here from both of the sides from the second game, definitely. Yeah, the gap of the gold is actually pretty huge here from Yumeko along with Chao. It's almost 3,000. It's almost the same, identical item with the golden staff along with this corset side. Wind of Nature respecting the damage given by Chao because how free she is. And Haas Cloud. Because a lot of dives coming, especially for Keishi, that is chasing and targeting Chao. Chao is making over that one to play more safe. But Sersica actually dealing a lot of damage with the Genius one along with going 2 ones.
And take a look at Simi here. Again, no Lightning Truncheon, and she realizes that, no Athena, they are ahead economically. So, Clock of Destiny, indeed, immediately towards that Genius one with that Holy Crystal as well. So, she understands the damage output that she can bring to the table, and she just immediately used that fact. Chao will be the MVP.
The sister here for the second game. Chao with 10-2 and 9 with 65.5 kill participation and 118 GPM as a gold laner with a almost full item. I think like for the last item, it still can go for the Berserker's Fury or even going for the Blade of Despair here with the Demon Hunter's Sword, Corset side, Golden Staff along with Haskell, and also the Inspire that actually inspiring a lot of players out there to be as good as Chao here.
Oh, inspiring a lot of players indeed. And yeah, this is going to be the item standard for Moskov in today's patches because Corrosion, the HS Golden Staff with that Haskell just adds more attack speed, adds more sustainability as well. And Chao displayed a very good Moskov in both games. Highlights though, it's just even from the early game, the first bloods was on towards Kessie, so not a good foundation to build upon.
Yeah, the pressure's coming from the Hadita to actually getting the first movement here into the gold lane, even before getting the kill. It's just like giving so much pressure, and 4 of them sticking 4-1 movement here, for going for the gold lane, invading the movement to the side of Team Grayback, and how they invade. Again, it's 4-1 condition. It depends. Is it Fumiako, Vival, or even going for the Chal here? But 4 of them always stick and try to force the war to the side of Team Grayback, and Grayback overwhelmed with all of the things. Actually, Vival playing quite a risky condition because Yumeko with Lunox, just like what you've mentioned, dealing tons of damage to actually stop the movement of some player that is diving to the side of backline of Grayback Esports. But the setup, once again, I don't really see a very good setup that is being made by the side of Grayback because they are depending once again to the Madam Blast by this Lolita. But the Shell is just like very free with the tank coming from the Fumi Echo. She's just like, she can do anything that she wants to. And at this moment, actually it's very interesting because they are giving, Vivo was not getting any kind of buff. The orange and also the purple, it was given to the Shell already because Vivo wants to let this Shell, this Moskov, to be the lead right now. So Vivo will just like help as the assist there, and letting the Moskov to give all of the movement and also movement to the side of Grayback.
Yeah, I mean that replay itself just gives me because it was almost a savage for Shell, but Sini, party pooper it seems like. But man, a very, very strong showing by the side of Bigetron era. Very solid opening here. But I can't wait now for our second match, which will start later though. Today, playoffs we will have a call here, it seems like.
Oh, we will have the interview with the winner from each match. So we will be waiting who is actually going to be we interview for. But if it's Gel, I will definitely ask the question that you were asking.
How do you feel?
How do you feel to have the Savage stolen by your own sister? By your own sister?
Yeah.
In that particular moment when you almost got it, you get your Maniac by yourself, but the Savage is like, but never enough.
Because yesterday, GPX got a Savage. They might just, tie that record today. But yeah, I mean, they just have to be satisfied with that Maniac, I guess.
The Maniac, yeah.
But okay, first match, it was, what do you think? Wow. Any final thoughts for our opening match here?
I think like Bigetron is revealing, how strong they are using the Assassin's movement and how they are going to be using the movement coming from themselves, but not showing a lot of heroes in the hand of Gel, not a lot of cards showing. It's Moscow all games, right? And they are having different kind of gameplay, despite its 4-1 formation. It's 4-1 formation, but different kind of gameplay, like how they are letting the gold lane to focus on themselves and focusing on Chini, not Chal as the carry, not Vival as the main damage dealer or main initiator on that situation, how they are having a lot of positioning coming from Vivian. So they're not revealing a lot, but they are showing different kind of gameplay that can be learned by the other teams who is going to be facing Bigetron era next. So it's very good things to be learned from.
I agree. I mean, both teams, of course, from the side of Bigetron and most definitely from the side of Grayback, they will learn a lot here in this experience, in this tournament. So keep working on that. Keep improving, of course. Don't worries. And as for the next match, in case you are curious, this is going to be the next match. It is going to be Risk Velkhana taking on Impunity Starlets. Team from Cambodia here needs to, fight against a team, the Philippines. But oh my lord, it is going to be...
We don't think we will be having the interview here, so I think we will just jump later to the next match. But before we are jumping to the next match, we will take a short break. So for anyone, don't go anywhere, please stay tuned, because MWR 2023 will be back with Goni and Village.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, the final call to flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah, Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second Mlbb Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series Mlbb Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the Mlbb Esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke. Didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E4T, Connectivity for a Better Life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second Mlbb Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series Mlbb Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the Mlbb esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi, melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi, membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul, sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second Mlbb Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series Mlbb Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the Mlbb esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
representing their own country for Philippines and Cambodia. Here, Risk Velkhana versus Impunity Starlets will here to prove who is actually going to be winning this one. Back to MWI 2023 with me, Mlbb, and also Goni for this second match of Best of 3 series, Goni.
It's going to be very exciting. It's going to be very intense as well, especially after witnessing the first match, our opening match. Bigetron Era taking the dub 2-0 against Grayback Esports, sending the Singaporean team home, eliminating them. We'll see here what will Risk Velkhana and Impunity Starlets actually do for our second match.
Yeah, with different kind of gameplay that can be shown here from Impunity along with Risk Velkhana. Impunity with variety of gameplay and game plan that they can do, back their potential and also team fight potential. I do like how they're having their own draft before. Well, for the Risk Velkhana, so far they really need to improve on how is the decision making inside of the game. A lot of things to be re-evaluate and elevate inside of mechanic, in terms of mechanic or also strategy here. So we will witness later. Best of 3 series, it's different with best of 1 inside of the playoffs right now. Remember, whoever wins will proceed in the next stage, and whoever not will be eliminated inside of MWI 2023.
Everything is at stake here, Mlbb, and of course, let's talk about Risk Velkhana and Impunity Starlets. Risk Velkhana, a team from the Philippines. They have experience.
They do.
If we're talking about individuality, but if we're taking a look at the Impunity Starlets, I mean, a lot of familiar names. I see Hannah, I see Zana as well. Those are just players that has been around the lady scene for quite a while, especially repping for that Cambodia team.
Yeah, it is. Risk Velkhana having so much potential here. Even Rain here. I think like from Risk Velkhana here, not only Rain but Taro that actually giving a lot of potential inside of the gold lane. I really want to know what kind of things that she will be proving today. But before we're jumping more into the Risk Velkhana versus Impunity, we will show you guys all today's schedule. We already witnessed the Bigetron Era versus Grayback Esports 2-0 clean discipline coming from Bigetron Era side. Well, for this one, is it going to be 2-0 or is it going to be 3 games? And who is actually going to be winning for this one? Filipinos, Cambodians, please spam your comments. They need your support. They here to prove who is actually gonna be going for the next one. But for the third match, we will be having another Filipino teams here. Mlbb Empress going with MDH Phoenix from Vietnam. And for the last match, we will be having another Indonesian here, GPX Basreng, along with ZEG or Zero Esports Gaming from Malaysia.
Yeah, we'll have to see here how it will pan out, because Risk Velkhana yesterday he showed a very strong performance, only losing to one team, and that is GPX. So will they bring the same heat? It seems like it was yesterday 2 goddesses, but now they add another goddess. 3 goddesses in the lineup. Rain God coming into the fray, as well as Shang. Of course, Taro, Veen God, Benny God, and as well as Jewel God.
Yeah, the goddess here, they want to prove that they are gonna be trying to get all of the points possibly taken by them. And again, watch out for Taro. I think like she's one of the player that need to be counted for, along with Rain. I think like Rain have this veteran experience that I do feel like it's one of the advantage as well for the pressure inside of international stage. But this is going to be team lineup coming from Impunity Starlets, Hana, Moshi, Zana, Yui, and also V here. Am I playing? I am playing, right?
Is it V or Uwe?
I think it's gonna be Yui.
Yeah, I think it's Uwe. But while we're confirming,
wait, yeah.
Yui.
I thought it's V that is playing, but Yui here.
Yeah.
So in terms of team Risk Velkhana, we have 3 goddesses, just like what you've mentioned. But I think there's no change in much inside in terms of the role prediction here inside of the roles from their side, right, Gani? There's not much of change happen inside of Risk Velkhana.
Yeah.
Again, Shang, Taro, both of them playing for the sides. And I think like it's just like a very strong movement coming from both of the players, right?
It is going to be very interesting to watch Taro going up against Zana in that gold lane because, again, both gold laners here. Zana, a shaky start, but I could say Impunity Starlets, well done, right? Zana, day one, played rather splendidly, but of course, Taro stole my heart yesterday. She was just unstoppable in finding the right targets, finding the right timing as well to go in and deal that damage. Now, let's take a look at the head-to-head. It's quite not a landslide, but even, I could say, still, with Velkhana winning the departments.
Yeah, they're winning in terms of most of the things side of the objectives rate. I think like Impunity Starlets like to play more objectively in terms of the turtle along with the turret compared to the Velkhana that we always seeking for a first blood first or engagement to get something, to get some movement in terms of the war from Velkhana. They are maximizing the potential of heroes because they were using Lapu-Lapu quite a lot and also using the heroes that always have the ability to have early aggressive movement. But yeah, coming from the Impunity Starlets, the team is only like being, I think like it was getting together for December 2021. So they were playing their first debut here from Hana, Yuishi, is Moshi here is like in the early stage of 2022. So it's 1 year. They're adding up new player. And they are having that experience before. So I think like they can have this kind of maybe movement or maybe adapting a lot of things from the previous MWI to be proved here. But talent prediction, once again. Ooh, for this one, Chris Velkhana going against for Impunity Starlets. I do feel like it's quite 50-50 from both of the sides.
Who do you think, Jay? I personally feel like, you know what?
I think it's going to be Impunity Starlets.
Wow, okay.
They still have the chance to do so if they're maximizing the potential of early aggressive movement coming from the Impunity Starlets.
You know what? Okay, you go Impunity. I'm going to put my money on Risk Velkhana here because Risk Velkhana yesterday, they only lost against GPX, which they won the other three. So personally, I feel like they have already a better understanding in their game plan, their drafts, because again, seeing their performance, I personally feel that they already got the oomph. You know, they got the jam, they got the rhythm. All they need to do is just stay consistent, which I'm hoping that they will show in the playoff stage. But on that note, let's take a look at the keys to victory for Risk Velkhana.
Yeah, for Risk Velkhana, they need to really utilize their versatility. I mean, like the heroes, you were mentioning this one, right? How Risk Velkhana is actually having a lot of things on their head, and they really need to sabotage Zana's early game. They really need to do that because I think like Zana is also very good in the laning situation and also early movement. And also for Risk Velkhana, actually, the final resources to Taro, and protect her. Yeah, I do believe that Taro really one of the fundamental damage dealer heroes coming from Risk Velkhana. But it's also can be keys to a victory for the side of Impunity Starlets, you know. They can just try to invade Taro later.
Let's see. But I do want to add here, rotation is going to be very key here. Risk Velkhana, they like to play around the early game as well. If they can grab that early game, 80%, 75%, they can close the game. But let's see here, Impunity Starlets, what they need to do to perhaps beat Risk Velkhana. They need to play safe early game.
Yeah.
A different play style here. Why? Because like I mentioned earlier, Risk Velkhana, they like to play it early on, aggressive very early. So Impunity, they need to counter that by playing safe, picking their battles, picking their fights, drafting rather, you know, overall balance so that they can deal the early game and deal out damage in that late game as well.
Yeah, and also don't forget invading Taro, disrupt her farming, disrupt her movement is also going to be a very good keys to victory for Impunity Starlets. I don't know what is actually going to happen. We don't know what is going to be the result, but I really want to see their best for this. We really want to see their best. Again, They will be playing for the first international event for the ladies scene here in Jakarta later on if they are proceeding to the next stage. So we are really expecting the best thing to be proof here to prove inside of MWI 2023 and this 23, and this is match versus between these two teams. They will be competing inside of their best of 3 series, so a lot of heroes, a lot of possibility strategy to be proved here.
Wow, take a look at the mages there. Rain God and Hannah actually both at 80% around a kill participation. So impactful here. 2 impactful mid laners. Will we see it again in this current match, or will we see the other vulture? Let's see now, as we are going to enter the drafts between Velkhana and as well as Impunity Starlets. Velkhana now will have the first pick. We'll have the blue side. They will opt for that Eve ban here, it seems like Impunity. Velkhana.
It is very unique that we see that actually the Eve is being banned from the side of the first pick. Usually from the blue side, they were going to be banning over the Joy, banning over the maybe another kind of hero that they really don't want the opponent to take on because they don't want to use it. But banning over that one, I think like they kind of respecting Impunity, just like what I've mentioned before. Like Impunity really love to have different kind of gameplay. I've seen them playing with the Astas. I've seen them playing with the Lilia. I've seen it with pick-off combination. So teamfight combination, pick-off combination, and also split push combination. I've seen it from the side of Impunity Starlets through all the year. And I think it's also one of the strongest point coming from Impunity Starlets. Where for the side of Velkhana here, after they see that there is one that is being banned from Impunity, what is their reaction over this? Are they gonna be trying to focus on banning another kind of hero, such as Hayabusa, or maybe banning the Fredrin if they don't want it to be, they don't want to prioritize that one? It's still a huge possibility, but if it's not Joy, it's still a very viable answer to be eliminated if they want to.
Oh, it seems like it will be that glue instead here, Velkhana. So they are taking their time. Remember, they took a while there to ban out a hero, so perhaps they are trying to think multiple scenarios here. What heroes are they going to prioritize for the first pick? Impunity here, what will they ban out? Because a lot of prior heroes still up in the air. They might go for that carry ban, or perhaps if they want to go crazy, Kaja ban might also be
the answer.
The answer for the side of Impunity.
I don't agree with that one, but banning over the purple hero in the first pick is I still thinking about that one. What kind of things that they are preparing with this kind of strategy on their side? But banning over the carry, so 2 marksmen from the side of Impunity already eliminated. For Velkhana, once again, they still have the Hayabusa, Kaja, Joy that is left open. They are aiming for that one. If they're betting into another kind of hero, like maybe Hayabusa or even the Kaja, it means that one of them will be left open and they will have the advantage to take over that one. But Lolita and also Fredrin is just like a very popular into the second pick, and there you go.
Yeah, there you go. Fredrin ban comes through here. Velkhana is saying no to Fredrin. We don't want to play Fredrin, and we don't want to face against Fredrin. Impunity, what are they going to ban last year? Because it seems like all prio heroes are banned, except Joy. So that should be I think Joy should be more prio than Kaja.
I think so. Unless they really want to open both of them. I'm still curious. What are the things that they are preparing for this? But Impunity, are they really want to let the Joy open? No, it's not. Gani, my wish is not come true.
Yeah, no, they do not want to take the gamble. Even though this is just the first game, Velkhana, I was about to call you Velkhana for some reason. Maria Joy banned out here. Risk Velkhana with the first pick. What are they going to go for? A solid EXP. Makes sense. Why? Because it seems like all prio hero has been banned out. Of course, Kaja, not really prio, but what they are saying is Velkhana, they want to secure a hero that is solid. Lapu Lapu, a very good 1v1. After level 4, Bravest Fighter, a very good utility ult as well. Can deal damage, can withstand the lane. So Velkhana is saying yes to Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, I mean, if we can see that actually Velkhana, most of the time, they are gonna be using Lapu Lapu. That's the case. They are always using the Lapu Lapu in winning condition. I think like it's like more into the comfort hero along with the condition hero that they always pick on. But Martis along with Valentina, I didn't see it coming because Martis is no longer a priority. I was thinking about Lolita or maybe even Varsha or maybe even a marksman to be picked on the side of Impunity. But no, we want these purple heroes to be on our hand and we want to play aggressively. But from the side of Velkhana, they answered with Hayabusa along with Beatrix Connie.
Again, Velkhana here, they like to play the early game Lapu Lapu after level 4. Very strong hero to secure the turtle. Hayabusa, as we all know, assassin, early game oriented, but against a comp such as Martis and as well as a Valentina, that is going to be tricky because taking on neutral objectives against Martis can be annoying. Remember that Mortal Coil also deals crowd control as well, and that needs to be managed by that Hayabusa. But take a look at Impunity. Potentially adding another fighter in that Yuzong. 1v1 against Lapu Lapu, a very solid pick as well.
Yep.
Can withstand the damage, and during team fights, that Black Dragon form can cause chaos towards the backside, and in this case, it's going to be that Beatrix.
Yep, the Beatrix will be the main target perhaps from the Yuzong side. 3 purple hero from the side of Impunity so far, and Hayabusa facing these 2 CC, including maybe the Valentina later that might steal the Bravest Fighter as the utility mid lane here. But Kaja that is being eliminated, they're still lacking in terms of the roamer. If they are aiming for the Atlas, I think like Atlas still very good idea for the Velkhana. While for the side of Impunity, I think like if they want to play with aggressive movement, they really need another CC that can help them on. Without the Lolita, I think like the options is like a little bit smaller rather than before, but they also need someone who actually can jump to the backline. Do you have any idea? Who do you think is it gonna be?
Atlas can come through. Actually, jump to the back lines, adding crowd control here. I do like Atlas actually to the side of Impunity because somehow it makes sense, right? Valentina, of course, will deal out that magic burst. Yeah, exactly. Signaling an Atlas pick here with that Digi ban from side of Impunity. Will Velkhana respond though? There you go. The Digi ban and as well as Atlas ban will come through.
Oh yeah, there's a Ruby still that is on the pool to be picked by the side of Romer if they're aiming for that one. But if it's not, I think like they still can go for the Matilda maybe to chase down the Hayabusa with the guiding wind along with the circling eagle. If it's not, I think like if they want to pick over the marksman first, it's gonna be super good like Brody to counteract the position coming from the Hayabusa. If they are diving in, this is still a Shadow Strike coming from Brody and also the Turnpad memory that can burst on this Beatrix itself, and also very good for the landing phase situation between Brody and Beatrix itself. So it might be the case, but also might be they're picking over the roamer first.
Okay, the roamer first here makes sense as well. Adding more crowd control, adding suppression in your composition. That's going to be nasty because that Hayabusa can be slick. But speaking of crowd control, Velkhana has their own game plan with that arrow, with that Jekundo, and with Dragon. It's going to be crowd control heavy as well.
And very early situation here with the Abyssal Arrow, Abyssal Trap, and the shift that can be done by the Selena to play super early to the side of Impunity, along with the show that can help to clear the wave of the minion very fast, because that's the problem coming from the Selena, right? Clearing wave minion is not the priority for the Selena because it's not easy for Selena to do so, but with the help coming from the show, I think like it's gonna be easier from the side of the mid lane. But last pick here from Impunity, I was thinking like if they are not picking too much CC, they can go for the Harriet, right?
Yeah, or even Lunox gold lane, why not?
Yeah.
But okay, Claude gold lane here. First Claude in the playoffs here. Villa Jave. So it is going to be very interesting to see the emblem. If I see Claude, I want to see the emblem. Is it going to be Avarice or is it going to be Assassin emblem here? Different playstyle, but let's see here. That is going to be the 10 heroes that will enter Land of Dawn.
Yeah. Because due to this, a lot of CC, I think like it's gonna be pretty hard situation. I thought it's gonna be like a Brody, but they're picking over the Cloud. They really want to take it over the late game. But is it gonna be that easy? You know that actually Cloud facing this Way of Dragon, facing this Selena, are they gonna be respecting it with that Purify, or is it gonna be a Cloud using the Aegis? It's a question for me, because if it's a Purify, how this Cloud will survive from all of the dive dive potential coming from the Risk Velkhana. While for the side of Impunity here, I think like Risk Velkhana, they are gonna be able to play quite early to try to punish them, Connie.
Yeah. So let's see here the execution, play style, and of course draft has been set. Land of Dawn, here we go for our second match of the day. Game 1 between Impunity Starlets and as well as Risk Velkhana. Who will grab game 1? As of course, I want to see the emblems, please. And there you go, the emblems. Zana will play Avarice, okay. Impurage Selena, interesting.
Impurage Selena, and also the Sprain Cloud here coming from the side of Impunity Starlets. No Purify, no nothing, only Flicker, 1 Petrify, 1 Sprint, and Retribution obviously. Well, for the side of Risk Velkhana, going for 4 Flicker and high and dry to the hand of Vingod right here. But in the mid lane, we are seeing that actually Javelgod getting a lot of damage from the side of Impunity Starlets, but not committing a lot right there.
Okay, we can see here already early trades, but with this Avarice actually, Villa Jave, Zana will stay in his or in her lane more often because to just maximize on that gold addition from that emblem. So we are not going to see rotation coming from Zana to the mid side early on especially, but after Golden Staff, after the HS, that's going to be a different story.
Yeah, it is going to be, that is a power spike coming after having the Demon Hunter Sword along with the Golden Staff right there. But yeah, here with this, I think like UA doing a really great job here by opening up a lot of ambush using the Iron Hook right there. So I think like it's one of the potential that Impunity Starlets have, but in Risk Velkhana, a lot of revealing with the vision, but Abyssal Arrow connecting right there will be bursting UA down, and it's a first blood in the hand of Hayabusa.
A very clean kill by Vingod there, finding the kill on towards Uwe. A roamer, but of course they will take the kill. Take a look at the arrow connecting on towards Moshi there. Pop that Furious Dive as a defensive maneuver. But take a look at the Shadow Kill in towards the backside. Hannah will still survive. What the heck? That flicker was just so clutch.
Oh, but again, the Abyssal Arrow connected while Moshi doing a little bit of Dragon Tail right here. Stealing some life steal to the side of Risk Velkhana. They still aim to get over the turtle. It's quite risky. Abyssal Arrow unable to do anything. They push them back, but the turtle is sad for Risk Velkhana. Very good early condition here. 1 kill, 1 turtle. They are playing objectively, just like what we talked before. They have the very good potential to play objectively rather than coming from Impunity Starlets. And from Impunity Starlets, I think counter initiation is going to be a very good idea rather than trying to force and try to open up to Risk Velkhana, because they are always having the chances to open up the war here by having the Abyssal Arrow along with the Way of Dragon.
Yeah, so let's see here again, early game as predicted. Oh my god, a gank their top side. Claude is the casualty. We have Dragon on towards the turret though, so it will not be committed, but Jewel God is still actively trying to find a play here. Flickers away as Impunity Starlets is already ready for a team fight top side. So it seems like Risk Velkhana will go for the disengage, playing this rather safely.
Yeah, I thought that they will open up the Way of Dragon towards Jowl just now, but it's not the target. It seems coming from the side of Impunity Starlets. Abyssal Arrow opening up a vision right here, but there's no follow-up because it's not connected to the side of Impunity Starlets. The gold difference is already showing the potential coming from Risk Velkhana. They are leading by 1.5 to 2,000 gold net worth right here, but we we're seeing Shang try to run away with the Bravest Fighter connected to 3 members to Impunity Starlets, but the Way of Dragon focus of Sang, and there you go, facing 3 heroes and being taken down.
Oh, top side though. You can see here action on towards Zana again. Popping that sprint as a defensive maneuver, but not enough space to escape. It is still going to be Velkhana taking the claw down in the early game, 0-0. Not a fun stat. Velkhana here managed to find a 2,000 gold lead almost in the first 4 minutes of the game. That can be the good foundation. We talked about how good early game Velkhana is usually good, but yeah, it seems like it's clear now. Evidently, Impunity struggling to find the equalizer. Oh my god, the Abyssal Arrow connects, Jet Kundo connects on towards the Way of Dragon. Not enough damage though. Hana will flicker away, but the Shadow Kill will confirm the kill. Now, Moshi trying to find something, gets Rain God in the river, but not much else. I might be wrong. Suppression comes through, Jewel God, it gets taken down.
Oh, but the double kill that is being secured by this usual one top lane. It seems like Taro was doing a solo kill towards Zana. Zana just finishing off the Demon Hunter's word here. While for the side of Impunity, despite that they are losing a lot in terms of the gold lane, but they're still trying to scrap something by objectively. They are taking the turtle here, the first turtle on their side. So it's 1-for-1 right now. Still 2,000 lead from the side of Velkhana. They're having a lot of upper hand here. It seems like the Beatrix working really well. And it's like pushing the Cloud to not having a lot of gold.
Oh, Yui here in a awkward positioning here. Taking a lot of damage with the Mortal Coil. Will able to retreat though. Where's Velkhana now with a smart disengage as well? Do not want to overcommit that one because Impunity started top side. There are 4 members now. Will they be able to defend the top side? My answer is just retreat, just go back here, just let that turret go. But Uwe gets caught there with that Shadow Kill plus that Beatrix to secure the kill.
I don't think I see a lot of Bloody Hunt being popped, but Javelga being Weight of Dragon right here by the presence coming from Valentina, and Hana will be picked off by the damage given with that Shuriken from Hayabusa. Again, Mortal Coil, it's not there yet by Yui, and receiving quite a lot of damage by the Abyssal Arrow connected by Selena, but Javelga will be committing towards Yui, and Yui is done. Iron Hook connected to Javelga, but there is no other follow-up damage. Even Yui will be able to take him down. No, it's not. She's able to retreat from that kind of condition.
Still able to retreat without Flicker as well. Let's take a look at the situation here. 8-3 total kills. Velkhana is leading in gold also, almost 5,000. Of course, what this says, they are going to deal a lot of damage. But take a look at the arrow. Hana is going to be next for that casualty board. My goodness, Rain God cannot miss this match.
Yeah, it is just so good with the Abyssal Trap to actually having another vision here. Even though the jungle of the Impunity Starlets and another turtle on the hand of Velkhana, they definitely want to do a war right now because they are on the upper hand with the adding the shield added after taking over the turtle. Again, the Abyssal Arrow is just like everywhere. They're spamming the Abyssal Arrow. If it's connected, they will follow it up quite fast. Well, for the side of Impunity Starlets, every Iron Hook that is open, it's not really connected to the side of Velkhana, and I haven't seen a Bloody Hunt being popped here. So I think like they're very choosy over the heroes that they can pick inside of the game. Well, maybe because the Velkhana always retreating very fast after seeing resources being used by Impunity Starlets.
I mean, I was quite concerned with the Hayabusa actually, with that high and dry. But it seems like with a 301 stat, man, they proved me wrong. We have Dragon connecting on towards Moshi. It is going to be a confirmed kill for Taro top side. And to add to that, they might actually take a turret as well. Oh, the mid side, they are in trouble here. Unity will just take the turret.
The turret has been taken down by Impunity, but will they be able to hold all of the damage that is given by Velkhana? We have Dragon focusing on Taro. Will she be able to be shot down? But it's not. Oh, the decimation coming. Those blasting the wind from the cloud here, helping Yui to get the double kill, but the shadow kill is already being used. It's Yui. It's pretty low. Shang really want to retreat, and they are losing 2 heroes from the side of Risk Velkhana.
Wow, what an exchange there. Risk Velkhana, though, they lost that trade 2-for-1. Hannah being the only casualty, a very good movement. Also initiated by this girl, Hannah 044. An okay stat, but his impact or her impact with stealing that Wave Dragon, finding the right target as well. A very good performance overall. Now, this is going to be the very crucial moments here because the First Lord has spawned here.
Yep, but look at the movement coming from this Hayabusa, focusing over Zana. I think Zana really needs to go for the win of nature, but oh, Mortal Coil is gone to the side of Jewel God, but Moshi is coming with the Black Form Dragon. We really want to chase down this show, still using the Shunpo along with the Jet Kunadu to survive. Bravest Fighter in exchange to put everyone back from Impunity Starlets. Still a very good situation for Risk Velkhana. They're not losing anyone. They still can go for another setup, despite that Impunity Starlet seems like they are the one who tried to open and giving a good setup for Yui inside of the Lord Pit.
It's not a fun game for Zana at all here, sitting at a 0-4-2. I wonder what her farm is looking like. DHS already secure. Perhaps Golden Staff should come through secure. Okay, so perhaps Wind of Nature should be her next item. Now, it seems like going to be slow tempo. Jewel God, though, saying no with Dragon connecting on towards Yui. Take a look at the backside. Iron Hook connecting on towards Jewel God. What a response they're finding. The response and take Jewel God down.
In the moment of Lord, I don't think it's a very good idea to lose a member from Risk Velkhana, despite they still have a lot of chances to do a lot of stuff here. Knock up by the Lord, but the Abyssal Arrow is not connected to Impunity Starlets. They really want to contest with the Retribution, but Black Dragon form is already being formed and goes to the side of Risk Velkhana, but Impunity Starlets able to secure the Lord, the First Lord, giving a catch-up rate for the side of Impunity.
A very good zone there by the side of Moshi with that Yuzong using that Black Dragon form not to engage a fight. It was actually just to zone out the risk members here to not enter the Lord's area here. Very comfortable Lord, but it seems like Risk Velkhana still comfortably managed Lord. They will take out tier 1s here, bot side. But it seems like nothing much, only the turrets.
Only the turrets right here. Abyssal Arrow not connected again, but Hana actually receiving quite a lot of damage from the Shadow Kill on the Hayabusa. Is it the time that Hayabusa is quite fall down? Because it's already 12 minutes, and I think like Impunity right now gaining some gold to be more tankier rather than before. And I think it's also because Zana finishing up 2 power spike items in the hand of Cloud that is going for the Wind of Nature, that giving so much chances for the side of Impunity to try to drag this game to the late game situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they are looking for. I mean, earlier, oh my god, top side, suppression comes through, and it will be Vinegar gets taken down. Will they find a response here? Desperately, no is going to be the answer. Risk Velkhana caught out. What the heck? Impunity, they are trying to pull out the gas now. They are looking for top side. No commitment just yet, though. They are looking for that smart Iron Hook. Seems like Uwe still patiently waiting for the right timing.
Mortal Coil will be used right here. They're still focusing over the purple bus. They don't want the Hayabusa to have it, but Jewel God will be focused after the Abyssal Arrow connected to Zana once again. Zana really needs that Athena shield, but Black Dragon Form is already being used here, chasing over the backline, chasing over Rain God. Lot with the Shang and Taro. They're being pushed back, but Vingard is back again to the land of down. So it's 1-for-1 in the hand of Impunity at Risk Velkhana, but Abyssal Arrow once again connected. Nibiru's patient as well, focusing over Yui, but Yui is quite tanky. Abyssal Arrow connects to the Franco, but I don't think they will be having enough damage.
A very good trade here. Oh, Concealed Play will not commit to it just yet. No connections whatsoever. It seems like Impunity, they are able to defend the mid turret down. It's going to be reset here. 25 seconds to the next Lord. It's going to be Enhanced Lord here, mind you. So, Risk Velkhana, if they really want to equalize, they really want to find the space that they want here, They are down to it, so they need to be careful here in the next coming minutes. Impunity, it seems like they have their momentum. Claude, even though sitting at a 1-5-2, I believe she has already her item. So let's see here the execution.
Yeah, I think Velkhana still on the upper hand. Why? Because the one that is always being picked up is Jewel God, not the other players. Well, and the Bisa Arrow connected again, but the Breakfast Fighter is being used. Yui is still using the Mortal Coil, but Bloody Han focusing towards Jewel God once again, but the Black Dragon Form blazing through it as well. One Dragon Tail along with Petrified Jewel God is done, and Taro will be on the hand of Impunity. It's 2 players down, and again, this is the moment of Lord, but here you go, the Shadow Kill will be getting double kill to the hand of Velkhana, and also the Bravest Fighter shutting down Yui and maybe even Moshi right now. It's actually a team wipe if Moshi is down, and Moshi again with Abyssal Arrow from Rain God. They are doing a wipe out to Impunity Starlets.
A very good execution and nasty re-engage by Venegod in the backside, claiming the double unofficial triple. She gets one member down very, very low. And it seems like now, Velkhana, with the momentum, they might be able to find one base turret. It's like, oh my god, Flicker! Iron Hook connecting, and of course the damage will be more than enough to take Rain God down.
19-11 here, 4,000 lead by Velkhana, but the Lord that is marching on the top plate from the side of Velkhana towards Impunity Starlets. They are aiming for another objective, but the Lord is taking the inner turret while Jewel God using the Way of Dragon to focus over Yue here. And look at that Shadow Kill along with the Shuriken. It's just so painful, penetrating towards these 2 heroes from Impunity Starlets.
Seems like now Impunity, they are still on the defense. Base turret number 1 top side has gone down. Venegod looking for a kill in the backside. Wind of Nature clutch there to save her life. Now Lord will be taking care of their Impunity. Will manage to defend this enhanced Lord for now. Base turret top side down, so it is just gonna cost them 1 base turret, but it's gonna be another reset here by both teams. Velkhana though will grab more space as per the, oh my god, Abyssal Arrow connecting on towards Moshi. Say bye-bye, and Zana in the backside will be the recipient of that Shadow Kill. No
Abyssal Arrow connected again towards Yui, and also Way of Dragon. They're using all of the resources that they have to try to pick off the player from Impunity Zana. One more hit, and it's triple kill for Taro, and the base is open. First game will be held in the hand of Velkhana with a very aggressive movement. The Abyssal Arrow. That Rain God is really God with the Selena.
It's amazing to see here. To pull off a Selena in this current patch is quite hard. And a Rain God is just an arrow god in this match here. 1-0 confirmed. Well, congratulations, Velkhana, but of course your job is not done. Impunity, they were somehow having, they weren't gaining control, but Velkhana slowly but surely finding the comeback there. So it is going to be interesting to see the second game because, whoa, what just happened? Velkhana, they were, I feel like for the most part, they struggled to find the early game. Sure, the early game, but they lost control in that mid game. And slowly but surely, after slight mistakes made from the side of Impunity, they were actually able to capitalize on that mistakes. And after that, it was just GG, getting the Lord, getting the base turret top side, and just adding more pressure, giving more, just maintaining pressure, damage also, follow damage also always there. At the end of the day, it's going to be not enough to defend that base.
Yeah, I do feel like it's also because of the players that always being picked up from Velkhana is only the Cho. It's not the other player. So in exchange for the Cloud and also the Valentina to the Cho, it's not worth it at all because Valentina along with Cloud really important for the late game for the damage dealer. And as the main target from the Hayabusa that always using the zero kill or even the Shuriken to penetrate directly towards this Cloud or even Valentina. It's just like very half things. They make over the physical defense, Wind of Nature, let's say from the Cloud towards the Hayabusa, but there's Selena that always giving a lot of damage with Abyssal Arrow and also Abyssal Trap. So it's a lot of things that happening for Impunity Starlets, and definitely very, very aggressive and very good movement from Velkhana. I didn't see this kind of game play from Velkhana in the previous day.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the item build story here. I mean, Impunity, they gambled on that Claude 273, not a fun game. I really didn't like that Claude because, well, it was a little bit too late game-ish here. Sure, it can deal damage, but a lot of crowd control, of course, can stop, can deny the rotation from that Claude as well here, as she will take the 273. But props to Rain God. I mean, this arrow, Rain God is just everywhere with Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, and just Genius Wand. More than enough to stun, deal damage with Burst, and of course to secure kill by Taro, who has more than enough items with that DHS, BOD, and as well as Malefic Roar. But of course, she will grab that MVP as well.
Yeah, 12, 2, and 5 here. 17 kill participation, 65.4 percent of kill participation, and 848 match GPM here. With the Blade of Despair, Malefic Roar, Has Cloud, the Demon Hunter Sword, and also Wind of Nature. Like, she is having full build of the offensive item, attack, damage item, only Wind of Nature along with Has Cloud, but it's also still physical damage dealer item though. So it's still a very good things here for Beatrix, that is always having a very open field to do anything that she wants. She can use the Nibiru, Renner Apathy to just like finishing up the kill here from the opener coming from Selena or even Sho. So congratulations here for Team Velkhana in the first game. Everything still can happen for the second game, and I do really like the movement. We can see it from the highlight. I do really like the movement coming from Velkhana. Okay, they made undisciplined movement. Yes, like let's say from this one, it's Shang that actually trying to give the space on the top lane and pushing 3 heroes to focus on herself. But on the other hand, she's losing herself with a lot of things. But again, with the Abyssal Arrow, with the Shrimpo, along with the Jit Kuridu and Way of Dragon, they are making Impunity focusing over Jello, not focusing over the other heroes that have the potential to give the damage towards Team Impunity Starlets. And it's just making them free to build the item that they want.
And it's just this is the minute number 6 here. It's quite back and forth. Impunity finding the trade as well. Zana though, from the get-go, already a juicy target for that Claude, like I said, for that Selena as well. And even though, like, after that blazing duets, no damage whatsoever, it seems like. Well, little damage, but it's just all Velkhana here. After this play here, Venegod claiming the double, almost a triple there. It was just Impunity losing their control that they have built in the mid-game. And of course, Velkhana, after that momentum shift, it's just done. Even though Wei finding that flicker on towards Rain God, but it's not more, it's not enough to somehow find the comeback again.
Yeah, it's very hard. At that moment, they were losing so much in terms of condition, objective, and even the setup here, because the gap that they were using, teamfight that they were using is focusing. And look at that one. Okay, they recover from one stun, and there's another stun coming. There's another Abyssal Arrow. There's another Shunpo. There's another Way of Dragon. A lot of CC, a lot of setup that is being made by Velkhana. Really great job for the first game here. I wonder what are they gonna put for the second game. It's actually quite different, despite they were using the same concept of hero, Lapu-Lapu and Beatrix on their hand, but adding up a little bit more spice to the draft make it so much better.
Perhaps that is going to be the case here. I want to see the drafts to add more spice, but it is still one and Velkhana was on the blue side though. Will it change or not? That is going to be the first thing I notice, because of course if they change sides, just like the first match, they're going to change their game plans as well. But if they stick like also the first match, do not change sides, it's going to be perhaps similar approach, perhaps a respect ban I might expect a ban towards, I think, Cho. I think Cho can be the viable ban there because it creates a lot of, that Cho just enables play. Apart from that Selena, that Cho just opens a lot of maps, opens a lot of potential with that crowd control utility that she has.
I think like if it was me, I will banning over the Hayabusa or even the Lapu-Lapu because I think like Lapu-Lapu is just like very comfort hero coming from the side of Riz Velkhana. So I want to see more. What are you gonna do without a Lapu-Lapu? What kind of hero that you will try to show? Is it gonna be the same concept kind of hero like Lapu-Lapu, like a setup, maybe Ruby, or maybe they're aiming for the Yuzhong as a exchange? Maybe they were aiming for the glue to be open, just like yesterday. Or maybe they were, okay, let's just use if they are able to pick over the Joy, or maybe another kind of hero, Fredrin, XP, a lot of hero. So I really want to see that one. We're still not sure is it going to be happen or not for the banning phase. But I think like that is still a possible cases here for Riz Velkhana or Impunity Starlets. Also, I want to add up about the Franco pair coming from Impunity Starlets. I thought like it's going really great. I mean like with the Suppress, Bloody Hunt, I thought it's going to be like very hard for the Hayabusa to do a lot of rotation. But turns out the Iron Hook is only able to open up the ambush, not really like locking a lot to the side of Riz Velkhana. But here you go, Gani. They're going to be exchanging the side here. Impunity will be going for the first pick for this game, while for Riz Velkhana, they will be going for the second pick.
Okay, so Impunity right now with the change swaps, with the change sides, will be a different ball game here. Impunity, they might prio that carry, they might prio that Yve here, as again, Impunity likes to play around the mid laner. They like to play around also. Yeah, but it's actually quite clear. They like to play that around the mid laner, so they will ban out that 1-1, even though they are the first pick, saying, yeah, we don't all need this 1-1. Perhaps we are going to secure mages for our first pick. We'll see though, will Riz Velkhana be able to read this?
Yeah, I think like it's still the same kind of ban coming from Impunity. It's going to be 1-1 carry and also Joy from the first pick because they were having it on the second pick before. While for the Riz Velkhana, are they going to be directly banning over the Yve here or Glue? Okay, Glue is the one that is directly being banned here. While for Impunity, it's quite hard because before you were banning over the carry or Joy. But it's still a possibility for them to pick over the Joy or even the carry. So they might be trying. They might try to ban another kind of hero. Maybe a respected ban at this case with the Lapu-Lapu or something else that they want to eliminate. Or maybe Hayabusa because it's still quite overpowered. Or just simply, okay, let's just ban another OP hero that I don't want to see inside of the Line of Dawn.
Let's see here. Impunity will ban out that Hayabusa like predicted. And Velkhana, they will not want to deal with that Hayabusa. I mean, Benegod was also a very good executioner in that first game, just finding the right timings to go to the back line. So say bye-bye to Hayabusa. Oh, Riz Velkhana will respond with a, of course, carry ban as a second pick. Now the question is, what hero will Impunity let go here? Because they have the first pick, they have the control. Selena ban out.
Oh, respecting over the Selena right here. It means that we will be having a lot of hero that is open. It's gonna be Joy, Kaja, 1-1. And even going for the Yve, but Yve is the one that is being banned. What is the prio here? Is it Kaja, Joy, or Wenwan?
1-1 is banned, so I feel like they should prio Joy here in the first pick. If not Joy, perhaps. Yeah, I don't see...
Lapu as the denied pick? No, I don't think it's a good side load. I think Joy is still very good.
They should. Because again, Riz Velkhana, okay. They don't care. Lapu should be. Yeah, they don't care. They don't care of going up against Riz Velkhana.
Kaja, Joy. Lolita.
Lolita, Joy might be an answer here. Oh, but Valentina, not Joy just yet.
No Joy just yet here. Or they are not the player of Joy. That's also the thing here. If they are able to secure the Joy, I think like it's just gonna be so good for at least disturbing the positioning or even the resources coming from Impunity Starlets. Yeah, I don't think that they should let that pace gone to Impunity, but yeah, Joy Valentina here from the side of Velkhana.
Did you see the reaction though? The gaming house, they were happy. It seems like that either Valentina or they got the Valentina or they were Joy. They were clapping, they were cheering. So perhaps that's signaling confidence, You have to wait and see here. Impunity, what will be their response here to close out the first phase? Lapu, Beatrix Marksman, sure. Perhaps another hero to go up against Joy. Kufra might be the answer.
Simply, yeah. Or they can again with the Franco here from the side of Impunity. They stick with it. Okay, so from the Velkhana, what is the case that they will try to do here? I mean, like, the Valentina presence, it's also really good to go against this Franco, you know, with the suppress that can be stolen with IMU from Valentina. It can be double-edged sword here to the side of Impunity itself, but Shadow picking over Masha. So they are signaling that they want to go for the sleepless condition, but no, it's not. It's still gonna be a Lolita in the hand of Velkhana right now. So coming to the second banning phase. From Impunity, they still haven't got a mid laner along with the jungle, perhaps. Well, for the side of Velkhana, they still need a marksman along with the jungle as well.
So yeah, you have yet to see a marksman, but it's gonna be Martis that will be eliminated from the option by the side of Velkhana here. Perhaps potentially, of course, a jungler position. Impunity, what will they go for here? Will they ban out another potentially jungler here? Perhaps an Akai ban, which was quite popular yesterday, but it seems like today I haven't seen an Akai ban come through just yet. But no, it's going to be Fredrin here. Let's see here. Velkhana, looking at their compositions, they need a hero that can burst, or yeah, they need a hero that can burst here from side of Velkhana, because of course DPS from Joy, burst magic burst from that Valentina versus Velkhana. They might add, if they're crazy, they might go for the link.
I think like Assassin's gonna be a very good one for Rest. If they want to go for the Hell card, it's also gonna be good with the Shadow Translation along with the Deadly Poison Stinger to directly like burst down into the Beatrix or something like that. But if they don't want to go for the Assassin's type, I still feel like Basha will be a very good options here. Basha, Balmon, despite it's not really popular, but it's an options to be picked inside of the Land of Dawn. And with this combo coming from the Velkhana, I think like it's just gonna be a very good one. While Barats is the one that is getting eliminated along with Harit here. So they are eliminating this kind of hero. There's still a possibility though, like this Joy going for the jungle, but I don't really like it to be happen because like Joy without the movement that they can do to actually put a resource on herself, sacrifice herself, I don't think like it's the quiet good idea with this kind of patches that happen inside of the Land of Dawn. So I don't think like they want to reveal the jungle yet. They want to give a surprise ability. There's still plenty of hero that can be picked, so just reveal the marksman first.
Okay, let's see here. What marksman will they opt for? It might be Brody, but it might be Leslie. The first Leslie here in our playoff stage of today as well. So they are going for the front to back composition here. Yeah, Lolita providing cover, perhaps an opener as well with Joy trying to wreak havoc first. Meanwhile, Leslie, after items, of course, will deal damage from the backside. But it seems like Impunity, realizing that composition, they are going to go with the dive heavy composition with that link, plus with that team fight, with that Farsha. So Impunity, more elements to their composition here, it seems like.
Yeah, it is. It seems like that way, focusing to get over this Leslie. They really need someone to actually aim for that one, and this two hero is really good going for the Leslie, but it's a savior that is being locked by Impunity with the Downing Light. It's also the same concept with the Farsha, despite that it's not direct in the big AoE, but it's more into the straight line kind of the ultimate. But what is the answer from Velkhana? Again, they still haven't revealed who is actually going to be going for the jungle, and Lancelot going for the lane. It's also a pretty good idea, but remember, purple buff is the main condition here. Whoever not having it, it's not going to be good for the war. Gusion. I really like the Gusion, but with the presence coming from the Franco, again, it's very risky, to be honest. Benedetta is so much better, to be honest.
We'll have to wait and see here. I personally don't like the assassin for the formation of Velkhana, but if they really want to go for it, why the heck not? They have a point, right? So Lancelot will be secured again. This is going to be the Lancelot MWI stage. I think this is the first time.
Yeah.
First debut, and in the playoff stage as well. And take a look at the Velkhana players. All happy, all smiles. I smell confidence. I smell that they are ready to clean sweep the opposing side here. But of course, it's not going to be easy here going up against a team that has so much experience.
Yeah, so much experience, so much things that they can show here. So yeah, we will just see here what is actually going to happen for both of the sides. Is it going to be a game for Velkhana, or is it going to be the game for Team Impunity's Starlets here? They still have the chance to do so for the late game potential. They both have it from Leslie's side, from the Savior side, and we can see later whose team fight is gonna be better. Is it gonna be Impunity or Velkhana? Land of Dawn, here we come. This is the second game of Best of 3 series.
Let's see who will grab it, ladies and gentlemen. Will Impunity take the game to force a game 3, or will Velkhana find the clean sweep 2-0 in this current series? Right now, it's gonna be 3 flickers here for the side of Velkhana and 4 flickers. Oh, Hana though, almost caught there in the mid, but take a look at the Iron Hook. Force Jewel God to flicker out of the way. First minute already. 2 spells burn away from both roamers here. See here, both junglers rather, they are going for the purple buff. For now, they took the orange buff. Let's take a look at the bush here. Ooh, needs to be careful here. She has no flicker, but it seems like looking at where things are now, it's still quite easy. Oh, Iron Hook almost an inch away there just to take Jewel God away. And it seems like now no first blood just yet. Just exchanging trades here, exchanging blows in the mid side as well here.
Oh my god, but look at that one. Actually, Jewel God meeting again here with the rest of the player from Impunity, and First Blood might be going with the link that is forcing Jewel God to go back right here. Tempest of Blade, Daphne's Word, and here you go. The First Blood is coming, but Huey needs to get back as soon as possible. But where will be the kill here in the hand of this Lancelot? So 1 for 1, and I think it's a roamer for roamer. Still pretty much balanced, but the first blood that is getting by the side of Impunity is pretty good. But Velkhana, I think like with this kind of draft that they were having, and with the gameplay that Taro have, it's still gonna be a very good farm side to the side of Velkhana. I think if they are able to play objectively, they're still gonna be having so much things on their hands.
Now we're now seeing here Velkhana already rotating towards the turtle. Iron Hook connecting on towards Benegod. Not looking good, but the suppression comes through. Uwe pays the price. And now Velkhana will have more than enough space to collect the neutral objective here. Impunity Silence, they are quite behind on rotation. I'll take a look here. Already invaded here by Shang. Force the neutral objective was secured by the side of Velkhana, but no much action so far.
Oh, range buff that is able to be secured by Shang right there. And even like it's a lit retribution coming from the side of this Yui to take this orange buff. So I think like it's a huge loss to the side of Impunity Starlets. And in terms of the emblems, Killing Spree versus the Demon Slayer, I think like for the Killing Spree side, Vingard will be happily dive into the side of Impunity Starlets to gain extra damage along with extra lifesteal here after the kill. So I think like it's gonna be more into the team fights coming from the Risk Velkhana. Where for Impunity, they really need to seek for a split condition that they can do with the link on the hand of Team Impunity. But Jewel God right now will go with the Mana Blast coming to the front, but the suppress happened, and Zana is the one that's being taken care of. Well, for Taro still poking the damage towards Impunity Starlets.
A very clean setup there for V2, and of course Jewel God with the opener as well. And now we are now seeing Risk Velkhana with Benny God leading the helms. Seems like they are struggling to find an answer. Taro needs to be careful here as Impunity. They are holding on in the top side, realizing that Zana has been taken down once. That is not a good sign. Now Jewel God with the setup here, baiting, trying to delay the movement of Yui. Recall will occur there for the side of Yui, so she will be safe. 20 seconds to the next neutral objective here. Risk Velkhana. It seems like they are now on the move, on towards that turtle take. It's on their agenda here. But of course, Impunity Starlets with Ling in your comp, of course, you are able to rotate around fast to contest the turtle. Now it seems like looking at the head-to-head as well, Joy and Lapu here in bot side. 1v1ing, only 0-0-0 here, but take a look at Benegod already in that vicinity, trying perhaps to find a cheeky kill, but it seems like the agenda is going to be the second neutral objective here rather. And of course, no contest whatsoever here by the side of Risk Velkhana, or a confirmed take. Take a look at top side though. Yui is already in that vicinity, trying, perhaps waiting for a kill. Let's see here. It's just a 4-member setup, but it seems like no connection just yet. Jewel God finding stun. Yeah, no follow-up just yet.
Yeah, I don't think that they will try to contest this one because I don't think they have enough damage without the Lancelot on the hand of Team Risk Velkhana. But 3-1 is already an advantage from the side of Risk Velkhana. Well, for the side of Moshi here, the presence of Shang, that is going to be very hard to be picked off from Impunity Starlets. They really need to be careful of that one. But Rain God here, Tempest of Blade. There's a surprise coming from the side of Rain God here. But look at that one. Rain God will be the main target. Well, we see that actually this link unable to shut down that Valentina and even receiving quite a lot of damage. So Impunity opening on the setup, not getting any result over that is already a huge loss. They're losing 1 minute without any output. But Hana will be an exchange here from the side of Risk Velkhana and maybe even a turret in the mid lane that is being pushed by the minions.
No worries, Impunity will be there on time, in time to defend that mid-outer turret here. It seems like Risk Velkhana is trying again to be more proactive on the map. They have established a 3,000 gold lead. That is more than healthy. And take a look at the setup here. Jewel God already in that top side again, opening, giving vision towards her teammates here. Risk, are they going to commit on towards the mid side? The answer is no. Again, they are playing this rather patiently here. So let's see. Oh my god, setup. Conceal play top side. Zana might be in trouble. Numeran Blast to zone the members away. Gets stunned, gets a kill. Rain God finding another kill. 301 for her.
Oh my god, what a really beautiful movement by Rain God right here. Phantom execution. Want to get Hana down, but Rain God will be helping to get something over that. But Hana, with the body block coming from Wei, able to get help the Savior to get back. But the turret in the mid lane is the mirror coming from the top lane's turret. It's 1-for-1. But still, the setup for the turtle is better from the side of Risk Velkhana after getting the first turret in the top lane right there. Well, from the side of this lane and Lapu, I don't think that they really want to do the team fight anymore. They know they're not going to be good for it. They really want to play as objective as they can, but the Joy presence again is another pressure. But Jewel got here being Iron Hook by Wei, but there's no other follow-up damage.
It seems like the Iron Hook, no, the Bloody Hunt will connect on towards Moshi. Enough damage, finding another kill. Taro gets stunned and gets taken down. Take a look at the backside. Shang finding an opening. Not enough damages yet, but Hana will be executed by Benegod. What an execution by the side of Risk Velkhana.
Oh, but Yui will she lost the purple? Not, it's not. But Tempest of Blade forced to be used here to clear the catapult in the mid lane, while Rhythm of Joy is also being used by Shang. The gap is quite huge right now. It's 4,000 in the first 8 minutes with 5 kills lead on the head of Velkhana. They also secured 2 objectives, while for the side of Impunity, they only have 1 turret, and it's 60 seconds for the first slot to be appearing inside of the Land of Dawn. Who is actually going to be having that winning condition over that? Because Yui so far is even struggling to get over the orange buff. Yeah, she got over the purple buff, but orange buff is also being taken care of by Velkhana by the Iron Hook along with the suppress. Again, not really the target that they want. Downing Light, the Mana Blast is being connected to the side of Impunity Starlets, one by one being picked off, but Hana able to survive by the Tempest of Blade. I think will be securing 2 kills here with Rain God being picked off, but Hana once again will be the target from Shang, while Moshi, will she use the Bravest Fighter to focus over Shang, and here you go. Even the Justice Blade unable to do something towards that one.
3-4-3 in that exchange, ladies and gentlemen. That was a beautiful exchange. We might see a replay here, but yeah, this is going to be the replay. Take a look at the opening here. Iron Hook, Bloody Hunt, Noonam last catches one, but take a look at the backside. Yui with that Ling managed to find a loophole and claiming the double. At the end of the day, Hana gets taken down under the turret as well. It was actually Shang who took initiative to dive under the turret. But now it's going to be Lord Dance here. It seems like Jewel God, oh my lord, suppression comes through, gets taken down there. Now the Lord, if you will grab it, the Retribution battle, it will now fall on towards Yui. Time to play Pao. Taro might be next. Oh, very good cover. She gets taken down.
Oh, it's a double kill and might be Hana taken down as well. Rain God with the damage, with the burst that she's having, taking down another player for Impunity Starlets. Yeah, they got the Lord, but at what cost? It's 4 members being taken care of by the side of Velkhana and the Lord. There is no one who actually gonna be holding the Lord. They are need to give some time for the side of Velkhana to clear the Lord itself, but again, Impunity Sara, they're losing in terms of a big battle, but maybe they are able to scrapping up a bit with the hero along with the objective gaming here.
I love what Ling is doing right now. She is just so proactive. She sees top side can be empty, so she went to scroll, perhaps find a cheeky split push. Luckily for the side of Velkhana, Shang is there to clear the wave to defend the turret. But take a look at the top side, 2v1 action almost. Shang manages to escape that one.
Justice Blade open, revealing that it's 4 members in the top lane, while the side of Velkhana going for the bottom lane. Are they going to be able to retreat from this kind of condition? Look at Rain God. She's a goddess that taking another kill here in the head of Velkhana. Double kill taken, and even 3 members down from the side of Impunity Starlets. They're taking everyone down, and Moshi plus Yui need to handle the high ground potential coming from Velkhana.
And it seems like now Velkhana will grab the base turret. Oh no, the base turret passive is there, but no, they don't care. They don't have minions, but they have tanks to cover. And base turret number 1 top side will fall. Take a look at bot side. Yui, what? Oh my lord, what the heck happened under the turret as well? That was a disaster there for that Ling. It's so unfortunate, but it's got to be a pause here, commencing in this match.
Yeah, they are getting the turret as well in the bottom lane, but I think that Ling's supposed not to die at that kind of condition. Well, we see that actually so far Impunity, like they have this Lapu-Lapu to handle up the high ground, and actually the wave in the bottom lane is actually on their side of Impunity. So I think like it's still pretty balanced right now. Well, for the side of Velkhana, they're already getting the base turret in the top lane, so it's a very good advantage, especially the setup coming for the next Lord. If they're able to secure the Lord, it will be a clean, good way to push towards the base turret. So I think it's gonna be like super good idea if they are going for that one, if they want to play objectively towards the Lord. Where for the side of this Lolita, I think like this Lolita playing a very huge things here, because they are always open up away with the Mana Blast along with the movement from the setup that always being brought by Velkhana itself to open up for Leslie and Lancelot to clear. And Valentina, it's just like the damage doesn't make sense for me.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like she has the genius one. She has.
Yeah.
Also, she might have, I think, Holy maybe, not yet. I have to see. I need to see the items here. But yeah, on your topic about Leslie here as well. Leslie, actually, she is now also quite healthy farm-wise. So
yeah,
can deal damage. Remember that ultimate snipe can be deadly if you're in the late game. That's true damage for you. Even though you wear Dreadnought armor, even though you're wearing anti-cuirass, it doesn't matter. True damage Leslie will take you out with that sniper. It is what it is. So
yeah.
So you can't build armor even though you're going up against Leslie at the late stage. Not a fun game.
That's why you really need to make over the Sky of Guardian helmet because it's adding up HP. They really need, you guys facing over Leslie and the Leslie is full true damage belt, you really need to make it tankier. So that's why you're picking over the Sky of Guardian helmet, you're picking over the Immortality because it's adding up 1,000 HP or more even from several items. So yeah, maybe that's the aim coming from the side of Impunity, but will they be able to get the gold to make it? Because back again, on the farm side, Velkhana is just caging Impunity to farm from the minion waves that is being left out to their side or even try to scrap from a neutral jungle. But it's not a lot because most of them are being stolen from the side of Velkhana. They are taking it over and over again, and Shang, I think like doing a really decent job since the early stage of the game to actually steal the orange buff repeatedly, not only once but repeatedly. So they are not aiming for the purple, but they are going for the orange, and the level gap is already there because back again, this Link is using the Demon Slayer compared to the Lancelot that is going for the killing spree.
So that is going to be a tough task here. Upcoming task. But yeah, Shang. Splendid performance by her. Able to create space. Also opening vision. Opening something in the back lines as well. Dealing damage somehow, some way. But it seems like with this current patch here, I do want to say that marksman-wise, Claude is in meta. What do you think about Leslie? Because I feel like it's still up in the air.
It's still up in the air, but still a very good. It's like optional. It's not like it's super prioritized for the Leslie. But I still feel like the Leslie, despite that it's being nerfed a couple of times already, I still feel like it's one of the heroes that have a really good damage. If she is having a really good positioning, that's why maybe they do believe in the Taro's positioning so far because the way that they are zoning out the Impunity player is actually giving a really good position for Taro. That's why they're picking over the Leslie because the Leslie's ability is just like very straight to be easy. It's easily shown where's the location of the Leslie and it's easily to be picked up if they are aiming for that one. But the thing is, like again, the frontliner is just like so good to cover it up. That's why Leslie is still a very good one if the case is like that. But Savior, so far the damage coming from the Savior, I want to mention that actually the Downing Light will be one of the skill that can hold up for the high ground situation. They have 3 heroes to do that. They have Lapu-Lapu, Beatrix, and also Savior to hold up for the high ground. But will they be able to do that in exchange for the presence coming from Valentina? Again, Valentina with the first damage that she is showing is just like super painful and super annoying with that kind of movement. And the IMU, it's not focusing over taking maybe the Nibiru's patient or even like taking over the Downing Light. It's taking over the Franco's ultimate, which is the body hand, along with the Bravest Fighter. So it's super interesting.
It is very interesting indeed. The crowd control, the utility. It seems like the pause is going to take a while, ladies and gentlemen. Aren't back yet. But on this note, let's support our chat. I want to see the chat as well here. Who do you got? Who do you support? I want to see you guys support in the live comments. There you go. Are you supporting Risk Velkhana or are you supporting Impunity Starlets? Because remember, Risk Velkhana is a game away to eliminating Impunity Starlets. Meanwhile, Impunity, if they win Game 2, they need to fight again in Game 3. But seeing the conditions of the gaming house here, it seems like they are relaxed, they are chilled, they are waiting for the game to start again. And again, let's see here, 13 minutes of the game, but it seems like the players, they are told to be ready. Let's just jump back to the Land of Dawn.
Yep, and here you go. Jowl God here will be helping Taro to get the second base turret here for the side of Risk Velkhana. Again, they're still on the lead here. Only one base turret left from the side of Impunity Starlets. It's 30 seconds for the second Lord to be coming inside of the Land of Dawn. Shang here. She's gonna be clear and doing a really great job to focus on the lane in the bottom. And it's another pressure because it's like 25 seconds for another Lord and the setup is already good for Risk Velkhana. And they are, again, invading the jungle as much as they can.
Yeah, right now, Impunity, they are still in on the defense here. Base turret bot side left standing though. Risk Velkhana looking for the right timing, right opening as well. Playing this rather patiently, but of course, their agenda is going to be the enhanced Lord that has spawned in the Land of Dawn.
That have spawned and have been initiated by Risk Velkhana. They are getting the Lord without any contest from Impunity Starlets. And this is going to be Lord marching to the mid lane of Impunity Starlets. There is no other defense mechanism that Impunity will have for this, but Yui still trying to run from the presence coming from Shang, and even from Valentina coming from the other side. But Yui here, will she do something and try to run? Still safe, but it's like a lot of pressure coming in without the purple buff and focusing over the Lord. Still using a lot of resources from Zana to clear the Lord as soon as possible, but will they be able to hold it, guys?
We'll have to see here. Lord will be taken care of though. Impunity, they have defended this quite well. Venigod quite low. Needs to back off a little bit here as 3 base turrets will be taken down. Oh, the Iron Hook flicker will not connect there. So it is still Risk Velkhana maintaining pressure. Rain God, Zarna taking a lot of heat. Will be taken down. No, almost low HP. Base turret though, still open and not exposed just yet.
Yeah, but the Madam Blast connected to 3 members from the side of Impunity Starlets, and the initiation, the follow-up damage is there. Also, the base is the main target right here from the side of Risk Velkhana. They want to get it, they want to dive in, but they're forcing it too far. Double kill on the head of this Valentina, and there you go. Risk Velkhana will secure the second game and getting the slot for the play of Day 2 later on 12 February 2023 in Jakarta. Congratulations for Risk Velkhana, but still good game, well played, nice try for Impunity Starlets from Cambodia.
2-0 will be the name of the game here. 2 matches of the day, 2-0. Woo! What a crazy opening, second match here. Opening match for the Philippines team. But it is just an amazing display as well from the Philippines team. They are just sharp, they know what to do, and it seems like it is just too much for the side of Impunity to come back from that game. Very well played, very well timed as well. And my, oh my, this will confirm that Bigetron era will take on Risk Velkhana in the semifinals.
It's gonna be super interesting, but again, that Valentina, she is monster. This Rain God is really God. She's really a goddess here. It's crazy how she's playing with Selena along with the Valentina. Same concept of hero, she's using it as aggressive as Selena and dealing tons of damage to put Impunity in. And I don't know, I'm quite speechless with the gameplay that also the movement this Valentina showed, because usually the Valentina lately in the tournaments, correct me if I'm wrong, but they are more into the utility than not really playing aggressively, but more into the setup, helping a setup to be used inside of the team fight, but not with this Valentina.
No, I get what you mean. Valentina depends on the ult, right? If you are taking a heavy crowd control ult, sure, you're enabling your team. Utility comes in, but sometimes you also take the damage as well. You give out damage as well. So yeah, it's also remember, Valentina deals magical burst as well. So sometimes now you see him, now you don't. That's just eliminating the enemy, and of course with calculations, which in this match is just too much for Impunity Starlets to withstand.
Yeah, and also Shang. A big shout out for Shang that actually lessened the ability for Lane to farm by taking a lot of neutral jungle to the side of Impunity. Orange buff, neutral jungle has been stolen the head of Shang. They play aggressively using the rhythm of Joy. Joy is still one of the heroes that supposed to be bad, but for this game, it's showing a potential coming from the Joy itself. And Lolita, I think like everyone have their own part for this. Valentina, Joy, Lolita, Leslie even, that playing really good positioning, really good farm, and Lancelot that plays aggressively. At the first, we don't really like the pick of the Lancelot, to be honest, because it's not as good as I think it will be, especially it's pretty risky going with Franco, but it proves us wrong.
Yeah.
This Lancelot is just going really great with a lot of items that they make here.
Yeah, again, letting go Joy for Lapu, who is sitting at a 0-3-1. Moshi, not a good data there. If you want to take hero for the first pick, you should show impact, right? Heavy impact, because you're taking that hero first pick. But it seems like 0-3-1, not a good stat there for their first pick. Meanwhile, Joy with a 2-1-9. Shang displayed a wonderful Joy. And of course, let's not forget about Rain God, who is sitting at a 10-1-7 with a build of Clock, Lightning, Holy Crystal, of course, with that Divine Glaive.
Yep, and might be going with the Immortality or even going for the glowing one. Still a very good options here for the Valentina. The burst damage is just so crazy. Getting for this minute, I think like the Clock of Destiny Lightning Turn combo is already enough to burst the damage, especially they have the Divine Glaive as well. So Rain God became the MVP for 2 games in a row. It's not, because it is 2 games in a row, right? For the Rain God, it's 10-1 and 77% kill participation and 680 match with GPM.
And I believe Rain God was not playing yesterday.
I think so.
So this might be the secret for the side of Velkhana here. 10-1-7. Again, magic shop as well to have more items quickly. If you're a mage, you want to get those items to deal more damage, especially if you're looking for that Holy Crystal. Adds a lot of magic power. But yeah, that is going to be the second match of Relajave. 2-0 for the Indonesian team and 2-0 for the Philippines team. How are you feeling?
It is crazy how the intimidation that they have inside of the game, the improvement so far from the group stage into the playoff. But this is the highlight we can see and witness. Actually, Impunity tried to play aggressively towards Team Velkhana. They tried to initiate something, but in exchange, Velkhana was like, okay, you got it right, you got the first blood, but we not for so long. We will try to elevate our moment to try to get something. Whenever they have the Mana Blast or even the IMU, they will just aim into the players coming from the side of Impunity, and they're being punished hard. Okay, a lot of diving hero that can jump to the backline of the side of Impunity. Xavier, Beatrix, they are not going to be surviving for so long by the presence coming from Lancelot along with that Joy.
Yeah, that's just a little bit too much, and this is the fight where it gets scrappy, right? Uwe gets taken down first, but the Lord has been taken away there from the side of Velkhana, but at what cost, like you said? Velkhana managed to take down almost four members. Yeah, Hana gets taken down here, so 4 members down for the Lord, and not a good time there. Feudal Lord, rather. And again, this is just a scrappy setup. Impunity got caught here. A very good setup from the side of Velkhana, which just led to more pressure, more attacks. And this is the final push from the side of Velkhana. Jewel God opening with 3 catches there.
And the last moment, just like a very good Mana Blast that is being followed up by the rest of the players coming from Velkhana and Vinga, just like waiting for the next wave to focus on the base, and they secure the game just like that. A very clean game coming from Velkhana from the second game. It's not masks. One of the games actually, the Selena, the first game and so the second game, they play really good and really good combo from a different kind of draft that they were having. So Velkhana, we cannot wait to see more coming from your side, especially going for the Bigetron era later. But yeah, for today, we already witnessed 2 matches that we also see 2 teams that is being eliminated. This is the updated playoff bracket. You see, this is 2 teams that is going for the next stage, Bigetron era, along with Velkhana.
You have to say goodbye though to Grayback Esports and as well as Impunity Starlets. Well played. Nice try here, but perhaps there will be more tournaments. There will be more international tournaments.
Yay!
So please stay patient. Please, with the same drive, with the same ambition to be the champion of the Women's International, of course. But now, let's see here, the next match. Who do we got, Bella J?
We will be having another Filipino representative here, Smart Omega Empress, going against a Vietnam representative here, MDH Phoenix. This is the match that I'm really curious about, to be honest.
MDH, remember, yesterday they went to a almost, 6 games? Yeah, 6 games yesterday.
Six.
They made it out alive, and they are here to fight Smart Omega, a rep from PH that is also very strong, Village.
Very strong representative from Smart Omega Empress. They have a lot of veteran player. They have a really good mechanic. They have a lot of draft strategy that they show inside of this MWI. They were on the top 3, if I'm not mistaken, previously on MWI 2022. What will happen for this one? MBH Phoenix, they are facing quite hard opponent. But before we're jumping into the third match, which is going to be another best of 3 series, we will take a little short break. So don't go anywhere. MWI 2023, we will be back. Stay tuned.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second Mlbb Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the Mlbb Esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke. didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E-Forte ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E-Forte, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second Mlbb Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series Mlbb Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the Mlbb esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi, melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi, membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second Mlbb Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang jadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. memancarkan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, connectivity for a better life.
Philippine Pride versus Vietnamese Pride, Kyle. This time, who is actually going to be the win here? Because it's going to be Smart Omega Empress versus Team MDH with Phoenix. With me, Arashi, and also Gani.
Wait, Arashi? No, you're not Arashi.
Oh, okay, I'm not Arashi.
I thought I was gonna be casting with Arashi, but it's gonna be you, Velkhana. Here, I'm gonna be accompanied by Velkhana. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MWI 2023. More actions for you. Got already witnessed 2 matches. 2-0. Will the trend continue though?
2-0, and so far it's from the side of left side, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Is it gonna be another side from the left side, or it's gonna be another theory here? Usually it's theory of the left side or the right side, or it can be mixed, but let's see, because again, this is Filipinos against Vietnamese team. It's MDH Esports that was playing 6 best of 1 yesterday for a 2 tiebreaker match that they were facing, and actually each game that they were playing, they are improving. And it's pretty scary. Well, for Smart Omega, they definitely analyze what is the behavior from MDH Phoenix yesterday that can be an advantage for them to be played inside of this playoff.
Yeah, I think both teams rather can be evaluated, of course, and with MDH playing a bunch of games yesterday, I'm sure that will be used as reference, as samples, playstyle, drafts as well, habits like usually minute number 3, the XP rotates towards the mids, for example, that can be, looked upon for from yesterday's match. But this is going to be a very interesting match because Smart Omega Empress, if you don't know, they are the number 1 contender in the PH region. Remember, Velkhana is number 2 and they are number 1. So again, Smart Omega Empress, they are the tournament favorite as well.
Yeah, definitely the potential coming from Smart Omega Empress is undeniable. How strong they are, how is the mechanic of each player, the communication that they grow together along with the bond that creates a symphony of skill, and also symphony of movement inside of the game that played beautifully so far inside of MWI group stage day 1, Group A. That proves a very good job. They only got beaten by Bigetron era once, but aside of that one, they are beating the other teams coming from Group A, which is very important and very unique here, coming from both of the sides. But back again, based on the let of that, it can be the strategy, it can be cheesy strats that can be put on coming from both of the sides here, either coming from Smart Omega Empress or MDH Phoenix, that can be used, because once again, this is best of 3 series. They can try to use the potential that they got.
And I do feel like MDH, they are a very adaptive team. They are able to read their opponents very, very well. So perhaps they needed to, or Smart Omega Empress, they needed to find a more numerous formula, which I'm sure they have already, but they needed to strengthen that formulas to have a better play, to have a better understanding how to beat MDH, because remember, this is a best of 3. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at today's schedule to have a full recap on our 4 matches for today.
So let us take you back a little bit. For the first match, it was Bigetron era take a domination movement here towards Grayback Esports and closing the game with 2-0. Same goes with Race Velkhana here. They were playing beautifully towards Impunity Starlets, making Impunity unable to move a lot and closing the game with the same 2-0. Same equations here. Smart Omega Empress versus MDH Phoenix. Is it going to be the same discipline, same commitment coming from the side of Smart Omega or MDH? They want to track this game as long as they can to be on their part, to be on their side, because they really want to close the game on their side and getting the way to go to the playoff. But this is gonna be the team lineup coming for Smart Omega Empress: Amor, Ayanami, Sinoa, Keishi, and Mirai.
So it will be their main 5 here. It seems like they have experience. I believe they are also the roster that played in the MWI 2022 as well. So again, with experience coming in, they are high key a contender. Seems like with experience as well. I really like Shinoa on the gold lane. She just knows when to somehow find the right footing, like find the right marksman as well to dish out damage. But let's not forget Mirai, also a very, very prolific roamer.
Yeah, very good roamer coming from Mirai. The change coming from the Smart Omega is only coming from the XP lane. It was a Phoebe before, but now it's Ayanami. So I think like the change have maybe make Smart Omega more strong, or maybe they will have something that can be an opportunity to the side of MBH Phoenix that bringing Sa, Kaukuteka, Miku, Daisy, and Crystal. We saw the performance yesterday. Kaukuteka actually using a lot of Leo Mort yesterday, proving herself how aggressive she can be inside of MDH Phoenix. And also, not forgetting Miku and Sa that can play both mage. That goes really well yesterday with Eve and Lunox. Will they use that kind of strats again for today, or they will be having a different kind of situation? That is the question right here, because I think Amor and Sa having the same kind of heroes.
Yeah, I feel like Yi Farsa, that should be along those lines of the mid lane, but let's not forget here, Shinoa will go up against Miku on that gold lane, and so it's going to be interesting because Miku, she can play anything as well. She can play the normal heroes like the Brody, the Beatrix, but she can also play the Erithel. Yesterday we saw how splendid she was on this Erithel positionally. So it is very interesting to see the matchups for our third match. And you're right, Kaukuteka on that Leomord, very deadly. Let's not forget as well, I mean, MDH, they brought an Estes and Barat's composition as well.
Yeah. They were playing that one despite it's not an easy task, because it was GPX that they were facing at that moment, as Savage was gotten by the side of GPX at that situation. But this is going to be the team head-to-head coming for Smart Omega Empress along with MDH Phoenix. This is an interesting statistic, by the way. They were having a total damage dealt higher on the head of MDH Phoenix along with objective rate. First objective rate towards the turtle. The aggressive movement coming from their side. So far, it's super interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the most balanced head-to-head, it seems like, from these two teams, with 3 and 2 categories here for each team. It's going to be very intense in this coming match. And remember, Village, I would like to remind you, this is going to be a best of 3. So, again, every game counts. But, of course, if you lose on the first game, course, you need to quickly bounce back and adapt. Talents predictions here, fellow Jabe. I want to hear your thoughts.
With the performance coming from MDH Phoenix, if they are able to step up from what they are, the pressure that they were having yesterday, I think I'm gonna try to put my belief into MDH Phoenix movement. To be honest, I really want to see what is the improvement that they made for this playoff day one.
You really like movements in this, it seems like here, Vela Jabe. I don't like movements. I like Smart Omega Empress. I feel like with their experience, it will be the key here to winning this match. Because remember, sure, yesterday MDH won a lot of matches or games because it was a best of one. But now it's a game changer here with best of 3. One team that loses will eliminate it. Of course, there's going to be extra pressure.
That's definitely right. And it's undeniable, like the experience coming from Smart Omega Empress, the strategy, the mechanic. I do believe it's higher on the side of Smart Omega Empress, but I want to put my belief how things gonna get. Sometimes like cheesy strats might get used somewhere else for MDH Phoenix, I believe. But this is going to be the keys to victory for Smart Omega Empress.
Well, they need to sabotage Sa's early game. Not the gold laner here, not Miku, but the mid laner. Because why? Miku or Sa, she just clears the wave in the mid side, rotate immediately. So they need to somehow deny that rotation, that pattern that Sa just keeps on spamming in the Land of Dawn. Make her confused, deny his movement, and of course, track Kaukuteka's location to disrupt her pattern as well. Because Kaukuteka, she can be lethal on that Baratz, also on that Leomord. Even though the Baratz took an L, but doesn't mean that this girl knows her stuff. They need to find somehow like their timing here. On towards the Calcutta, they need to time it perfectly.
Yeah, and also MDH is a very adaptive team, so they really need to be careful over that one. They need to change strategy. They need to prepare something to go against them for the second game, or maybe even the third game if MDH secure the kill here, the point here. But yeah, this is going to be the MDH Phoenix keys to victory, because I do feel like if they are able to secure and play around Calcutta with the Leomore or any kind of aggressive hero from their side, it's going to be a very good condition from the side of team MDH Phoenix. And if they are able to invade or maybe play as aggressive as they can, I think it's going to be super good. And give the early advantage to Sa, because we know that actually Sa is just like very good player. Kagura that she was using, that is not on the meta, actually giving a lot of momentum for MDH Phoenix to try to punish the opponent. And also be patient. Smart Omega Empress is a fierce team, so they really need to be counting every steps that Smart Omega Empress will try to make.
Yeah, they need to pick their battles essentially, right?
Yeah.
I mean, MDH Esports, sure, momentum is on their side after winning their couple of matches, but it's not gonna be same here against a team such established such as Smart Omega. They need to be careful. They need to be wary here, very, very cautious, because sure, they can take maybe early game they can take it, but Smart Omega Empress has the ability to just turn the game around. Let's see here the stat. I want to see Sa 80% KP compared to the mid lane for the side of Smart Omega, slightly lower. We're talking about the numbers of average KP. Let's see the gaming house though.
Okay, Smart Omega have this signature pick, Joy on the XP lane. So MDH, we really need to be careful over the banning phase situation here. If they are letting maybe the comfort hero going to the side of Smart Omega, it's going to be lethal. But also, looking at the most pick hero coming from the side of Smart Omega Empress is actually Kadita along with that Leslie. So hero that have a really good positioning, but also initiation hero that can try to burst down the opponent. They really need to be careful over that. If the Leslie is being picked, or even Kadita, it's going to be quite hard for MDH to maybe even control it. But if they are counter it with the hero that can sustain or even try to pick off to the backline, it's going to be a very good one.
Okay, a very interesting bands here, not prio heroes. We're going to see Lapu Lapu and Lolita. Rarely banned in the first phase here, so already Smart Omega, they're brewing something up in their kitchen, definitely. 1-1 banned out here from side of MDH, and a very quick response here. Smart Omega, they are trying, they will ban that Valentina out. MDH though, seems like now they are going to take their time here for that last ban. Carry is still open, Eve is still open, and that Joy you mentioned, it's also open.
Yeah, Ayanami is very confident with the Joy pick here. I think like from the side of Smart Omega, they're just respecting MDH Phoenix with the combo that they were having yesterday. Lapu Lapu pick that is more like comfort pick to the side of MDH Phoenix, along with the Lolita that can be comboed with Eve or even the other hero. But you know what? The Atlas is still available and still can be a prio right there, but Joy is the one that's getting banned. Is it going to be Fredrin, Kari, or Eve that is going to be picked by Smart Omega? Because three of them are just so good. But there you go, Eve as the first pick from Smart Omega Empress for Amor.
So it seems like now Fredrin and Ikari, they're still open here. MDH, they might take the initiative there, but if they want to go crazy, they might replicate their wins yesterday. They might go for the Leomord and as well as Carry. Let's see though, will they take the gamble or will they, play this out patiently, play this out slowly? Yeah, Carry, tier S hero here, marksman, Smart Omega, they need to find a response here for that Carry. Multiple times we usually see the response is usually Kaja, but comes through for side of Smart Omega. Let's see, MDH, what are they going to choose?
Yeah, I mean like if they want to really contest this Kari along with the Farsha, they can go for Yuchong plus Hayabusa that is still open so far for Smart Omega Empress, because Hayabusa and along with Yuchong facing that 2 hero coming from the side of MDH Phoenix is just gonna be super good. Super good counter, super good positioning, but also Fredrin with the town. I mean, like, it can open up an initiation that can be followed up by the Eve or even the other hero. But Mirai, I do believe that Mirai, one of the signature hero coming from Mirai is a Ruby. That can be a good setup as well from the side of Smart Omega Empress from that moment. But Shinoa, again with the comfort hero here, Beatrix.
Okay, it's gonna be Beatrix taking on Carry, meaning in the early game, we might see a lot of action. Why? Both heroes here can deal damage in the early game. Carry, sure, no items, not that, not so lethal, but remember, they might be lethal with the assistance of their roamer. So again, we might see action from that gold lane. MDH, what will they close out here in the first phase? I really like here. I think they should pick up the Yuzong themselves here.
Yuzong is actually going to be a very good one. And there you go, Gani. They're definitely taking the Yuzong. Atlas is being banned. Barrett is being banned. So it's lift. I think they want to eliminate and make it harder for MDH to choose over the jungle, because so far we know that actually Kalkuteka playing over Barats, playing over Leomort, and maybe I think it's Assassin before. I think it's around that one.
Okay, but it's gonna be Estes ban here for the last ban from the side of MDH. Let's see here. Smart Omega, will they continue the trend of banning out that jungler? Oh yeah, they are going to commit to a jungler ban. Barats and Leomord ban out in the second phase. Now MDH, they can pick up the Martis here, or they might pick up the Martis last pick. So they might secure a roamer first. What hero is viable here? Ruby, you're right, Ruby, or Kaja.
Yeah, Kaja as a pickup hero is going to be super good here if they want to aim for that one. But with the presence coming from the Fredrin, I think peak CC is really needed. I mean, Ruby is complete package for that. But they want to play with full damage in the early situation with the Kadita there.
I mean, you talked about CC, right? And of course, Kadita, other than providing magical bursts, she also provides that crowd control that perhaps the team needs. And take a look at Smart Omega. You mentioned that Mariah likes to play on that Ruby. It seems like they are now shadow picking it. But Fanny, will they lock this hero in?
It's actually a very good one, They still don't have the jungle from the side of MDH Phoenix. What kind of hero that they will be aiming for? Is it going to be a Cho for the jungle, which is going to be a very good one? But picking over the Ruby is actually going to be a very good idea coming from the side of Smart Omega Empress, because with all of the heroes so far on their hand, they really need one to open initiate or maybe even try to giving a lock to help the year to give a really good real-world manipulation.
That is going to be the scenario, it seems like. And let's imagine the drafts here again for the side of MDH, right? They have the Yuzong, they have crowd control, and it is already secured. Ling hand as well as Ruby secured, but on the right side. I didn't quite catch that.
Is it Yin, if I'm not mistaken, or someone that actually have a CC? I believe.
Frederick? No.
No, I don't think it's that one. But yeah, we will just see here, because we will just jump to the chessboard to see who's actually going to be going for this game, because all of them already being picked by Smart Omega Empress along with MDH right now. Ling, yes, it was picked along with the Ruby, but Saber pick coming from the side of MDH. We were seeing it on the first day, right?
Yeah.
On the second day, I mean.
On the second day on our opening match, if I'm not mistaken. But this is going to be our 10 heroes that will enter here. Smart Omega, or will it be MDH Phoenix and Land of Dawn? Here we go. Who will grab the first game, as we are going to witness the battle here between the two teams?
Yeah, this is actually very... To be honest, I really like the draft coming from Smart Omega Empress, because it's more balanced. The Saber pick after seeing the Ruby is just very hard to do or very hard to maintain when they are doing the war later. Despite that, they were having a really good damage or maybe even CC coming from the Kadita and along with the Farsha's presence, but also the Ruby with complete package is just quite hard to be handled, to be honest. And level 2, level 3 gap, 1 level gap already been there by Kakuteka along with Keishi so far.
Okay, we are now seeing a mix of spells as well, Vela J. 4 flickers on the left side. Meanwhile, on the right, we see 2 petrifies. So with the massive crowd control that can be provided by Yuzong and as well as Kadita. And oh my god, Mirai stole that purple buff without, like, effortlessly. What the heck is going on here? Smart Omega Empress. Shush!
With the I am good coming from Mirai here, just calculating the damage for stealing the purple buff. Again, the level gap is just annoyingly, they really need triple sweep coming from Kakuteka to give a proper pick off to the side of Smart Omega Empress. And there you go. Okay, really good, Breath of Ocean. But what is next? Because they don't have the rough waves as well in the head of this Kadita. But look at Keishi. Even Keishi doing a rotation already to the gold line of Team MDH Phoenix. But there you go. Void Crystal doing something. Daisy really wants to go back a little bit and still pretty safe and solid.
Daisy needs to go back. She is not level 4 just yet. Please take note of that because it means she is behind on rotation. Now, the turtle is up here. First 2 minutes. Let's see. Smart Omega are now already zoning the ore area here. It seems like they will secure that comfortably, but of course will try to disturb that rotation, and Smart Omega will claim the first neutral objective here. Crystal, though, will not be able to escape as Crystal gets taken down.
Yeah, very good movement and very good zone happened from the side of Smart Omega Empress. They really know how to push back MDH Phoenix to not be able to do something. And this is a really good situation. MDH, they are the one who is struggling to do any kind of movement, and Mirai giving a lot of information from the side of Smart Omega Empress and letting this Beatrix Sinoa, that is a monster, to be free going against a carry. It's a really good start. Really good start with 1,000 lead, 1,000 gold lead from the side of Smart Omega Empress.
I smell blood here. Kakuteka has the triple sweep here. Might look for a kill bot side. Will she get it though? It seems like Shinoa has that information and will play this rather safely, but they are not giving up this. Oh, what the heck? Top side 2v1. Daisy gets taken down, but take a look at the bot side here. Saber, triple sweep, connecting, but not enough damage. It is actually Saber gets taken down.
Saber is the one that's getting taken down with the real one manipulation that is having a really good position from Amor, but not enough damage to take down that Amor. Sa unable to punish players from Smart Omega Empress. It's not only one hero that is actually behind in terms of EXP. It's most of them. It's 4 of them, 5 of them even, having lower level rather than the other from the side of Smart Omega Empress. And now they are taking one turret in the top lane with gold shield turret along with the turret itself.
Okay, it seems like now tempo has gone slightly down here, decreasing the tempo. 3-0 still Smart Omega. Like you said, they are leading in levels, and of course they are leading in economy as well. Now MDH, a little bit passive here. I expect them to go fight here, especially after level 4 with Kadita, with Yuzong. But take a look at this feather airstrike on towards the roamer, not a good target.
I think like Sa is not really used with this kind of Farsha because she's not really comfortable to use the Farsha just like before. But Fredrin focusing over Sa, you forced her to use the flicker, but the rock waves that is already being used here. There is still Mirai, but the I am offended being used. Ocean Oddity tried to run away from the situation and they survived. But the turtle is there again. That might be taken by Smart Omega Empress.
Yeah, with the information of Crystal Low, perhaps recalling here, Smart Omega might take advantage of that women power. Let's see here already the zone. Amiku opening up the map. Kakuteka, oh my god, takes a lot of heat there. Mirai misses that I'm offended, but let's see the turtle take.
Oh, who is actually going to be taking the turtle? I don't think MDH Phoenix will be able to do that blink. Securing another turtle here, a rock waves being open, focusing over Mirai, not the target that they want, but Vera Strike is there, try to backing up this crystal, but it's not happening. Smart Omega Empress disciplinedly going back and knowing that they are able to secure a kill towards Crystal.
A textbook execution there from side of Smart Omega, taking the neutral objective and then don't force a fight if there's not an opening. There's no opening, so Smart Omega now still in control. Miku here might be the focus here as she is also farming up gold, but I'm sure Shinoa has more gold. Now, minute number 6 though, Vela J, what do you think? Oh, concealed play.
Oh, that runner Apathy actually having 50%, but again, this is Thalassophobia, 2 seconds. And they were having full HP again in the hand of Shinoa, but Mirai tried to use the Eye of Bandit flicker towards Miko and Raw Waves with the Breed of Ocean, triple sweep, everything for Mirai, but the one that is taken down is both of the players coming from MDH Phoenix with the Don't Run Wolfking and Eye of Bandit from Mirai.
What an outplay, and take a look at mid-side. Daisy the Yuzong gets taken down as well. They are trying to grab more space here. Smart Omega, they are not messing around in mid number 6. Take a look at the replay here. It was a dive, it was a commitment. And take a look at the response. Miku gets out, but the other 2 members with stun there get stunned. And of course, say bye-bye. Shinoa taking the kill. Oh my god, Action Crystal here with the passive will not be able to survive though. Triple sweep is active, but no commitments to fight just yet.
No commitment, no anything. They just want to push back players from the side of Smart Omega, not letting them to get the turret in the mid lane, but in the bottom lane. Shinoa just securing a turret from their side, but oh my god, Daisy going with the Petrify, but not a good idea because that is a real world manipulation stack. But Kaukutika again will be picked up by the side of Team Smart Omega Empress, and I don't think they want to stop gunning.
Oh, very good. I'm offended. Crystal next on the chopping block here. Sa low HP, but it's gonna be Keishi though. Gets taken down. They managed to find the trade, but Miku will pay the price as well, as the mid-inner turret here will be the target, but with that feathered airstrike, timed perfectly to clear that wave.
Snowball effect, non-stop movement coming from the side of Smart Omega Empress. And they are aiming for the third lord, right? A third turtle right now instead of the let off down. Again, the level gap. Even we can see from Mirai is already level 9, while for Daisy almost reaching level 9. And the first lord appeared in the level of down. This might be the time for them to try to take over the lord, but I don't think they will definitely going for that one unless they will try to pick off the player from MDH Phoenix. And looking at the movement, it might be the case for Daisy.
Okay, Daisy, is this the right target though? Miku is ready to deal out damage. Oh, awkward position and gets stunned here. Pop that sprint as well. Oh, Crystal in the backside, catching one. Combined with that feather airstrike, will not be able to catch one member just yet though. No casualties on the board. And take a look at bot side here. Both assassin and facing off each other. Not exchanging trades just yet as the Lord is up, so both teams will play this very carefully.
Very carefully, very initiative movement coming,
My
but the I am offended again with combo of Amor. They are moving together and getting Daisy once again. It's 0-4-0 for Daisy.
That was a very, very good read there by Mirai on that Ruby, and now it is practically a free Lord Saber in this game. Calcutta 0-0, irrelevant, nothing on the board, no impact whatsoever.
Yep, 0-0-10 from Mirai, 10 participation out of 12 kills so far. I'm offended once again right now, going for Miko, a gold laner. The one that they are aiming for the late game, but size there. Try to give with the energy impact along with the movement on the top lane. Daisy will be the next target. Don't Run Wolfking, and there you go. But Prince of Ocean along with Farah Track and also triple sweep from the front. They want to pick up somebody, but Kao could take out with the mega kill for Ayanami, and Mirai might be taking this crystal down along with the Not Ayanami. It's 3 members down from MDH Phoenix.
Oh, Sa here now still surviving that one. Keishi will lock on towards the turret inner turret top side. You can see here with the Lord push, MDH Phoenix still scrappy trying to defend this Lord push. This is still the first Lord though, so it won't be too much. Now let's see here the defense from the side of MDH Phoenix. it's still good. It's still okay because the base turrets, all three, are still up.
Oh ho ho ho. They're still aiming for going inside of the base turrets, but I think they will try to maybe freeze the lane a little bit to the side of MBH Phoenix, or maybe taking all of the neutral jungles along with the buffers, or unless they're just like very confident with the damage that they were having, they can try to drag it and try to punish towards Miku. Look how big the damage with the runner Apati.
Crystal now trying to find a kill, not enough damage. Keishi jumping with the pinch poise. Does not connect just yet here. 4 members defending Smart Omega. Do you look to siege the bot side? Are they going to able to get the base turret? It seems like they defended very well here. So no base turret here should be all quite healthy. But take a look at the catch. Daisy insta deleted there from the bot side. And Smart Omega Empress still maintaining pressure.
18-2 with almost 10,000 gold differences here. Smart Omega Empress leading the game, getting a lot of ability and movement, but not Ayanami chasing over Kalkuteka and will be punished because of the damage coming from Amore along with not Ayanami. Even they are exchanging it with Shinoa.
Goodness me, Smart Omega now still with the siege. Even though Shinoa gets taken down, it will be 4v4 on the board. 15 seconds to the next Lord. And remember, this is going to be the Luminous Lord here, ladies and gentlemen. So, this is going to be a tricky task to defend by the side of MBH Phoenix. Remember, they are behind 9,000, well, 8,000, 7,000 in gold. So, that is going to be the question. Oh, jungle, what happened there? Wings by wing, spot by Farsa, but no casualties.
No casualties, no nothing so far. Kishi finishing off the Malefic Roar. Now the Lord is ready. Not Ayanami looking good with this Fredrin that actually tried to focus over Daisy or even Crystal. Right now, Smart Omega Empress looking to have the second Lord on their hand. And it's already 12 minutes. So I think like the Lord will be going to the mid side or bot side. Well, for the side of MBH Phoenix, talking a little bit about high ground situation. They have the Farsha, but is it going to be enough with all of quite melee hero from the side of MBH Phoenix itself?
Okay, no. You can see here, still MDH defending Crystal and getting away. Base turret bot side could be the target. Daisy again with the pull there by Murray. No fall damage just yet, but now take a look at top side. Base turret number 1 might be taken down there. Can MDH defend this one? It seems like they are still able to, even though it's low HP.
It is a low HP. I think like if Shinoa going for the top one, they definitely are going to be able to secure it. But they want to get close with the Lord. They want to maximize the potential over the Lord and maybe even the reward manipulation that can be popped by Amor here. But there you go. The turret is already been taken. Base turret in bottom lane. They might be going for more because look at that one. Actually, Crystal will be taken down.
Lord now still quite healthy here. Miku take a lot of heat. Kalkuteka in the mid side might be in trouble. Gets stunned, and there you go. Bye. Base turret number 2 gets taken down now. 3 members defending. Can they defend this as 5 members are still standing? Not looking good as Smart Omega Empress will definitely take game 1.
A very disciplined game 1 coming from Smart Omega Empress. Very good and solid movement. They know how to react to all of the draft coming from MBH Phoenix. And I think like picking over the Saber is just like not a good idea coming from the side of MBH Phoenix. Smart Omega were having a very comfort hero, you know, with the Eve, with the Beatrix, with the Ruby, Keishi with the Assassins as well. It's just comfort hero, template hero coming from the side of Smart Omega Empress. It's undeniably strong coming from these Filipinos there.
It is very strong, very different as well here, Vela Jeff. I mean, MDH, sure, they are strong, but remember, this is a best of 3. So Smart Omega Empress, they need to bounce back. Well, not bounce back, they need to somehow replicate what they did in game 1. They did just a textbook game. I feel like they discipline, they know when to just force the fights, when to just jump in. Remember, their composition, if we're talking about crowd control, there are a lot of crowd controls from the side of MDH, but what Smart Omega Empress did was they don't go for the team fight. They go for the pick off, and that is just so evident that when one by one, you have nothing from the side of MDH.
Yeah, even we are talking about the early game situation, we know that actually MDH was losing in a lot of terms. Even Mirai was stealing the purple buff.
Yeah, true.
Without the intention to do it. She's just using the I am good. If she is able to take it, it's good. If it's not, then it's not. But she got it, and it's just lowering the tempo of the level coming from the side of Kalkuteka, and not only Kalkuteka, because the rest of the player now focusing to defend or maybe like accompany Kalkuteka, and the EXP is just like slower on their side. That's why Smart Omega was using the opportunity to go to the other EXP. Usually it was rotating towards the gold lane, like, but they are not. They believe that Sinua was gonna be safe enough to go fight with the MDH Phoenix carry. That's why they were going to the XP lane to help not Ayanami to owning the lane.
I mean, it's just it's sad to see. MDH Phoenix, a team that is very strong yesterday, it seems like, for this match, right? For this game, just this game one, they are lost. Here, take a look at the stats: 0-4-1, 0-6-3, all negatives. But take a look at Mirai here, Village. 0-0-19. That's just huge.
Crazy gameplay coming from Mirai here. But Shinoa also doing a really great job going against Akari, and even bully the Akari using the Renner's Apathy along with the Nimbiru. Not Ayanami doing really great job as an opener here, using a lot of taunt, using a lot of senses to actually punish MDH Phoenix. And Keishi as a finisher, I think like she's doing really great job. Full damage item from the Keishi side, but Amor with the positioning, with the respect for the Farsha and Kadita's damage, she's making over the Athena shield to actually prevent burst coming to the side of Amor. And with the glowing one plus Askin one, here is the MVP. Amor with the Eve 9-0-11, 83% kill participation and 681 GPM.
I mean, you mentioned the items, right? The two wands already. Glowing one and Ice Queen one. And also, she built Athena. So, again, a very adaptive build here. Very interesting boots. Also, warrior boots. Magic shop. But let's see here. Amore combined with Mirai. I mean, 19 assists to Mirai's name. Of course, Amore will always be there to somehow like deal damage, provide an assist, use that utility and as well as damage. And it's evident in game one that Smart Omega Empress is here not to just mess around. Not to mess around, but try to be, and here to prove how to be the queen inside of MWI 2023. But this is going to be the highlights. Most of them is just like movement coming from Mirai along with the players coming from Smart Omega Empress. How she's trying to be an opener, try to make a setup for the rest of the team. Yes, MDH Phoenix tried to contest it, but they don't have damage. The question is like, they were having a very good hero to deal a lot of damage in the early situation, but it's not the case in this game. That is never the case. I mean, Miku on this carry was, I feel like it was irrelevant as well. That was the big, huge outplay as well. Mirai bot side taking to surviving as well. And this is just an all-out massacre inside of the Philippines here. Very hard for the side of MDH to find an effective team fight. Why they were just behind from the get-go. Once they got their team things going, it's just Smart Omega already too far. Talking about economy. So Crystal here trying to find a catch there, but again, not enough damage, it seems like. Not enough damage, not enough movement, not enough things that they can do to go against Smart Omega Empress that disciplinedly, and just like how is the communication that is coming from the side of Smart Omega? It's just like they always go for one thing that they are aiming for. Look how is the rotation. There are 3 people directly followed by 2 that is aimed for the same target. It's just like very disciplined, very textbook, and just like how is Mirai trying to zone the rest of the player coming from MDH Phoenix using the I'm a Vandit or even Donrad Wolf King as well. I have never seen a Ruby so effective. Mirai, what a performance, but I guess producers told me that after this, there will be more short break here, Vela J.
Very short, very short. So for you guys, don't go anywhere. Please stay tuned. Instead of MWR 2023, we will be back.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me this?
even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MWI 2023. It was Smart Omega Empress taking the first game, so we are going to witness... Wait, what? You're not Vela J!
Hi.
What the heck? I thought I was with Vela J. So it's gonna be Arashi and me accompanying you for Game 2 and potentially maybe Game 3 for the next coming match as well.
I mean, it was a great attempt coming in from MDH, but unfortunately, it's a bit of a gamble, right? They're trying to bank so much on so little, and unfortunately, Omega Smart were able to adjust and get the upper hand.
So it seems like we'll see here in Game 2, what will MDH cook? Will they be able to adapt just like yesterday, or will it be Smart Omega too strong possibly? Now though, MDH will have the blue side here, Arashi.
Bit of a swap here, and the carry gets banned out. Earlier, we did see that the Lolita was banned out as well, and judging from the current counter-engage strategy we're seeing so much in the tournament, that might be the next ban that comes in from Omega Smart, but no, it's going to be the Fredrin. That flex potential, Gani, that's just really, really good.
It is going to be really, really spicy as well here. MDH realizing this Joy is open, and perhaps not carry, but another hero, Kaja, might be an option here for MDH to take. But yeah, very interesting bans throughout. Ling was a respect from Game 1. It feels like Smart Omega also do not want to deal with Lapu Lapu. So each of the teams has their own respect bans.
Well, Lapu Lapu, maybe the glue could be a prior pick as well. If you want to have some presence in the EXP lane, you want that aggression, there you go. That's going to be a glue guaranteeing that MDH will have a lot of pressure in the XP lane. And the usual counter, the Lapu Lapu isn't available, but the Faramis is still up for grabs.
Yeah, sure, Faramis, in theory, is a counter
on
glue
paper.
On paper. But in this current patch, in this current meta, I prefer other heroes. but
Like
it
the
seems
Joy.
Like, yeah, perhaps Joy here, Smart Omega, picking up a tier S hero as well here to somehow counter the glue, or perhaps this Joy can be placed in the mid lane as well. Self-flex, technically.
Exactly. It's so confusing when you're up against a Joy because you never know where it's gonna go. We see a Retribution here, but it can very easily be flexed around. That hero provides so much wave clear, and speaking of wave clear, the Lolita comes in as well. So any kind of projectile meta coming in from MBH will be able to be blocked out. So OMG, starting the drafting phase very, very strong.
Very solid picks here. I like it. They are securing a hero that is very solid and also anticipating here with that Lolita pick. MBH will stick to its roots. Kaukuteka, who did not have a good game in our first game, she will secure a hero that she is comfortable with that Leo Mord.
That Leo Mord. So already you see that NDH, it seems like they want to try and just run down OMG, right? Not allow them to just kite back and avoid any kind of interaction, altercation in the mid game. But looking at the opposition, having a Joy, they got to be very careful on what they want to have in the back lines, because now with the Kadita as well, who is supposed to actually stay in the back when everyone else is diving forwards?
That is going to be the question here. That Kadita I feel like, can make or break here forward side of Smart Omega, because sure, she can target that Eve, but she can be a juicy target for that Leo Mord as well. So let's see here. Second phase, we go. Franco ban out. MDH here. What hero do you think they should limit here? Because I personally feel they need burst in perhaps a XP. They're not convinced that the Joy is in that jungle position.
It could definitely be a mind game coming in from OMG. So with the Hayabusa out of the way, OMG will have less chance to try and flex it around. But as you mentioned, burst damage seems to be what they're trying to go for. So for the side of OMG, they might just try and limit the peels, right? The crowd controls that can just throw a wrench in their pickoff, in their dive potential. And for NBH, I do feel like they have to try and ensure that OMG doesn't get a lot of setup, right? Because if you have all the burst damage, but not a lot of skills to set it up, it's easier said than done to try and catch teams in this level of competition, but that Ruby comes out.
Yeah, I mean, a hero that can set things up as well, has that utility, has that crowd control, eliminated by the side of Smart Omega. Now, MDH last man seems like they are going to take their time here discussing what will they commit to, because that Hayabusa ban might just be a waste, realizing that not Ayanami is on that Joy. But let's see though, it's still flexible. MDH, a hero that they should ban, is a marksman, I feel like.
Taking away marksman options makes sense, but Terizla gets banned out. We did see it being used to quite effective potential by a few teams in this tournament. And in a dive composition, it definitely makes sense that for OMG is going to be that Beatrix providing the range to rival the Eve in the wave clear department, in the poke department, just setting up the HP bars for the Kadira or the Joy to just go in and play cleanup crew.
What I really love about Beatrix is it's a whole package, right? It can provide DPS, it can also provide burst damage as well, and physical. And of course, looking at their composition, they already have the burst magical in that Kadita, and they have DPS magical in that Joy, so they need more physical. Now, MDH, what a response here. Interesting response. Harith, so they want a hero that is independent and hard to catch.
We talked about what kind of hero can be in the back lines, and now it turns out to be a Harith, so a good amount of mobility, a good amount of sustain and damage, but of course later on in the game. So in the early stages, OMG has a chance to ensure that this Harith, as well as this Eve, just gets put under control. And looking at the Matilda, that's also a very good option to ensure that at least the squishier members on their team can back away and even engage with that circling eagle to just bring everyone all the way to the front of the engagement.
Okay, yeah, so let's see here, Smart Omega. They need some hero to somehow help to engage, to dive, and Yuzong can be the answer. Remember, Eve and as well as Harith, hero that is in the back lines, and of course with Yuzong that might create trouble for the side of MDH. Who do you got for the composition?
Wow, this is confusing, man, because it's a full dive coming in from Omega, but it's just so risky. For the side of MDH, I think they can stall and weather out the early game. They might have a chance, but looking especially from game number 1, if I had to put money on this, I would put my bet on Omega.
Okay, let's see here. Will it work? Will the composition work? As of course, we are going to witness potentially the last game of this series. If Smart Omega wins this match, it's going to be a clean sweep for the Philippines team. But if the team MDH Phoenix equalize here, so we will see a game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, comment your support, spam your support, because we are going to jump into the Land of Dawn to witness game number 2.
Right here, going straight into the portal, we're gonna see these two teams just clash, especially in the early game. And speaking of clash, already some altercations. This is what makes it so difficult, right? If you take a look at the composition coming in from Omega Empress, they have so much wave clear, Gani. So as far as lane prio is concerned, I think Omega will have an advantage whenever they want to try and roam and play for those neutral objectives, unless MDH can do something unexpected.
So let's see here. Will a Smart Omega Empress gain that exploit that factor? Oh, already early rotations here. 3v1 bot side. Stun and petrify. Everything connects. First blood falls at hands of Smart Omega. What? An ambush.
So aggressive, man. Level 2, they all go down and they ensure that the Glue, the strong trader who'll be looking to try and 1v1 the Yutong, gets punished completely. That already sets up Ayanami to have a bit of an edge in this EXP lane matchup. And later on, if Ayanami gets ahead, that means that the neutral objective gameplay is going to be so difficult with the Black Dragon just flying around.
That is going to be nasty, and take a look at that as Daisy now struggling to go solo against not Ayanami, but it's rather a slow tempo game. What you can say about the Emblems North spells?
Emblems and spells, for the most part, looks pretty standard. Calcutta though has the killing spree, so attempting to be very aggressive on this Leomord. So far, no real opportunities, and if you look at it, which lane exactly is she supposed to try and gank here on this Leomord without any kind of strong setup? I think Omega will be able to just maneuver around the bulk of those attempts.
So let's see here as the first neutral objective will spawn in the Land of Dawn, has spawned in the Land of Dawn. Now let's see here. The positioning is actually Smart Omega, who has a slight advantage, but take a look at Calcutta located there. So let's see, with the Black Dragon form trying to zone the members of MDH away. Numen Blast pops as well to zone the members, but take a look at the huge Fury Dive. Catches too, but the follow-up damage doesn't really connect. Daisy in trouble. No, she is not. It is going to be a 2-4-1 as of yet, as Calcutta gets taken down.
The 2-4-1 and the turtle, excuse me, is secured by Omega, I believe. So far, according to plan, MDH Phoenix, they went for a massive team fight with all their members, knowing that in the early game, they don't really do so well. So it's a bit of an extreme choice, and unfortunately, it does not pay off as we take a look at this replay. You can see Ayanami is going in the back line, off the bat, just taking out the mage coming in from the side of Phoenix. So without any kind of long-range AoE, it was just so difficult, and Amore just finds the right opportunity to try and dive in the back line and provide that extra bit of damage. That is why these magic damage burst heroes are just so strong in the early game.
As of now, it's Smart Omega leading the gold here just by a bit. So at this point, it's just still anybody's game now. Crystal here trying to open up the map with the Matilda. And it seems like they are going to slow down their tempo here, decrease their pacing again. And Daisy and not Ayanami here, the highlights lane of the EXP. Non-stop action, of course. Blue taking on Yutong.
Honestly, this is where MDH has to be very, very careful, because the composition coming in from Smart Omega, they all have power spikes when they have their ultimates, and just as I say that, they go in with the snipe as well. Keishi trying to get a bit extra, but unfortunately, Crystal is still able to escape with her life. But look at the pressure being exerted by a Smart Omega Empress.
A very good calculation as well. She holds that flicker. She still has that flicker as well. So very good calculation. But take a look at the engage from Amore there with that Petrify connecting. But it's not enough to take the Leomord down there. Smart Omega Empress silent, but not deadly just yet.
Not just yet. And for now, they're going to try and make a play around this turtle as well. Already, Ayanami has the advantage rotating earlier, but I think Daisy will be able to just catch up. But the Black Dragon from already being used very aggressive towards that back line, and everyone scatters away, Gani.
Zoning away here. Turtle will be secured by Keishi. All out war. Take a look at the knockup. That was huge. Crystal surviving with low HP. Keishi in the backside looking for a flank. Daisy pulls Murray away, and he is the first casualty. Not Ayanami gets taken down as well. As take a look at Keishi in the backside, does not find anything as MDH stands strong with 5, even though losing on the Turtle.
Well, they get the Turtle, but they lost 2 members in the process, and again, with the team that wants to go and be so dominant, so aggressive at this point in the game, that's a bit of a mistake in my opinion. MDH Phoenix will be able to use those kills, those resources to try and catch up, and honestly, the longer the game goes, when everyone's ultimates have been used from Smart Omega Empress, you can see that MDH Phoenix has the damage to match up against the team in a long, drawn-out fight, especially having a fighter like Daisy, like Kalkuteka on the Leo mode and the blue.
Let's see here, they need to calculate that damage. They need to have the right equipment to take on these fighters now. Let's see here, opening up maps in the mid side. 3v2 is the body count as of now. Keishi trying to find the flank towards the backside, does not connect, does not find the right opening. Oh my god, Miku gets stunned up. Say bye-bye to Miku as it is a job done. Crystal though overcommitting. It's going to be 2-4-0. Smart Omega with the right idea and gets the fruit as well.
Oh, that's a snipe, and that's gonna be a kill picked up by Keishi as well. This is burst damage coming in from Smart Omega. This is what they need to be doing. Getting these short engagements will allow them to just get that advantage, and unless there's a huge, massive team fight, MDH Phoenix doesn't even have the tools to force them to try and go for a huge 5v5. They can just wait around and wait for Amore or Shinoa to just get a huge play, a huge snipe, and just like that, they'll have an advantage as far as pressure is concerned.
That is just, I feel like they are aware of that, Arashi. Smart Omega are playing this rather carefully. Not Ayanami though, top side, 3v1. Take a look at that. Kalkuteka gets taken down. Not Ayanami, a little bit too strong now. 2v1. Oh! Yuzong, not Ayanami, is going ham on the top side. Murray now trying to find the kill on towards Crystal. Does not achieve that just yet though. It's going to be 2-4-0. Not Ayanami. What are you on?
She was 1-2 and 2, I believe, when that fight initially happened, and she was able to 1v3 outplay. And we talked about this, that initial gank, getting Ayanami ahead, making sure that Ayanami has presence on that Yuzong is just so critical, and MDH is definitely feeling the pressure as that is the burst coming in from Amore.
Amore with the steal pick off there, finding the kill. And now it seems like the purple buff invade will come through here. Keishi with the clutch retribution claiming that one. And now it seems like Smart Omega, they will maintain pressure from the side lanes now. They will go back to the left and right, top and bottom, clear the ways, finding the auto turrets, perhaps bot side.
This is almost 8 minutes in the game, and this is usually where the teams that need a bit of items, a bit of time to scale, start to catch up. You can see the Calamity Reaver has just been completed for Miku on the Harith, so more damage is available, but can she even survive the initial burst to actually get that damage out? With a 4k gold difference, Omega Empress is still going aggressive.
Daisy forced to use the flicker. Keishi now jumping in on towards JC. Daisy, split to save the day, but now Crystal here providing backup. Smart Omega, smart discipline. Oh, take a look at top side. This is nasty. Not Ayanami, not again. Now Phantom Steed has been popped to Miku. Say bye-bye to Miku here as the Furious Dive will secure the kill. And in the mid side, all action Saw gets taken down.
Chaos all over the map, and Crystal was also still be dived on, but unfortunately for her, she'll be able to escape as the mid turret gets taken away by Smart Omega Empress. And we just talked about the Harith, Miku having a power spike, and she gets instantly 1v1, just ran over by Ayanami on this Yuzong. MDH Phoenix, man, they need to try and maintain distance, but they don't have the tools to do so.
It seems like the Harith pick does not come to fruition just yet here. 0-3-2 here, Rashi, minute number 9. Daisy here finding the grab on towards not Ayanami here. Will they confirm the kill? Crystal and Sa is there to provide damage. She gets taken down as Amore though finds one, not enough damage on towards Sa here. Amore will choose to escape as take a look at the 3 members of SMG, SOE. They're going for the Lord.
SOE going for this Lord. and securing it as well. Actually losing one more member. No, it's still Ayanami. And I guess a bit too overconfident, right? Just trying to duel again and again. But against the full team, that's a bit too much. But Miku here gets caught out of position.
Oh my goodness. Take a look at the damage provided by Shinoa. Flickers away though. Kalkutaka with the Phantom Steed will not overcommit on towards that one. A wise decision. Keishi joins the party. Will she find a kill? It seems like both teams will not commit to a fight just yet. But take a look at the Renner shot there. Huge damage on towards the roamer.
That's a lot of damage, and MBH Phoenix, they can't really take this kind of poke as Keishi is just starting to get stronger and stronger. Yes, later on, the Yeef and the Harith can do damage, but so can Keishi on this Joy. 2-0 and 2 right here, and with Athena being built for SAA, it still might not be enough.
My goodness, not Ayanami built Oracle as well, Rashi. So imagine the region that this girl has. It's Crystal that's overextending there. She pays the price, and now Numen Blast catches one. Not enough follow damage just yet. Petrified though connecting. One member gets taken down as well. A base to her top side will be the target here. Kalkutaka with the Phantom Steed takes one. Flickers away, but Mirai will be the trade. It's going to be 2-for-1 here. Still in favor for the side of Smart Omega Empress.
MDH able to defend their base turret by sacrificing 2 members, but right now they're just delaying the inevitable. Smart Omega is taking control of the jungle, and they don't have to fear any cat potential. The only real way MDH can lock someone down is using the real manipulation. But look at Sa building for the Athena shield. She is defenseless against the damage coming in from Shinoa's Renner shots.
I mean, this is not looking good here, Arashi. MDH, take a look at the item builds as well. Yeah, she built that Athena. Take a look at Beatrix though. Full attack. BOD, Hunter Strike, Malefic, and Cast Claws as well.
A lot of burst damage and a very good amount of sustain if the fight actually extends like we saw as MDH Phoenix's wins condition. And if you look at SAA on the Yeef, she does not have a lot of mana regeneration to work with. So the longer the fight goes, it also means that she's on the clock to maybe go back to base and get a bit more mana. She does not even have the Impure Rage as an emblem. She went for the Mystery Shop, so that mana regen might be an issue as Crystal gets jumped on. Numen Blast gets used, and the Flicker will be able to allow her to escape.
Yeah, forcing her to use the Flicker. That is going to be information collected by the Smart Omega team here. They are going to wait patiently here for 15 seconds to wait for the next Lord that will spawn in the Land of Dawn. Now, MDH Phoenix, they are going to turtle here in their base, but yeah, I mean, what else can they do here, Rashi?
They have to wait. I mean, they have to wait for an overextension, for a mistake. That's how, when you don't have any kind of tools to try and start an engagement, it just makes it so difficult. You rely on your opponents to actually be in the right place for you. But Omega Smart, they're just way too smart for that, pun fully intended, and they will go for the smart move here, taking away this Lord, and then now, actually, they might get a pick-off onto Crystal.
Uh-oh, Crystal here, no Flicker. Remember, that is going to be information well punished there. Crystal, with that Circling Eagle, will not save her life. It's going to be 5v4 here defending, but in 20 seconds, she will be up. But that is just... is this going to be the end here?
From the looks of it, everything is going in favor of Smart Omega. MDH needs to do something very unexpected, right? If they play by the book right here, they wait for a mistake, that is what Smart Omega Empress will be playing around as well. They have to try and make a gamble, because at this point, you might as well, right? Because otherwise, it's only a matter of time. As you can see, the Lord marching down, the spells coming in from the Eve not doing enough damage, and this will be the first base turret getting taken down by Smart Omega Empress.
Yeah, right now, MDH, they are going to focus themselves onto the defending department. Oh, Mirai finding Miku, but no fall damage. Amore misses that shot. Miku, low HP. Take a look at this shot there. Amore gets taken down. Mirai will force a Flicker backside. Daisy in the front of it all will Flicker away. San taking a lot of damage. Now Lord, oh my god, they might end here. Smart Omega, they're looking for the base. It's quite exposed here, but it seems like MDH, they are still holding on as Daisy gets taken down, and one by one here, Smart Omega will take everybody from the side of MDH, and it is going to be confirmed. Smart Omega 2-0.
A dominant 2-0 sweep For Smart Omega Empress, everything just went in their favor, man. The tempo, the fights, the base siege, everything that they did just worked out. And unfortunately for MDH, despite their best efforts, they threw everything they had at Smart Omega, but they were unable to stop the base take, the end.
I mean, congratulations, of course, to Smart Omega Empress. Nice try. MDH Phoenix, it seems like another Filipino team will move on to the next round. Say goodbye to MDH Phoenix, but boy, what a series. 2-0 all 3 matches.
I mean, since the draft as well, they're just so good at identifying what their opponents want to do and completely just turning it around. In game number 1, they had the resources to punish any kind of aggressive dive attempt, and that is what gave them the edge, right? In game number 2, they were just able to get so much more advantage, abusing the pick-off potential and the rotations. And I mean, if teams want to try and beat Smart Omega, it has to start from the drafting phase.
I mean, I gotta say this to you, Arashi. Game 2, it was all not Ayanami. Well, not all, but it was mostly not Ayanami. She was making plays left and right as well. And that just created a lot of space, created a lot of time for their team to maintain more pressure, give more pressure, and of course, with the goal deficit, it's going to be hard for MDH to find that loophole to turn the game around.
With the pressure coming in from the Yutong in one side of the map, and then the neutral objective on the other, you can't help but spread out your teams. And MDH, right? They tried their best, and they try and find a middle ground, find a solution that works. They send multiple people to try and shut down the Yutong, letting go of the Lord. But at that point, it's a bit too late. Ayanami was able to just 1v3, 1v2. I mean, eventually she lasted quite a while, 1v4 as well. But this Yutong, this hero, you can't underestimate it, man. It's just so strong.
Don't underestimate not Ayanami. Sure, she is, I guess, the silent killer here, it seems like, because in game 1 she gave an impact, but it wasn't that massive. It wasn't like a Yuzong type of impact, but it was a very, very good display here that the team just moves as a unit.
I mean, that's a scary part, right? This player, Ayanami, if she doesn't really get ahead, she's fine just being there, being stable, performing. But if you get her a lead, right, she can make game-changing performances, and that is what makes Omega Smart so dangerous right now. There's no real lane that can just give up, right, in the drafting phase maybe, without any dire consequences. We've seen this again and again.
This is going to be perhaps the edge that Smart Omega Empress has. They need to stay consistent though, as right now this is going to be the item builds here, 20-6. That is the total kills here, Rashi.
I feel like MDH Phoenix could be a bit more defensive, right? Miku goes for the Enchanted Talisman first of all, so already trying to get longevity in the mana department. So trying to just have a lot of DPS along with the Feather of Heaven and the concentrated energy. Clearly the plan is to stay in the front, do damage and like regen it all up. But with the burst damage available for Smart Omega, one single render shot almost completely one-shot Miku. So I think it's a bit too greedy. Something more defensive I think would have helped a lot. And for everyone else, it just made sense, right? I mean, Yves already going for the double wands and going for the Athena. It's all so difficult to itemize against because Smart Omega has a good amount of mix coming in their team composition.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the gamble for that Harris pick does not come through here. 0-5-4. Irrelevant in that game, and it's just Smart Omega reading them like a book. Rotation-wise, they are able to deny the rotation, and this is going to be your MVP here, Shinoa.
Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Man, it was such a good performance, and she was essentially one of the most important members in the roster of Smart Omega Empress. Because if you look at it, right, everyone had magic resistance. We saw a lot of radiant armors, we saw a lot of Athena shields, but we did not see a lot of physical defense. So Shinoa was doing so much damage, but essentially, if MDH Phoenix were able to just one-shot Shinoa somehow, right, sacrifice some members to take her out, they had resistances for the rest of the team. Granted, Omega Smart were that ahead, so maybe it won't make a difference, but it was definitely an effort, a strategy they can attempt in that game. But no, Shinoa has 0 deaths, able to actually evade all that damage coming in from MDH and come out on top.
I mean, there was a messy fights here, so I'm quite surprised that Shinoa survived that all as well. The item builds, of course, very, very aggressive here. No item defenses at all. And it's just Shinoa at her peak here. Confidence, and she just brings sauce into the game. She knows her stuff. And this is still Smart Omega Empress moving on. And this is going to be the highlight here. What do you see?
Well, initially, this is that ambush we were talking about, able to just get Ayanami ahead, and afterwards, it's standard, right? Level 4 Yuzong goes into your backline, deletes your mage. That's just standard. That's what we've come to expect already. And then afterwards, you can see that everyone just gets bursted down one by one. If they just separate a bit more, I think they could have had a bit more success. But even then, after that, you can see the fights, when it gets really, really long, when everyone isn't exactly comboed, MDH with the shielding, with the regen, with the guiding wind from Matilda are able to just maneuver around and finally come out on top. But that's only at minute number 4. Later on, once Shinoa has a bit more items, when the fights go like this, she is still out there dishing out DPS. And as you said, Goni, no real defensive items because for the most part, look at where she's positioning. She does not have to feel in danger. She can just use the Nibiru's Passion, use the Renner shots from far away, and she's relatively safe. The Yve cannot even get close enough to actually be a threat with the real-world manipulation.
I mean, she can't let her get close, it seems like here, as MDH, they try their best here, defending this one with the Lord standing in top side. But again, Smart Omega playing this very, very carefully. Again, not Ayanami making that play here. Targeting Sa, gets it, and that is just all she wrote. Smart Omega, after that push, after that pressure, they are able to clean sweep. It's the representative from the side of Vietnam with a 2-0, of course. Any final thoughts here, Rashi?
It's just so brutal, man. That final fight, they essentially just slowly but surely just threw MDH into a meat grinder, right? Everyone was falling one by one, and it's not like they had any other option, right? If they just hung back, you see the Lord was there, and Smart Omega were about to end regardless. So that's a tough situation to be in, and it was a nice try, but you know, unfortunately for us in supporting all the teams, right? In a tournament, there needs to be a loser so that there will be a winner. So congratulations, Omega Smart Empress. And that will be the end of that match.
That will be the end. And Rashi, in case you missed it, first match, 2-0. Second match, 2-0. And third match, 2-0. So we still have the fourth and final match for today here. It's going to be GPX and as well as Zeg Iris. Will it be 2-0 or will they do not follow the trend?
Somehow in Mobile Legends, it seems like patterns just form naturally. It writes itself. So I think both teams are very, very good, right? We've seen a great amount of aggression possible, which allows teams to snowball. We've seen adaptability come from both these teams as well. They know how to change up their approach if it's not working. So I think it's going to be a lot more competitive because it cannot be that one-sided.
I mean, remember, in our opening match, we got a Maniac, but last time round, yesterday, GPX got the Savage. Will they be able to do it again? Or even perhaps Zeg? Perhaps they have something to say. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break, small break, so stay tuned to witness Indonesia versus Malaysia. Arashi and as well as Goni will have a break. Stay tuned.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang jadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung Esports Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer. Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi, melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi, membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second Mlbb Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you. 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second Mlbb Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series Mlbb Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the Mlbb esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
It's gonna be the battle between the Indonesian team and the Malaysian team for our closing match of playoffs day 1. Goodness me, it's going to be GPX taking on ZEG.
Both these teams like going aggressive, so we're gonna see a lot of action for sure. The question is, which team will be able to adapt better and try and come out on top when the situations get so chaotic? Of course, it's still Goni and Arashi here, and we'll be leading you guys on this very exciting match.
It is going to be very interesting and intense as well as the 3 previous matches 2-0. Will the trend continue, or will we finally see a full best of 3 series here, ladies and gentlemen? It is back with us, MWI 2023. So any thoughts here, ZEG, from your side, Arashi?
ZEG, I've seen that they are kind of smart, right? They come up with strategies, with drafts that has potential. But unfortunately, it does seem like when the going gets tough, when things really don't go according to plan, they kind of struggle with adaptability. And I don't know if it's due to, let's say, a lack of experience, or maybe they're just like not mentally prepared. But of course, that's how I saw them last time. Today is a completely different day, so I think there will be improvements to make for sure. And if GPX, if they don't really respect ZEG, I think they're going to be very surprised with how crafty, how strategic ZEG can be.
That is going to be very interesting. Remember, ZEG is the last Malaysian rep here remaining in MWI as per Team Hack. They did not qualify yesterday, so all Malaysians should support ZEG here, Arashi. Meanwhile, GPX here, let's fill in. Chin Chow claimed the first Savage yesterday, so perhaps we might see another crazy performance from their side.
I mean, if that happens, it's going to be wild. GPX has always been a very flashy team, a very aggressive team. But at the same time, that also means that there's a lot of windows for ZEG to try and exploit that kind of aggression, that kind of showmanship. So of course, the fans absolutely love how GPX plays. We do as well. It's always exciting. But we'll see if ZEG can actually use that to their advantage. Because at this point, you have to use everything you can to try and come out on top, man. This is serious.
This team is very volatile, can explode anytime, can find just very, very unpredictable. This team, GPX, and of course Chin Chow being the main women in that gold lane is, I feel like, very reliable. And of course Funi, the anchor, I really like her playstyle as well. Very patient, but very deadly as well. And this team is just very complete with Caramel coming to the fray as well.
Well, soon we'll take a look at a bit of the schedule, right? In case you guys missed it or weren't aware. Here we have today's schedule. It was Bigetron and Grayback early on. It was, and then afterwards, that was Risk and Impunity. I think for both these games, it's all on the left side, Goni. And of course, Omega, Empress, and MDH we've just witnessed. It's also on the left side. So if the pattern persists, right now GPX against ZEG. GPX, by pattern, right? Pattern-wise should win 2-0, but of course, that's not how it works, right? That is not how it works.
Arashi, are you nervous? Don't be, alright, because it is going to be very intense indeed. ZEG, I saw glimpses of their performance from day one. They show that they are a resilient team as well. And on that note, let's take a look at the team lineup here from the side of GPX. It will be their practically main 5 with Caramel, Funi, LW, Chin Chow, and Tal here. It's just solid.
Solid indeed. I think that this team, that's this question, right? They're so solid, but yet they're so unpredictable. So it just is a very confusing mix to try and deal with because they're just consistently surprising. So I think teams are just confused to what they can expect, especially because you mentioned that Chin Chow on the gold lane, very aggressive, but still always a solid performance. So I think it's going to be surrounding that gold lane for sure. And when it comes to strategy, I think ZEG can try and craft something to try and shut down that gold lane.
Oh, meanwhile, on the other side, it's going to be Mira, Pin, Rosemary, Ecstatic, and Pow Pow. Now, looking at them, their happy faces, they look ready as well. But perhaps any more deep inputs here from the team?
I think for ZEG, we saw that Ecstatic is just really good at playing those late game heroes, but you can make an argument that maybe she's a bit too safe, right? She has a very relatively low death count in the games we've seen her on. And on the flip side, we do see that Peen in the jungle role is very aggressive, and she has no issue just contesting neutral objectives again and again, and she has a mean retribution gun.
Okay, so it's going to be a very interesting matchup between the junglers, but of course, Chin Chao and as well as Ecstatic, they're going to go up head to head in that gold lane position here. Usually assisted by the roamers, so it's going to be 2v2. But usually Tao likes the heavy tanker, rarely use the support, so it's going to be very tricky here. Let's see though. I can't wait to jump to the drafts.
Well, Mage against gold lane, that's a very interesting situation, right? In the early game, the Mage has all the playmaking power. Later on, the Mage can also be a very real threat because the Marksman is just that squishy. So if this is going to be a duel between Ecstatic and Chin Chao, I think Ecstatic has a way, she has to like break away from that pattern of playing safe and try and risk it all in the early game and maybe try and shut down Chin Chao instead. Because of course for GPX, they perform really well when they're all online. So if they can maybe try and take out that reliable gold lane, there could be something that ZEG can do to try and get the victory.
But take a look at the objectives here. All departments heavily leaning towards GPX. If we're talking about KDA, if we're talking about objective as well, it is all in favor of GPX here. Now, Zero Esports here, what they can do is, it seems like they can go for the objective rate here. Looking at the data, no?
Well, they also have their most pick. Look at that. It's that Terizla, man. We saw how deadly the Yuzong was in Ayanami's hands in the previous match. And this Terizla was a very solid counter. So we might just see it again coming in from Zero Esports. But as you mentioned, the neutral objective, Peen on the jungle role, has a very solid retribution, even in the most chaotic situation. So I think that is a pattern that GPX can actually abuse, right? They can expect Zero to always try and contest. So maybe on the flip side, Zero can use that expectation of GPX to try and outplay them and set up traps in the jungle.
My goodness, it is going to be very interesting indeed here, Arashi. So in this current match, we are going to see more actions. Perhaps it's just going to go to the gold laner here, Ecstatic, and as well as Chin Chao. But I do want to add that this is going to be their final match for today. Which team is better here, Rashi? Because I'm blanking out here.
Ooh, it's tough to actually give out your opinions in this situation. I do think, honestly, that GPX has a bit of an advantage here, just because they've been wild for so long. They know what to do when things don't go how they expect. So I think GPX has more experience being crazy, whereas for ZEG, if GPX can just make things crazy like that, they might just get confused on what to do.
Okay, on that note, let's take a look at the talent prediction, because my prediction is gonna go to the side of GPX. Stat-wise, earlier we saw how they just dominated in all aspects, and of course they will replicate that. They will show it, implement it on towards the Land of Dawn. What about you?
Right, I think GPX as well. You can't really argue with the data, and I'm mainly an analyst, so I think I have to go with the numbers. But of
Stats
course,
don't lie.
If ZEG can upset our expectations, that's gonna be an absolute treat for everyone, including you guys at home.
Yeah, prove us wrong, ZEG. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you support ZEG, show your support in the live comments as well. Well, let's see here. Based on yesterday's performance, GPX, they are quite unstoppable with 4-0 run in the group stage. But this is going to be the keys to victory for the side of GPX.
On the point you were making, Goni, give Chin Chao, the solid player, her 1-1. If you can get her comfort hero, she can make those plays happen. And if she is the key player, having all that outplay potential on a hero is going to be very difficult for ZEG to deal with. Of course, be more calculated with their aggressive playstyle. If they want to be aggressive, that's great. It usually works out, but they need to be careful that it doesn't backfire on them. Afterwards, LW and Thal and Caramel, they have great frontline synergy. So if they can just stop any kind of dive perhaps coming in from ZEG, which they like to do, by the way, then Chin Chao can actually get work done in that backline and just output that DPS. That's just going to be so massive, especially in the late game.
Okay, so let's see here. Will they be able to implement that? Because sure, they have that game plan. They have that, the execution in their heads, but executing it in the Land of Dawn, that's a different story. And let's see here what the opponent should do to win against GPX. They need to beware of Caramel's gank. Remember, Caramel is a new member in this GPX team. Somehow, it seems like already her impact is come to fruition though.
Of course, in a team so aggressive, the roamer is a key factor. And afterwards, be patient and punish Basreng for their mistakes. That is what they need to do, right? We've seen that on the Tarizla, when they have these heroes that have AoE counter engaged, like a Lolita, they usually excel, Goni. So if GPX don't maintain proper spacing, they can get absolutely punished.
They need to be careful on the spacing. Also, the draft as well here to somehow find good ground between the players. But let's take a look at the gaming house here. We're gonna see the gaming house for ZEG. What's with the Rashi?
Last time I was at Mirko, they were on the gaming bed, Goni. But now,
it's a gaming sofa.
Couch.
It's a gaming couch.
Couch sofa?
Not house, not bed. It's a gaming couch here.
So they're locked in and they have banned away this Kaja. So they want to make sure that GPX, they don't get these great engages, these tools they can use to get ahead in the early game, and maybe they want to try and wait it out. That's a bold attempt against a team as consistently aggressive as GPX, but it might just work out.
Let's see here. I mean, ZEG with the blue side now will ban out that Kaja, and GPX, they are going to offer that Yve ban here. Somehow respecting Funi. Well, not respecting Funi, respecting the mid laner from ZEG, saying, yeah, we don't want to deal against Yve. But ZEG with the first pick, they might open up the marksman here.
Marksman.
Playing around ecstatic.
The marksman is just so important right now. So if the 1-1 is going to be contested, you can see, we can expect that the bans is going to reflect that. Lolita is usually a big counter. Glue could be used as well. Both of them are still open as of right now. And as you mentioned, the Yve, if they want to try and zone away Chinchao on that 1-1, they can use a Farsight as well. But I think putting too many bans onto that mage role might be a bit too difficult. But ZEG already banning out that Lolita, so maybe they're gonna try and take that 1-1 for themselves.
Yeah, again, I mean, ZEG realizing that they are going to play around ecstatic. They should give ecstatic the heroes that she likes. Now it seems like gonna be Glue here, banned out from side of GPX. Very staple, very Suprio as well here. GPX standard bans. If you're the second pick, ZEG now with the control, what should they ban out here?
ZEG. If they want to try and get that mid lane going, they might want to ban out Lilia as well.
Fredrin perhaps?
Oh, Fredrin. Very, very solid pick, Goni. With the flexibility. We saw, I believe it was ZEG, or it was someone ZEG was against, but we have seen it being used to just trap people, right? Make your opponent think you're gonna try and put the Fredrin into the XP lane, and then just switch it up on them. So it's a very solid pick, especially if the EXP and jungle is important, and this game it definitely is.
Oh, it will not be the Fredrin though. It will fall to the hands of Kadita against ZEG. They're opening up 1-1. They're opening up carry, saying, GPX, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna ban out Joy? Are you gonna ban out a marksman? Because ZEG will be more than happy if they have a tier S marksman.
Tier S marksman right now will be the carry and
1-1.
1-1, and I mean it can be countered, but of course it's a lot harder and you have to like adjust your playstyle. But for GPX, that carry will be banned out. So for ZEG, this is the main question here. Is it gonna be a 1-1 perhaps, or is it gonna be something a bit more flexible?
Joy.
The Fredrin can be used, but the Joy is up as well, and we saw how annoying it is to have a backline at all. When your opponent has a Joy, they can just go in the back and just wreak havoc.
But it seems like they are going with the same playstyle here. Play around ecstatic. The gold laner will have that 1-1. Now GPX have the opportunity to pick up two heroes here in that Fredrin and in that Joy here. That is a huge trade. Do you think it's worth it?
Fredrin and Joy. Fredrin right now, honestly, performance-wise, not exactly like very strong. Of course, the retributions have been very, very good, but I think the flexibility is the main thing that makes it strong. Although we are looking at two mages, could it be? There's no way, right? A Zask even, a hero we have not seen in a long time. The Farsa, I think, makes sense.
Yeah.
The Zask, not so much.
Oh, it seems like it is neither the Fredrin nor the Joy. The Upward, Farsa, and Lapu again focusing to somehow counter that 1-1 with that Feather Airstrike after 3 items on this Farsa. That 1-1 is going to be to close the gap. Is going to be hard for that 1-1 to somehow close the gap, right? ZEG here, 2 heroes before the second phase. What will the hero be here? Realizing, looking at GPX, looking at where they're standing.
Oof.
Terizla, the most picked hero.
This Terizla, man, they just brought it out of nowhere. It is absolutely oppressive in that EXP lane. Stronger than the Yutsong. As far as the whole time, I mean, we saw the Yutsong Terizla matchup, and Terizla came out on top consistently again and again. And this Sicilian is also a pick we've seen from Ecstatic, and she is just really good in this mid lane whenever she has to just play safe. It seems like survival is her main strong suit, but now with a Sicilian, going up against a Farsa, the roam gameplay though, with the Hayabusa as well, GPX is going to be so aggressive as far as the early stages, level 3 to level 4.
A little side note, LW played that Terizla as well yesterday, Rashi. So ZEG, that's their comfortable pick, and also perhaps denying it away from LW, or LW copying that playstyle. But second phase, here we go. Hilda band out here, limiting the options for roamer. ZEG, they might limit the option for a marksman here, realizing that Beatrix, Brody all open up. ZEG might try to eliminate that options.
There's just so many gold laners available right here, but as you predicted, Brody has been banned away. And for GPX, if this is another roamer, I'll be pretty surprised because, well, we talked, me and Mirko, in day 1, we did mention how this a similar draft like this played out. When your jungle is strong, but without any mid lane prio, mid lane backup, it's not really that realistic. So banning away the Hilda as well as the Fredrin is just very safe from GPX. So I think they're just, playing a bit more calculative, like we said, just to ensure that ZEG does not punish them.
Okay, let's see here. The last ban from side of ZEG, they might commit on towards another marksman. Of course, Beatrix might be that hero, saying GPX, well, Chinchao, what will you play? I mean, Eartha can be an option here. We're looking at their composition. Eartha can go front to back comp there with Hayabusa and as well as Farsa. But yeah, Eartha banned out by ZEG, saying, yeah, you should play the Beatrix.
A very smart ban, and now if it's a Beatrix, it becomes a skill matchup. So we'll have to see a lot more action in that gold lane to decide who gets ahead in that lane. With Beatrix, if the random shots do land, it's going to be a bit difficult for the 1-1 in the early game. But what's even more annoying is the fact that there's going to be a Hayabusa constantly just trying to pressure that gold lane. And with a Franco and a Farsa, this is looking to be a very aggressive pick-off composition. And for ZEG, they need prio or peel or save or crowd control.
Akai
something
Kufra
to just stave off this dive.
I like Akai and Kufra here. Akai as the jungler. It was quite popular still here against an assassin. Akai can withstand well, and of course securing the objective using that heavy spin is a guarantee for that, security in that neutral objective. But yeah, Kufra has been shadow picked here, so I feel like Kufra and Akai, if they want to go crazy here, but no, Kufra and Leomor, it seems like, will be locked in by the side of CEG.
Leomord is solid. I mean, very tanky, allowing him to actually survive from a lot of these burst damage, these pickoffs coming in from GPX. But this Kufra, we've seen it being such a hit or miss. And I guess against a team so aggressive, it's going to be quite easy to just counter, engage onto that, and maybe rely more on the Terizla to be the main engage tool. It's just such a flip though. It's such a coin flip.
It is such a coin flip here. Perhaps though, Arashi, GPX, can they pick up the Lunox here as the gold laner?
Ooh.
Against the Terizla, against the Kufra, perhaps potentially Leomord. That might be the case here, but Clint, oh no, I personally don't like that Clint.
Clint, strong in the lane, allowing you to win trades, allowing you to do damage in the late game when there's a big team fight and everyone lines up. There's potential, but it's just so vulnerable right here. And against a 1-1, the matchup isn't very one-sided. I think Clint has a bit of an advantage, but it's not insane. And later on, as you mentioned, Goni, it's it's going to be a bit dangerous, a bit tough. And the Lunox could have worked, I really feel like. But maybe they're just concerned about the lack of physical DPS, considering they already have the Farsa to rely on for that magic aspect of the game.
So let's see. I feel like they are gambling on this Clint. Will the gamble pay off here? Because again, this is still the first game of a best of 3. Will it be GPX or will it be from the side of Zeg Iris here? Let's take a look as we are about to jump into the portal, Land of Dawn. Let's see.
Really hope we don't just jump into straight action. We have some time to talk about the emblems, because looking at both these teams, it does not seem like they're going to take it easy, especially in the mid lane. But ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping straight into it, where both teams are starting on the orange buff. And Peen seems to be having a bit of an advantage. This is a fighter against an assassin matchup, so for a while, I think Peen will have a bit of an advantage.
We'll see here, Caramel on that Hayabusa with that high and dry as well. Remember, isolated members will take more damage going up against Caramel here. Of course, Pen on that Leomord will be on that killing spree, but bot side Funi. This is the rotation standard right now, right? GPX after mid clear goes to the bot side. But take a look at the invade here. Caramel will secure this purple buff, no problem. Without retribution, Iris was failed to find the invade. Oh, gets stunned here. Rosemary forced to use the flicker indeed, as Caramel is not level 4 just yet, so no shadow kill.
Aggressive plays from Zero Esports, surprisingly, going for the invade despite having a quote-unquote weaker mid laner. That was quite interesting, but I guess GPX prioritized the roam instead. And you can see the attempt to reset that purple buff from Sal, but it won't be working. Pin will be able to secure it unless...
Almost.
Unfortunately, Caramel did not take it, but that was close.
That was a millisecond too late there. And let's take a look at top side here. It seems like both gold laners does not want heat. They just want the gold here. But realizing that Tal is in that vicinity, something might be brewing up in the GPX kitchen. But take a look at bot side. Lapu Lapu and Farsa also trying to find something here. Terizla is there, opening up that skill. Rosemary catching LW, no follow-up damage just yet here. Force LW to use that flicker as the turtle spawns in the Land of Dawn.
Funi, I've been trying to roam a lot on this Farsa. That's how you're supposed to play it with the wings by wings. But look at that. That's going to be a penalty zone used by Mira. And Fumi gets taken very, very low.
Oh my god, wings by wings still on cooldown. But take a look at Thal securing first blood for the side of GPX. Now though, Rosemary will jump on towards LW. Does not quite catch it though. Pen will find the kill as Iris will definitely have more space to secure the first neutral objective.
That's very unfortunate for GPX. They're trying to maintain their tempo, their pressure, but with their members just caught out of guard, losing out on the setup, that's just a bit too difficult. Zero Esports are able to get the advantage in that fight and get the turtle as well. So GPX is now in damage control, but in the top side, they're doing pretty okay. Chin Chow on this Clint. Very strong in the lane and just trying to zone Papao from a lot of these minions. The gold lead isn't so significant just yet, but now Thal is here to make a difference. So Rosemary tries to actually impact this lane, but Kufra against Franco, it's a bit of a weird situation. And for the most part, I do feel like Zero Esports Gaming, they're doing pretty okay. All things considered, having a weaker mid lane, having a weaker gold lane as well, they're still able to match the jungle presence and the neutral objective take from GPX Basreng.
Wow, it seems like now, with that said, it's still a 1-1. Now in the mid side here, something GPX, they are trying to set up on towards Sicilian and catches the Quad Shadow and Shadow Kill popped. Caramel finding the kill on towards Static. In the top side, Chin Chow though will force to use the flicker as a defensive maneuver. Still surviving that one though, so it is still Zero Esports Gaming down a trade.
Now they're all level 4 and 5 though, and this is where the composition with more significant ultimates has a bit of an advantage, and for sure in this situation it's going to be GPX Basreng. So they're going to try their best to actually make the plays happen, but if they try and over-aggress and go for dives, they have the kit to make it happen, but unless they get countered, Chin Chow on top, alone, taken very, very low. That's going to be a kill picked up by Peen, and Tal actually gets a hook onto ecstatic, and that actually will allow her to trade 1-for-1, but that's still 2 members getting taken out by Zero Esports as they go for the top turret. Peen getting a Hunter Strike right now, already starting to show signs of snowballing. Definitely not what Caramel wants to have to deal with in that jungle role. And right now, Funi getting zoned away, and this is the problem here. Everyone from Zero Esports are just a lot faster at rotating. They're sticking together, and GPX are the ones getting caught out, despite the fact that they are actually the team with the better pickoff, with the composition that is supposed to help them pick off more often. Caramel tries to go for the turtle right here. It's going to be a bit of a contest, but the Retribution comes in clean, but Peen might go something. Oh, that's a Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage!
Oh, catches Sue here, and take a look at the wombo combo. The follow-up damage is just more than enough to take 2 members of GPX, 3 members of GPX down. GPX might have a say in that turtle, but Iris might have another say in that team fight. Iris now trying to look for the mid wave. Oh, the Iron Hook though connects on towards the right target in that Leomord, and she will pay the price.
Peen taken out right there, but this seems to be the pattern. GPX gets the neutral objective, but afterwards Zero Esports are able to just win the fight. And we talk again and again about the counter engage, about the punish, and look at that engage coming in from the Kufra. We doubted it, but if it's paired, if it lands on the right members, paired with the penalty zone, that's a lot of damage. And we've seen that ZEG, they excel at abusing combos like this in their composition.
All things are looking nasty top side here as the suppression comes through, and the Iron Hook as well. The follow-up damage by Chin Chow will fall through as well. Finding kill. Rosemary though, we did not see that whiffs that Tyrant's Rage, but now you can see here Funi in the bush trying to set things up here, trying to find perhaps a surprise setup, but it seems like Zero Esports, they read that play.
Seems like GPX are very intent on making the plays happen in the gold lane, and as a result, it's just that much more predictable. And if you look at it, Papao isn't that far behind Chinchao, so that's a bit of a unfortunate situation for GPX, but they go for the engage onto the Kufra.
Goodness me, Rosemary taking a lot of damage, and with the flicker, she still survives. What a good calculation there, as now GPX, they are still behind a kill, but economy-wise, they are leading slightly.
But remember, GPX with an assassin, with burst mages, they do excel in the mid-game. And in Mobile Legends, that's usually at about 8 minutes, right, with 1 or 2 items. True. Zero Esports will have to delay for a lot longer for Ecstatic and Papao to have that late-game presence that a 1-1 and a Sicilian can provide. So GPX will have some window of opportunity unless they get engaged on.
It seems like now GPX still here trying to find a play in the mid side as Peen will secure the last neutral objective for that turtle here quite comfortably. But take a look at GPX. They are not standing idly by as they are able to gain more space in the bot vicinity.
All trying to zone, try and figure out where they are and get that vision. Chinchao will be able to leave, and I think this is a great approach coming in from GPX. Avoid these neutral objectives where Zero Esports can force a fight and go for the trades on the structures instead. Without structures, there's less safety, less safe zones for Zero Esports, and there's less vision, so they can try and maximize that pick-up potential, but Rosemary goes in.
Tyrant's Rage connecting on towards one. Tal goes down first as Crossbow Tang in the backside collecting Funi. Caramel jumps in with the shadow kill. Not enough damage. Oh, never mind. She gets 1. What the heck? Where did that come from? 2 for 1 as of now as GPX Basreng. They lost that trade.
Mira on the Terizla, man. This penalty zone towards the back line is just so devastating for GPX right now. They want to go for the fights. They want to try and counter the engage from Rosemary, but unless they fall behind all the way and concede the fight, they just get caught in that penalty zone. So Zero Esports Gaming, all they have to do is replicate the same thing. Initially, engage or at least show Rosemary going in, and then use Mira to punish. So GPX needs to adjust and try something different.
Rosemary catching Tal. She will not commit on towards a roamer. A very, very good discipline there. It's going to be 3v3 bot side. But take a look at Sicilian. She is moving to that area as well. GPX, they need to be careful Oh, Chin Chow gets caught here, and it will be more than enough damage to take her down. Tal forced to use the flicker, but take a look at the suppression. Iron Hook connects as Peen will go down in the hands of LW. Zero Esports and GPX, they are going full throttle in the minute number 9.
They switch out, they trade out their jungler for the gold lane, and I think it's a bit dangerous. So for GPX, they're still trying to find some more. These fights are not going ideally for them. We saw that Papa got very, very low, but unfortunately, the damage from Funi is not quite enough just yet. So Zero Esports actually, with their superior team fights, are the ones who have the control over the map, unless GPX can go for burst plays just like that onto Ecstatic.
Rosemary catches Funi, no follow-up damage, no Tyrant's Rage as well there. Very, very good discipline there from both of the teams. Now, realizing Lord is up, of course, they do not want to take any gamble plays. They need to calculate more to have a better approach, because there is the Lord.
Well, the Lord up Caramel is showing in the bot side, so GPX already showing that they won't be contesting this, or at least won't be attempting a steal. Zero Esports can actually pressure, but now they waited for a bit too long and Caramel is on the way. Things are gonna get sketchy, and I think Mira is in the prime spot to try and punish any kind of straggler as Caramel goes face to face against her. But now look at that zoning coming in. Zero Esports has full control over this Lord Pit, but LW looks for an opportunity here.
Okay, let's see here. It's still anybody's game. Lord has been resetted there by the side of Iris. They do not want to gamble that one. Rosemary, though, charging. Oh my god, connecting onto her Shinja, and take a look at the follow-up damage. Rosemary though goes down. Mira might be next as she is under the turret, but Chin Chow goes down. Suppression comes through. It's going to be 3-4-1. GPX with the counter re-engage. They're able to find 3 bodies.
Zero Esports, they have the right idea. Go for the gold lane and shut down that late game presence, but they were a bit too aggressive, and knowing that there's a bloody hunt, there's outplay potential from the Shadow Kill, for example, on Caramel. They went way too aggressive, and GPX come out on top. Let's take a look at the replay here, where initially Rosemary goes in and the penalty zone comes in afterwards. Classic ZEG so far, but afterwards, they just went under the turret right here when everyone has suppresses, has immunities, and they paid the price. They need to be a lot more calculative because they don't have to force it. They have the better late game.
Take a look at that there. GPX with a very cheeky setup there. They will not commit on towards anything just yet, though. They want to secure the inner turret top side here, which is the wiser move, it seems like. With the Lord now marching, I believe it's going to march bot side. Let's see here. What will they gain more? Might perhaps base turret here.
It's a bit of a tempo swing here. GPX now has control over the jungle area, even the jungle of Zero Esports. That's a completely different situation than what we saw earlier. And now this allows them to actually set up like this, looking for opportunities to try and burst someone down. You can see that Zero Esports, they are now a lot more tentative in how they want to move around because the tempo has just switched out. And look at that damage. This is Fumi with more items right here. Not a lot of kills, but this is how that Farsa, that hero just works. It's just so deadly.
Indeed, and now it seems like with this Lord here, they will not be able to gain anything, I guess. It is just still the first Lord though, but GPX will of course maintain pressure, looking for the mid turret here. Iris, they are going to defend this one, trying to look for the kill. LW caught, but take a look at the damage though. LW will not survive that one as Ecstatic will have more than enough burst damage to take her down. Amira though will be the sacrificial lamb, seems like, as Caramel forced to use that squad shadow kill as well, finding 3 members now down as Caramel picks up the double.
Papao tries to go in and get that crossbow of Tang, but it does not work out. Again, the crowd control, the shadow kill buys so much time, and at this point, if they just try and target Caramel, target Funi, Chin Chow has a lot of damage, and you see it. Mira can no longer go in and buy as much time as she did in the early stages of this game. That's a 3-4-0, and GPX, they're not stopping anytime soon. This is their moment.
I mean, I doubted the clean pick here, Arashi, but it seems like now, minute number 14, her impact is quite evident. 4-3-4 here. Yeah, if she is free hitting, if this Clint is free hitting, it's going to be nasty for the comp of Iris. Now it's going to be a reset here. 30 seconds to the next Lord. This one's going to be enhanced Lord here. So GPX, if they want to secure this Lord, they need to play this patiently.
I think the key of the next fight here is going to be Fumi on that Farsa. We saw that the damage is very real right here, but if she gets caught in the penalty zone from Mira, that's a situation we've seen multiple times, and usually the team with the Farsa doesn't really come out on top if that happens. So it's all about if GPX can avoid the main engage tools and then punish the engage afterwards. Because if Papao can get a crossbow of Tang, for example, now the shoe's on the other foot. They are the ones who actually have that outplay potential. They can be immune for a long period of time.
Let's see here. GPX baiting with Chin Chow here to give more information. But oh my god, the Terran's Rage misses. Rosemary retreating. Tal taking a lot of damage, but the Feather Airstrike just to zone the members away. Low HP Caramel jumping in. Does not catch a body just yet here. Terizla is in the backside here. Funi needs to be careful. Uh-oh, Funi now might be in trouble here in the riverside.
Wow.
No casualties just yet though.
That is a terrifying amount of damage, pun fully intended. The Terizla with the aggressive build and now with an Athena shield will be able to just be the key to shutting down the Farsa. Will that be enough though? Because everyone else does damage as well.
Okay, let's see here. The Sicilian can deal a lot of damage. LW against Mira in the river. Funi. Oh, the Rosemary gets taken down. And then now we can see here Phantom Steed will not be able to connect as Finn will go down as well.
On the top side, the minions are just pushing into Zero Esports gaming space, and as a result, everyone is forced to respond. So GPX will get the free Lord. This is the chance they've been waiting for. With all the dive, with all the AoE they have, now they can go for a fight where Zero Esports need to divide their attention. They cannot focus on shutting down GPX because the Lord can also still end the game if left unattended.
Yeah, 7,000 gold here, Rashi. Caramel and friends, they might close the game realizing that mid and top base turret has been taken down. Let's see here, the defense from the side of Iris. Will they be able to somehow find the defense, or will it be all offense from the side of GPX?
That's one bolt from the Feather Airstrike, and Papao almost gets instantly nuked. This is something that Zero Esports Gaming need to take into account. The Wind of Natures are available, but not the Athenas, especially for Papao, so they have to try and find a window to try and fight without the Feather Airstrike, or maybe cancel it out. But now with the Lord here, this is where GPX will try and make their move. The hook, that's land!
Oh, Peen was the target here. Let's see, enough damage. She gets taken down. As now Rosemary will pop that Immortal, and she will go down as well. Mira might be next on the chopping block. She is still surviving as Funi LW is also low, but 3 members down. It's going to be still 5 members as GPX will secure game 1.
Go for the hook, go for the burst, go for the end. GPX ends that game in dominant fashion after a very shaky early phase. As we mentioned, Goni, having the experience to just adjust when things aren't going well, you saw that in this game number 1 from GPX for sure.
I mean, we can see the composure as well here from side of GPX. When they are in control, it's just hard for the side of ZEG to again find an effective play. Sure, mistakes were made, sure, ZEG punished the mistakes, but GPX bounced back. They are composed. Even though they made a slight mistake, they know how to recover, and that is very important in the Land of Dawn 2, like that split-second decision making.
It all happens so quick, especially if you're actually in the Land of Dawn. We can take a look from the desk here. It's relatively simple. We see everything, but those players, you can bet it felt like, moments for them, and before they know it, they just lost control. It happens that quick, and you just have to have the experience to know what to do, because if you think about it, it's way too late.
It is. So again, decision-making instinct, sometimes intuition comes huge here in this type of tournament, in this type of, phase as well. I mean, playoffs, right? Best of 3. GPX with 1 point. Let's see here. Will they close out with a clean sweep, or ZEG in game 2 perhaps find something to surprise GPX?
I mean, in game number 1, you do see that they had the lead. They had an advantage for quite a while. So I think it's just on execution. I mean, if they got ahead, right? you do have to ask, right? Did they get ahead because GPX made mistakes, or did they actually outmaneuver? And I do feel like ZEG outmaneuvered because you saw that GPX were very proactive, roaming around the map, but they were not able to get massive hooks to just get those pickoffs, and they were not able to abuse the feathered airstrike. So I think the rotations and positioning from ZEG to try and stall the game makes sense, but once they were in that mid game, right, that's the critical moment where with 1 or 2 items, GPX is just so much stronger, and unfortunately they didn't succeed in coming out on top.
When they are ready to somehow look for team fights proactively in the map, look for pickups as well, it seems like the side of ZEG, they ran out of corners to hide. And it seems like GPX, they managed to exploit that fact. After minute number 8, after minute number 10, they are, like you said, very proactive, looking for everything, not just pickoffs, not just fights, but looking for space, creating space as well to somehow take down more structures, create, gain, suffocate the opponent, and that is just what happened. Textbook overall execution from the side of GPX, which again, a very, I guess, very predictable execution, a very predictable result from the side of GPX, but the question is, are they consistent?
That's the thing. As you said, it's what we come to expect already, and I think it just depends on the execution, man. A lot of those moments there, it just depends on if the skills actually land. I mean, we talked about how inconsistent the Kufra is, and we see it directly in that previous game. When the Kufra gets the huge engage, they come out on top. But when the Kufra fails the Tyrant's Revenge, when the Kufra gets stunned, gets hooked, then automatically ZEG just has so much less of presence in that team fight. So maybe a different roamer will be better, but we'll have to see, man. The drafting phase is so difficult to play around.
See here the item builds for that first game. Kill-wise, it's not that far, 11 to 18, but take a look at Caramel, 8-1 and 5.
Oof, 8-1 and 5, going in aggressively. Caramel was doing so well. But look at Chin Chow as well, knowing that there's a lot of threat, going for both a physical damage solution and a magical damage solution. Of course, she has 14,000 gold, so Papao can't really have the same kind of luxury, and that is what was so devastating. She does not have any kind of magical resistance, and look at Funi, essentially full inventory slots. That's way more than enough damage to ensure that the 1-1 does not have any space to maneuver around, and the same can be said about Ecstatic. This is why the Sicilian is good, but it's just not top tier. The range is just so much difference, and before he can even, before the Sicilian can even have very impactful bat impacts, the feathered airstrike just ensures that he is forced to back away.
The problem with this composition is, like, surface-wise, is just, 1-1 needs time to have that power spike. Sicilian also needs time to have that power spike. So it's like, it's just they're banking on that late game. They're hoping to survive that early, that mid, which they do for the most part, but at the end of the day, it was just GPX knowing that no, we cannot take this game to the very late game because they have 1-1, they have a Sicilian, so they play this very cleanly, sharply as well, and props to GPX to find the loophole, maintaining the right amount of pressure to not get overzealous and of course to not be passive.
I think Zero Esports Gaming also needs to calm down a bit because they were winning so many fights. We said it, they were actually the ones who are winning and they have the better late game. But before we go on that point, the MVP for this game, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, it's going to be Caramel on that Hayabusa. Just devastating, and the time that she can buy with the Shadow Kill is definitely one of the key factors in ensuring that ZEG were not able to continue to snowball. And that's what we were talking about. They were ahead on a late game composition. If they just wait for GPX to just make mistakes again, like for example, showing their jungle in the bot lane when the Lord is on the top side, right? They can just wait for those moments and capitalize. But they forced that play in the mid lane. We're gonna see some of the highlights later on, and that was just the turning point for GPX.
Yeah, I mean, that should be capitalized, but then again, Rush, if you really think about it, right? I mean, Caramel knows, right? She just rotates bot side quickly, rotates top side. But let's see here. I think she calculated more than enough time to go to Lord on time. But yeah, then again, I do see your point. This is going to be the replay here. Jane Chao early on, not a fun game, but she manages to bounce back.
And credit to Thal, not getting a lot of aggressive plays happening, but she's able to just punish whenever ZEG were too aggressive. And look at that, when the engage happens, it's so clean, and there's not much that GPX can do to try and salvage the situation. Their backline is just definitely not under any threat at all because everyone is engaged on. But look at here, this is the play where they just go in, they go so aggressively, everyone just diving under the turret. It wasn't necessary, and just like that, they lost 3 members for the price of 1, and that was the beginning for GPX to get the lane control, to get objectives, to get turrets around the map, and they just have more control to just go for these pickups.
Yeah, one mistake there, capitalized perfectly, and this was the outplay as well by Caramel. Shadow kill, and towards the double there, a very, very well-timed skill output. And this is just GPX already showing dominance front, left, and right here. Iris Zeg not able to find the defense here. And yeah, I mean, GG for the side of GPX. Taking game 1. Can they bring the momentum to game 2?
There's just so much damage from so far away, so hopefully adjustments are made for sure. There's a lot that they can do all the way from the drafting phase, right? If they really want to go for something like that, honestly, two late game carries, I think that's a bit too greedy. Knowing that GPX having a preferred playstyle, right, aggressive in the early game, I think mid control at least needs to be in consideration. Maybe from the jungle, maybe the roamer can just help with the wave clear. But that's the issue, right? Ecstatic is known for playing these late game long-range mages, and with the Farsa and Yves not available, she's forced on the Sicilian.
That is the, I guess, the tricky part here, because that 1-1 was first picked, right? So that is low-key a late game hero. Sicilian also late game hero. They need time to really have that impactful composition, but again, GPX, they spotted that and just clean the game sharply, just end the game sharply as well. And well, we'll see here, game number 2, Arashi, though. Will there be changes from either side? Your prediction?
I think they'll just make it more balanced right here, because I think range is a very underrated counter for 1-1. She's very short range, and with a Farsa and let's say a Beatrix, right? With long-range heroes like this, that just completely shuts down any kind of playmaking potential. I mean, for Papao, we did see that she was able to use the crossbow of Tang only once in that game. Everyone is generally way too far, so only 1 or 2 crossbow of Tangs is not nearly enough to make that hero, worth it, valuable. So I think if they want to try and get that 1-1 first pick of all things, they have to try and build around it as well. Make sure that the 1-1 gets success and not just barely survives the early game. Because as Mirko loves to say, if the 1-1 can get a solid, strong early game, she can just start snowballing in the mid to late game without waiting too long.
I mean, yeah, again, 1-1 is also a hero that is, when your team is behind, 1-1 can be your saving grace after those items. Remember, that crossbow of Tang can be a game changer if your team is behind, and perhaps that is what ZEG was banking on earlier, trying to find that crossbow of Tang play, but it was just, again, a GPX too clean about it. They know how to deal against this 1-1, because remember, Chin Chao is also a very good 1-1 player, a great 1-1 player.
I feel like if their intention is just to counter this 1-1, I think picking it, if they're not really good at it, you need to be really good at 1-1 to make it work in the current patch, right? Mirko loves saying this. I keep quoting him because he's a 1-1 player. He's top rank?
Top notch.
Top rank 1-1. But so, if you're not really, really good, then the hero just looks a bit lackluster. So I think you can let it go. And I think ZEG has more than enough knowledge and strategy to try and make a composition, draft in a composition that can counter this 1-1. Because if they like Ecstatic on these long-range mages, they can use that to counter the 1-1. We see it work in this instance.
I mean, technically, Farsa is the counter for that 1-1. So let's see here. Will ZEG bring that approach, or will it be GPX just too strong with their own approach? GPX now with the blue side, as ZEG will now have the red.
Ooh, ZEG now having the second pick, we'll have to see. The Kufra, whoa, the Kufra of all things gets banned by GPX. That's an interesting approach. But I guess in the early game, as we mentioned, when it works, it works. So with GPX banning out this Kufra, I think ZEG will try and curb the early game aggression as well, but they ban out that 1-1. So already a different approach, not wanting it to be picked by either team.
So GPX, they are low-key opening up heroes here with that Kufra ban. Sure, respect can be the case here, as it was it caused problems in the first game, that Kufra, but it seems like GPX, their idea is just to more open more prio heroes. Remember, Yves, Open Joy opened up as well, and let's see here, Carry can be the option, but it's gonna be Hayabusa banned out here by GPX, so perhaps again they want to give Chinchao her heroes.
Chinchao getting her comfort picks is definitely a thing that GPX would really want, but we've seen her perform like earlier on the Clint, so I think it's going to be a bit far-fetched to try and ban out or really squeeze down on her hero pool. So for now, I think prior heroes like the Glue, for example, it's still a very contested pick. And I do wonder if both teams have any plans for that Tarizla pick, because it was very strong in the early game, but towards the late game, you do see that it fell off quite a bit. And on the note of EXP laners, that Blue has just been banned out.
Okay, so GPX, a fast response here for that Kaja pick as well. ZEG, it seems like it is going to be them who will take their time here. Perhaps that Kufra and Hayabusa. Well, that Kufra ban is not within their...
Oh.
Here for the last ban.
From the bans of GPX, the Kufra, the Hayabusa, and the Kaja, I'm suspecting that Joy is in their minds here. That's a hero with a lot of dashes, so I think the Kufra and the suppression coming in from the Divine Judgment of the Kaja can be a very real counter. We've seen it before. So if they're going for the Joy here, it makes sense. But will ZEG let it slide? They're going to ban out the Carry instead. So two of the contested marksmen will not be in the picture.
Okay, but again, Joy will be opened up here. GPX, will they contest? No, they will pick up the Yves rather here, securing a hero for Booney. It's her signature hero, very comfortable as well. It can provide utility and as well as damage. Nasty Yves.
I mean, I'm very biased towards Yves. I play that hero a lot.
Yves?
No, I like Yves so much. It's one of my favorite heroes. I think I have so many games on the Yves, but it's just so flexible. Depending on how the game is going, you can itemize differently. You can play it differently as well. So I think it's really good. But for ZEG, they just go for the Lolita and the Fredrin, already hinting at AoE counter engage, a GPX counter by having crowd control immunity on this Martis and getting the Brody for some independence in that gold lane as well.
Yeah, good marksman pickup here for GPXY. Usually Lolita and Fredrin will try to close the gap, and of course Brody, with that mini stun that he has, can sometimes help him out and clutch the play as well. Now ZEG with the last pick before the second phase, they might go and look for the I think they should go for the mage here.
A mage pick, I think, makes a lot of sense here. If they want to match that range, they can go for the Farsa. As I mentioned, matching range. There it goes. And if you don't go for the Farsa, then you're forced to play a very different game. So I think it makes sense here. Now, both teams have to be very careful about the range, the effective range of both these mages. On that note, though, I do feel like GPX, as of right now, have more options to deal with the Farsa. Whereas for ZEG, we have yet to see that backline threat towards the Yves. Although the Youth Song is still open, unless GPX wants to try and ban it out.
Okay, there you go. You can see here now, Iris, they will ban that Lapu here, limiting the options for that EXP. Remember, LW can also play that Tarizla as well, Arashi. So let's see here. Meanwhile, the GPX side, they will of course limit the marksman option. Ertel, perhaps Beatrix can be banned out next.
Beatrix against the Brody. The thing with Brody is generally it's a bit of a skill matchup. It just depends on how you position and how you trade. On the hands of someone like Chin Chao, that's just such an oppressive hero to go against in the gold lane. So usually, heroes with mobility, heroes with more DPS, like the Aerithal for example, can be used as a counter, so GPX very smartly denies it. As if they go for that Beatrix, that Renner range could be used as a solution as well. So we'll have to see. For now, it's still going to be ZEG, and if they go for another EXP ban that hints at a lot of things, it's going to be the Yutong and the Lapu to ensure that the Farsa will have a good time. But GPX can still go for something like a Kadita and just completely mess up that backline.
Yeah, you're right. Kadita is up for grabs here. GPX. It might be the solution here. ZEG though, will they be able to locate that Kadita pick? Well, I mean, if they are able to, well, they cannot do anything about it as well, but they can secure a hero. I'm really looking at a hero for the XP. Can Cho work?
Cho. It fits their playstyle. I don't know if that's realistic though right now. The Beatrix will be hovered on Gani as you predicted. I mean, earlier, if you said they're going to pick Kadita, that means like Farsa will go to the gold lane maybe? I mean, I wouldn't put it beyond ZEG. They are, of course, the Malaysian representatives. They are the wildcard region. But no, it's going to be a Beatrix. And for GPX, will the Kadita make an appearance? It's an Atlas.
Wow. The Atlas pick might come through here. Remember, with the Fatal Links, it makes sense, right? Against a Fredrin, going up against Atlas, it will be vulnerable towards that Fatal Links as well. And looking at the composition, it's more than enough AoE. With Eve, with Brody, and to add to that, you have that Masha that will just focus down on towards the turrets, Farsa, and as well as Beatrix.
What's the solution gonna be for ZEG? I mean, the Masha can just dive in the backline as well. We've seen it being used to counter these backline heroes, almost one-shotting them with the Thunderclap. So for ZEG, crowd control is in order already, so I think just need a bit more frontline maybe to just ensure that GPX, they can't just completely run through and get a huge Fatal Links in the backline.
A good hero against a Masha though. Against a Masha, maybe?
Usually duelist, right?
I was thinking like, okay, Ruby might work, but Esmeralda,
okay.
Wow.
Not a bad idea. Having decent trades, and if they want to all in, if Masha wants to try and all in, it's also really good. And with Unenchanted Talisman, Esmeralda can essentially just be on the map constantly, so it makes sense, but we haven't seen Esmeralda in so long.
Yeah, I mean, Esmeralda is not really popular in this current patch, but it seems like with a Eve on your opposing side, that shield perhaps might be useful if you have an Esmeralda in your comp here. So let's see here, Land of Dawn shortly to see perhaps potentially the last game of today.
Potentially the final game if GPX is able to find success yet again, unless ZEG can try and come up with something surprising, a unique playstyle, and maneuver around this team fight heavy composition from GPX, and of course deal with the Masha. That's gonna be a huge problem for any kind of squishy backline member that will try and do that damage.
Yeah, Land of Dawn, here we go, Portal. Let's see here. Will it be GPX taking the 2-0, or will it be Iris equalizing here and forcing a game 3? Spell check and as well as emblem check here. Arashi, anything out of the ordinary? Let's see.
Let's wait till it's actually on the screen first, Gani.
I was waiting.
That clear from Martis is just so good. He has a Demon Slayer as well, that explains it. But look at that mid side though, everyone's just scrambling around trying to do damage. In the early game, Funi needs to be very careful. This Farsa has a lot more burst damage, at least in the beginning. You see that Funi also goes for the mystery shop, so more items faster, but none of the additional benefits, like from the Impure Rage.
Yeah, realizing that Atlas is in the opposing side here, 2 Purifies brought both by Ecstatic and of course Mira here in that EXP. We'll see here how effective will that Purify be. First minute in, GPX and Zero Esports just trading punches here. Let's talk about the matchup between Esmeralda and as well as Masha bot side. Seems like it's just a never-ending, and yeah, it's just a skills matchup as well here.
It's just a complete fist fight, and Mira will have the Avarice emblem. That will give her a bit of a gold advantage, gold lead. A very smart itemization, but for LW, that emblem is also quite effective. It gives you more damage when you are low HP, I believe.
Unbending will.
Unbending will. So LW can be a lot more effective later on, though. So for now, I think this EXP is going to be a constant slugfest, but everyone else is coming to this lane to try and make a difference.
Yep, 4v3 here. Rosemary here taking a lot of damage. Forced to use the flicker. Caramel here will not be able to find the kill just yet. Bean though, low HP gets taken down. Caramel picking up the first blood. A confirmed kill on towards the jungler. Confirmed kill on towards the first neutral objective as well.
The early game is just so strong coming from GPX. The wave clear with the Atlas in Tau is just so scary, and I think Zero Esports, they just rotated a bit too fast. Now with that pressure, Caramel is able to secure that turtle and look across the map. Every single lane is pressured by GPX Basreng.
And take a look at the positioning of Atlas here. Already ready for a surprise attack, perhaps. Surprise setup going up against that Pao Pao. Pao Pao, is she aware of this setup is the question.
She might not be, so this is the scary situation here, but Caramel is coming as well. This might be a dive.
Oh, Flicker Fatalings failed there. Rosemary and as well as Pao Pao, well-timed Flicker. Caramel now taking a lot of damage, will not survive. I might be wrong though, as Feather Airstrike pops. Not enough damage to take anyone down just yet though. Pin, low HP.
Wow, everyone actually comes out alive from that play, but look at Thal trying to make up for that earlier Flicker Fatalings play. It doesn't look like it succeeded for GPX, but in a way, they did burn the Flicker of Papao, so they can come back and make the plays happen again later. They have more than enough pressure on the other side of the map because LW, he doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, fun fact now, no Flickers on the board, all on cooldowns, people or members that brings the Flicker here. So Zero Esports and GPX, if they have that information, perhaps they might punish that fact, as Funi needs to be careful here. Remember, no Flicker. Funi immediately escapes that one, but 4 members rotating topside. Tal and Chinchao needs to be careful. Oh, Fatal connection on towards one. Ecstatic is going to be the target as Tal gets stunned down, but Ecstatic will be taken down. 1-for-1 here as P needs to be careful here, trying to escape this one as Chinchao. Aggressive movement, but not come to fruition. It's just a 1-4-0.
That's a very good technical dive coming in, but ooh, that's a bit too aggressive. Funi gets taken out. 1v3, walking up alone.
Yeah.
That is not what she needs to be doing. But early on, using all the puck control on Ecstatic, that actually paid off. The Torn Apart memory just gave him barely enough to try and take out the Farsa. And now with GPX losing Funi for a bit, there's some room to breathe for Zero Esports. They might try and contest this one.
Yeah, fun fact, Caramel taken the purple buff of Peen there. So no purple buff on the jungles of Peen. A Retribution battle. Rosemary will get it. Fatalings connects on towards one. No follow damages yet. Ecstatic popping up that Feather Airstrike. LW. Nuisance there towards the backside here as LW will be the focus now. Whirlwind Population has popped. Mira, will she be able to escape? Without sprint, she will not be able to. At the end of the day, it's going to be a 1-4-0. Mira, the EXP laner, gets taken down.
Mira gets decimated, literally. And now for GPX, they're going to try and take this top turret, but Rosemary tries her best to try and delay. But with 3 members around, that might be a bit too dangerous. They're going for the turret. If it goes down, Rosemary's in deep trouble.
Yeah, now with the stun here connecting as well. Flicker just for the delay. A killing spree will be collected there. GPX, they are really stepping on full throttle here, taking the turret top side and taking the kill as well.
What a disaster for Zero Esports. They now lose all the lane pressure, despite the fact that on paper, their wave clear is really decent. They have the Farsa, they have the Beatrix, as well as the Esmeralda and the Lolita. All of these heroes have good wave clear, but GPX is just doing it a lot faster, and they're in the right place at the right time. The fights have been very sporadic, and I think that really benefits GPX. That's not really ultimate reliance.
are looking for the mid side here. Chin Chow will be the target. Gets stunned though. Nice cover. Rosemary will not survive for long. Real world population popped in the mid side. LW though is wreaking havoc and forcing Iris to retreat as GPX claims the outer mid turret.
With that tower taken out, there's a lot more control that GPX can use. It's only the bottom side still having a turret standing, and that is just not good. Now Thal has more opportunities, more room to just hide in those bushes and just get a huge, massive Fatal Links to try and shut down this game.
Yeah, but remember, Ecstatic and Mira still has that Purify, so perhaps Atlas should target Baby Pow Pow and Pin to have that maximum effect. But now, Rosemary trying to face check in the bot side here will get punished instantly. Caramel gets the unstoppable. Ecstatic might be in trouble next as P now is trying to provide cover for Ecstatic.
What an aggressive play being done by Caramel, but fortunately for Zero Esports, they only lose one, but that's just so much pressure again and again. GPX completely unrelenting. And I guess for Peen, she is happy to even still get any buff on the map right now.
Things are not looking good here if you are supporting Zero Esports Gaming, but nothing has set in stone just yet here. GPX, they are really controlling the map here. Oh, Feather Airstrike. Tall will fight Ecstatic. Purify pops as well. Mira on the backside will not survive. Thorn apart Berry takes his life. And now Rosemary might be next in the topping block. Monster kill for Caramel as well, as two members from Iris is down in the Land of Dawn.
The teams from Iris here, they were just all around the map, and we saw that Rosemary on the Lolita was actually behind GPX, and she missed the Numenon Blast because GPX is just going in full send. So now they have to just adjust the positioning because these Numenon Blasts need to land, right? That's the only way they can match the setup coming in from the Fatal Links. I think adjustments need to be made for sure, but for Papao, that's already quite a bit of damage, and she is still one level behind though. Chinchao is so proactive here, setting up kills with the mini stun, doing securing kills with the Tornapad memory as well. GPX, they just won't let Zero Esports have any opportunity.
Take a look at LW here, baiting three members to give out resources on towards her. Yeah, I mean, she is still healthy. And now, you can see here the mid side, inner turret might be the target of Mira. He needs to be careful here. This Esmeralda, not a good game here, 0-0. Impact-wise, questionable, but I guess Matrix finds a turret bot side. Now, GPX, they are leading 7,000 gold lead here, looking to expand on that department as well. Zero Esports Gaming, they need to pick their battles. They need to focus farm first.
Papao now has the Blade of Despair as well, but it won't even matter because the Fatal Links goes in!
Finds Peen, Taldo will be punished. Peen gets taken down 1-for-1. Jungler for Roamer. Still able to trade towards side of GPX Basreng. Mira gets taken down here perhaps, and yeah, no! What? Mira survived that one, but oh my, minute number 9. Lord is up.
Chinchao got taken out there, just way too aggressive. This is what we're talking about. This is something that GPX Basreng is somewhat known for. So Zero Esports Gaming can try and use this to their advantage. In the late game, they do have a lot of good heroes. They have the Esmeralda, they have the Beatrix and the Farsa to work around with. So they can just bank on that unless GPX can force them to actually get into these very unfavorable matchups, especially in these big team fights.
Wow, oh wow, what happened there, ladies and gentlemen? It wasn't an intense match, but we have to, it's a pause here, Rosh, you're right, we need to catch our breath. Action packs, GPX looking to clean sweep, but oh my god, producers, let's just jump back to the Light of Dawn here to witness the game back. Minute number 10 here.
There's just so much excitement here in and out of the game.
True.
Things are just happening left and right. But we talked about the purifies in the hands of Ecstatic and Mira, and so far we have not seen the full extent of the benefit that it has been able to give. And if you look at the items here, LW with the Twilight Armor is now going to be even more of an issue. And for Funi, being more of a utility player, she does not go for the glowing wand, knowing that there's not her goal is to zone away the squishier members using the real world manipulation. So she goes straight for the Divine Glaive, making sure that her damage is still very much reliable and felt by the members of Zero Esports.
Base turret number 1 in the mid side will fall here. Rosemary popping that conceal. Nothing on the board though. 2 base turrets taken down. Now 1 structure left here in the top side. Will it be taken down? The passive has been popped there. So GPX, they will slow down their tempo here as they realize it is going to be still 5v5.
Ecstatic now has a lightning truncheon though, so that's a lot of damage, provided it does not get cancelled by Caramel or Thal. So positioning becomes even more important here as GPX, they might be just going for the end here, waiting inside the base, not backing away from Zero Esports.
Oh, Thal catches one as say bye-bye to Pow Pow. In the backside though, Mira will find one. Ecstatic will go down in the process, but take a look at Chin Chow. 3 members now down. 2 members defending, Rosemary and Mira. Can they make it happen here? Mira taking a lot of heat in the backside. Low HP. There you go. And there you go. GPX Basreng will claim the last and final spot. They will proceed to the next stage.
What a brutal conclusion to that game. GPX essentially brute forcing that fight. And that was a great engage coming in from that Atlas. Thal just goes for that Fatal Links, catches 2, and that's all you need. Even with the Purify, if you're just caught off guard, that split second where you're flying in the air is what a dangerous team, it's all a dangerous team needs to just take you out of the equation.
This is an action-packed game here, Arashi, for closing game for today. Ooh, Arashi, you're hot. Literally.
Man, you can feel the heart pumping, bro. The adrenaline.
The adrenaline, indeed.
Adrenaline.
But man, oh man, it was a 2-0. GPX was too strong there for that last game. It was like Zeg Iris, they aren't able to find that loophole. It was, I think, the last chance for them to find something was pre-Lord, right? Before the base turrets gets gone down, that is the small window that they can make something happen. After that, it was just all GPX.
I think they misread the movement coming in from GPX because again and again, we see that it seemed like they were going to expect GPX to back away like they've been doing in the first game. But GPX kept moving forward, so you can see that a lot of members from Zeg Iris gets left behind and they enter the fight late. So I think that is one of the big parts on why GPX were able to actually win the majority of fights, despite the fact that if you look at it on paper, the team composition coming in from Zeg Iris is not weak at all.
They're not. I mean, if we're talking about hero power, their composition can deal a lot of damage, but I think after minute number 8, they were just too far behind. They were behind here, and they could not find the. Again, they weren't proactive. It was actually GPX who just stay proactive. Don't forget, like always, with the objectives to take as well. And it was just all around GPX controlling all 3 lanes with their heroes as well. It's just overwhelmed. They got overwhelmed by GPX.
We talk about a lot about how the team that's proactive, the team that initiates the sequence of events, usually gets the surprise factor, right? And in this game, despite having the purifiers, we talked about this, it just happens so fast. And Zeg Iris, they're known to try and counter-engage on these big fights, but you can see that Rosemary on that Lolita was unable to get any massive Numenon blast in that game because of how violent, how aggressive GPX was in how they approach these team fights. Just everyone jumping down to try and cancel out the Feather Airstrike.
It's deadly. It's humiliating. Oh, well, it's not. Well, I mean, they tried their best, right? From the side of Zeg Iris, they were behind. At one point, it was 7,000 gold, and I think that was just the limit there. You need to stay at that cap, because if you're heading towards that 10,000 cap, it's getting to be even more harder for you to find a game against GPX, because GPX, sure, they can make a mistake, but a huge one, rarely so. And usually when they make a mistake, they are able to bounce back, and which in that game, we saw that numerous times ZEG, they aren't able to really capitalize on GPX's mistake.
Yeah, they just seemed so lost when things were going south. And by the way, speaking of the results, it's going to be a clean sweep on the left. It's a 2-0. So the pattern actually persists throughout the whole day. You know, make of that what you will. But that will be the conclusion for the last match. And soon we'll have, I think we'll take a look at a bit of the what happened in the game, the item builds, and maybe we can even get an interview.
Maybe nothing is confirmed yet, Arashi.
Maybe.
But Arashi, I think are you match fixing this to an all side?
No,
because you said that earlier. No? Okay.
No?
I see the eye roll. But okay, ladies and gentlemen, all jokes aside, it is still going to be GPX taking 2-0 up against ZEG. Congratulations, GPX. Nice try, ZEG. So we have to say bye-bye officially to Grayback, Impunity, Starlets, MDH Phoenix, and now ZEG Iris. But we will be seeing more of Bigetron era, Risk Velkhana, Smart Omega Empress, and GPX Basreng. Fun fact, 4 teams, 2 countries left.
Yeah, Malaysia is out of the race officially. That is a bitter pill to swallow, but it is what it is, and it was a respectable performance. Like, by all means, they brought out the Terizla, made it look like it's, it has been meta, even though we haven't seen it for a long time. I think they have a lot of potential, but it's back to the drawing board. They need to try and get more experience. There's no denying that the experience factor here played a huge role in who came out on top in that match.
I agree. I mean, experience just speaks volume here in this current stage as well. Remember, it's a best of 3, but if we take a look at the results, it's all 2-0. So let's see the item builds here for our last game. What itemizes what? And let's see here, it is Chin Chow. Take a look at that. She realizes that there is going to be Fedrin, who is building tank, Lolita Esmeralda. She opted for that DHS as well.
You know what's painful? It's the fact that Ecstatic has a 5,300 gold, the lowest on the team, below the Roamer.
That's
You're
sad.
wondering why in those big team fights, there doesn't seem to be enough AoE. That's because Ecstatic only has a Lightning Truncheon. I thought that she had one more item, that's why it was completed so late, but no, she was actually shut down so hard by GPX. I mean, they played that so well. She was constantly under fire. With a Masha and a Martis on your opponent's team, it's just so difficult to play that backline role. And you're forced to just build defensive items, and Papao and Ecstatic, they don't even have the gold available to try and deal with that. So before anything even happens, Funi, so as Chin Chow, can just out-damage them. And in those big fights, you do see that they are able to get trades, but they don't get the main heroes that are issues. Like Caramel, 0 deaths despite being the main spearhead of GPX's aggression, and Chin Chow only taken out once, even though all the way from the early game, this Brody has just been so dynamic, setting up plays, not just following up on them. And if you look at the items, we have a DHS there, just to ensure that against the beefier members, like Peen, like Mira, she's still able to just deal a healthy amount of damage. And technically, with the turn-apart memory, she's able to match the range coming in from Papao and Ecstatic.
Yeah, it's just sad to see indeed. I mean, Caramel and Tal also built that Athena, so Ecstatic with low equipments.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just nullified their damage. Even though she popped that Feather Strike, Caramel and Tal might feel nothing with their items here. So, 0 Esports Gaming. Not a fun game indeed, but this is going to be your official MVP here, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's going to be Chin Chow.
Chin Chow with an 84.6% kill participation. Solid, man, all the way from the early game. I keep saying this, but it's rare to see the gold laner actually take a proactive part in the fights. But Chin Chow just knows that on particular heroes, like the Clint, we saw a bit of that earlier, and the Brody, when you have the power to actually dictate the results of a fight, you should be able to use it and not just wait for things to be handed to you on a silver platter. So Chin Chow definitely fits the bill for this MVP, man. On this Brody, just a solid performance for sure.
Man, this girl is on fire. Killing spree, flicker. You're right. I mean, her performance throughout group stages and now playoffs Astounding. I'm baffled. I'm dumbfounded.
I mean, you
Flabbergasted.
can't help but be a bit overwhelmed with how much action is going on. Like I said, even outside the game, dude, things were just happening left and right. And this is why it's so exciting, right? I think way back, not a lot of people would accept that the lady scene can be intense, can be exciting, but we're reaching that point, man. Teams are just improving so much. They're getting coaches, they're getting analysts as well. You can see that the scene is developing into something very different compared to the it's not just a copy of the male scene.
It is not. It is really not. And they are slowly but surely maturing indeed. But let's take a look at the highlights here. What happened, Arashi, in our last game?
Look at this initial engage here. Fatal links into that mini-stun coming in from Brody, and then with a torn apart memory, that's just clean execution. And you look at the use of spells here. Funi almost never uses the real-world manipulation proactively, and here is one of many Luminant Blasts we see just not landing the way that ZEG needs to actually win the fight. And eventually, with so many frontliners, with so much damage coming in their way, they can't stay in the pocket. They can't just stay in front of GPX without getting taken out. So they're forced to move backwards, and that is where the slows coming in from Funi make a big difference, where Caramel just outruns and just runs down the members of ZEG, and they are really helpless to save their comrade who's left behind.
Yikes, indeed. And you can see here, Ecstatic popped that Feather Airstrike multiple times. Yeah. It's just sad. Again, the Esmeralda was also a non-factor in this game. She lost the lane, and it's just unstoppable here for out of GPX. Atlas, a very nuisance engage tool as well here. And of course, Chin Chow cleaning house. And goodness me, it's just GPX. Amazing performance overall from all four teams that is now through to the next round.
I think that's why Esmeralda just isn't that good right now. There's so many other heroes that can be that kind of presence in the back line. Even Martis, we saw earlier, was able, compared the Martis diving toward the back line compared to an Esmeralda. The Martis is just so much more dangerous, so much harder to deal with. The same thing can be said about the Lapu Lapu, the Glue. This is what we need to see right now. Heroes that can go into the back and just shut down any backline presence, because otherwise they can just move around you. The Esmeralda wasn't a prior target because it just takes so much time for the Esmeralda to even get enough damage to be a significant threat.
Exactly, that is also a factor, another reason why Esmeralda in this current patch is not popular here. Not much utility, sure, it can hold the lane great, but what else can it do? Nothing much. Okay, thank you, next. And it seems like with Glue, with Fredrin, perhaps potentially Martis, sometimes jungler, sometimes XP, Lapu, Yuzong, a lot of utility, damage, spell vamp, crowd control, those are the meta, the XP laners hero, and perhaps you guys can also play that hero, practice that hero
in your own ranked games.
In your own ranked games.
For sure.
Classic games. But man, MWI here. All teams, they are here to prove that they are the best. But now we are down to 4 teams.
Wow, only 4 teams. And from 2 countries to decide who actually reigns supreme. Of course, the whole theme of MWI, it seems to be, can Bigetron continue this unreal win streak legacy? Because right now, if you look at the other 3 teams, they have serious trouble. There are some serious contenders to try and break that win streak coming in from Bigetron. So they need to just keep their eyes open and pay attention, man.
It is going to be very interesting. So, realizing the tables, right? They are going to see the 3 scenarios here. It's either going to be Indo v Indo. It's either going to be PH v PH, or it's going to be Indo v PH.
Which one do you think is gonna be
I don't
most
want
exciting?
I don't want to say anything here. I just want to enjoy seeing the women's scene grow, improve. That makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great treat for all the fans. I mean, I was part of this last year as well, and it's gone such a long way, and I can't help but be excited to see where it's gonna go. You know, because I think a lot of people, again, are just underestimating these players, and it's it's just such a shame because you see these plays happen. You see the same kind of strategic minds behind the drafts, the movements. And it's great. It just reminds me of. It also reminds you of an older time where it wasn't nearly as developed, but at the same time, when the meta isn't as rigid, right? That's why you see a lot more exciting things, like the Terizla, for example.
More flexibility, so much more fluid. More, I feel like more teams are exploring more as well in this tournament, which just add more spice to this tournament as well. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to always support the lady scene as well here, because we want to achieve that standard in that lady scene. And of course, I mean, personally, if I go up against 1v1 with a lady pro player, not looking good for my side, Arash.
I mean, I have no chance. I don't have the mechanics, man. I'm old. I don't have those gamer reflexes. But yeah, show your support with hashtag #PerE to prove. Here to prove, ladies and gentlemen. How old am I?
Yeah.
I think we're the same age, Connie. That's why we won't stand a chance against the pro players.
My goodness, Arashi. All right.
Maybe Mirko can, because he's younger, right?
He is?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the hashtag again?
Here to prove.
Here to prove, ladies and gentlemen, at the women's scene, they are here to prove that they are the best. They are the queen of MWI here in the ladies scene. We are perhaps potentially witnessing a back-to-back champion as well. Still.
Yeah, the back-to-back champion. I mean, the prospect of that happening is just crazy. I mean, Bigetron's domination is next level. But now, we're going to take a look at a bit of the brackets, Goni.
We are going to see the brackets here in full effect. So you guys at home will not miss out. Yeah, it is going to be confirmed there. We are going to say bye-bye to 4 teams. Bigetron, though, tomorrow, well, not tomorrow, on the 12th of February, will meet Risk, Velkhana, and Smart Omega Empress will meet up against GPX.
We still have the 3rd place match as well, so wow, it's a lot to look forward to be honest.
So you're going to have 2 semifinals match, 1 bronze match, and 1 grand finals. Predictions, Arashi, you're going to cast grand finals. I want to hear your predictions now.
You're right. Predictions on who's going to be in it or who's going to come out on top?
Yeah, who's going to win first semifinals, who's going to win second semifinals, and so on and so forth.
That's tough. If I had to, with what I have at hand right now, if I had to make a call, I think Bigetron's going to win. Because, come on, the stats really reflect that. I think Omega has what it takes to take out GPX, though. I mean, they are very cerebral. They use a lot of very intelligent plays, so I think they can come out on top. And afterwards, I think it might just be a Indonesia PH final.
Might be Indonesia PH final indeed, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be not tomorrow's schedule, though. It will be on the 12th of February, 2023. That's on Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. So please take note here. Arashi will remind you guys, check his social media out. Of course, Bigetron will take on Risk, like we mentioned earlier. Smart Omega Empress will take on GPX.
These are very interesting games, man. I think, well, Risk is going to take a huge risk going up against Bigetron. Haha. And Omega Smart, I think they're going to be very smart in dealing with GPX. Because we've mentioned a lot today that GPX, they are great, they're dynamic, but sometimes there are opportunities that teams can take advantage of. And I think Omega Smart, in true fashion to their name, will be too smart to just let go of such a valuable opportunity, such a valuable chance to take out GPX. So that will be my prediction, Goni. You have any different thoughts?
No, I agree with you. You're the analyst. Everyone trusts you, Arashi, all right?
Really?
Everyone agrees with you. Everyone just bows down to you. But
relax,
again, tomorrow, this is going to be today. This is done, right? Group stage done. Playoffs for first phase also done. We are now going to enter the semi-finals here. It was 8 teams this morning. Now we're down to 4.
It happened so fast, man. It only feels like yesterday was day 1. Well, it was 2 days ago, I believe.
It was yesterday. We're on Group B as well.
Yeah, exactly. So it happens that quick. It's unfortunate we can't see more of it. But, so far it's been a great tournament. There's hardly any boring games, if I do say so myself.
Ooh, and remember, for teams, they have plenty of time to practice more. Till Sunday, till Saturday, till they can practice, they can scream, and they can improve in this, 4 days of holiday, of non-tournament day. And yeah, they can just work from that. They can improve upon that. And I personally feel, I do though, want to see a new champion.
A new champion that would go against everyone's expectations. So that's going to be a huge achievement. But on the flip side, if it's still the same champion, that is also a huge achievement. So you can't really go wrong here. That's why it's so good for us right now as Mobile Legends fans.
I'm just here to enjoy the game, enjoy the tournament.
Yep, same man. I mean, getting the cast is just an extra benefit.
Oh yeah, indeed. And again, ladies and gentlemen, ladies in particular, if you want to pursue the pro player scene in ladies, go find your community tournaments, go build a team, or go contact the esports team in your region. Perhaps you might start there. Perhaps you might be in MWI 2024 next year.
You've got to start somewhere, so why not start today? You have the chance, go for it. I mean, there's this country in particular, right? All these countries, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, we have a huge amount of essentially human resources, so there's a lot of unexplored talent pools. So we really do hope that we're going to see a lot more rising stars, a lot more new players just come out. But now, actually, Goni, what time is it?
What time is it? It's interview time. We are going to call Bring GPX Basreng today. Well, tonight, let's see here. Who do we got for the call here? I can't wait. Predictions.
It's too fast, man.
Chin Chao, Puni. It's gonna be Risk Velkhana. Hello. Okay, what's your name, Risk Velkhana? Hello, what's your name?
I'm Taro, the gold laner of Risk Velkhana.
Gold laner. She is Taro, the gold laner. All right.
Yeah.
Taro, I want to ask you, how are you feeling right now?
I'm super happy because it's my first time going to other country, and it's about tournament.
Right, I mean, it has to be a very exciting situation. You are up against essentially the tournament favorite. How confident are you in trying to and just upsetting the odds? And do you have any particular message for Bigetron era?
Ano the message for Bigetron? We respect your win streak.
Ooh, you respect Bigetron's win streak. I like that. It shows respect. You're a very humble person here. But any messages to your particular fans or friends here, Taro?
Can I speak in Tagalog?
Sure.
Panoorin nyo kami sa abangan nyo kami sa Indo. Sa mga fans sa Indo dyan, sana makita ko kayo. And thank you sa mga sumusuporta. Tsaka, yun, sana kaming panoorin. Tsaka, shoutout po kay Sir Mel. Yun, boss namin.
Alright, so we can't translate, but we get the spirit. We can feel what you mean. Now you have a few days here to prepare. How do you think you're gonna spend these days? Is it gonna be half break, half practice, or are you just gonna go practice?
No, we're going to play rank game every day, every night, all day.
All day, every day, rank games. Even when you're on your way to Jakarta, you're gonna play
on the plane.
On the plane, you're gonna play rank games. Okay, that is the pro player way, it seems like. But yeah, again, congratulations. I love your spirit. All smiles. Good luck. See you in Jakarta, and best of luck to your team. See you. Wow.
You can really feel the energy. She was a very bubbly person.
She was really. Oh, do you know her?
Taro.
Do you know him? Do you know
Him.
her? Do you know her? Do you know her?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't know
But
her. Okay.
she seems like a great person. You
Okay,
can appreciate
okay.
the energy, honestly.
Okay, Arashi. But yeah, again, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it was Risk Velkhana. Taro, the gold laner. It's just her first international experience to fly out of the country to compete for the international tournament. It's a journey for her, it seems like.
Being flown to a different country for a tournament, right? Because you've made it, that has to be a great feeling. I mean, you know, I used to try and make my way as a pro player as well, so I can relate. That has to be a very satisfying feeling. What about you, Lonnie? I mean, I've never actually got flown out.
No, I haven't got flown out for
Soon.
another tournament, but perhaps soon, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, they are ready and they are here to prove, of course, Risk Velkhana, one of the reps here today. And okay, between you and me, Risk Velkhana, how many? 1 to 10, on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you think Risk Velkhana will do in the semifinals?
Oh, that's a weird question. I mean, it's difficult to just put into numbers, right? There's just so many factors at play here. I think, honestly, if you're saying it's in a grand final kind of situation, right?
Yeah.
If you think of it as a grand final, anything can really happen. So technically, it's always a 50-50 going.
Okay, a very safe answer. I like it. I like Arashi. And of course, we are still here. Let's discuss here, right? We talked about the ladies scene. We talked to Risk Velkhana as well. Within the 4 teams, which team are you rooting for? Who are you rooting for?
Well, I have to support the Indonesian teams, right? Indo Pride all the way. I'm a big fan of Bigetron, actually. I think they have a lot of really good plays, and you know, our good friend Mirko is a die-hard supporter, so I think I'll put my support onto them.
Okay, and on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for accompanying us, Arashi, Gani, and as well as on behalf of Vela Jabe earlier as well. We would like to say goodbye and see you on the 12th of February, online and offline. We will sign out. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E4T, Connectivity for a Better Life.